a lot of apples to the pool, the price of oranges can go up really, really fast against apples because there aren't even that many oranges to be sold. But actually, there's someone sitting on the sidelines with a giant truck filled with fucking oranges that they can dump into the market anytime they want. Does that kind of make sense?
So if I get you right, in the next couple hours, or they say they release it in 24 hours after the claim, you're going to see a massive, massive drop. Is that right?
Well, I'm not saying that we're going to see a massive drop. What I'm saying is that there isn't any liquidity. So because there isn't any liquidity, we're going to see massive, massive volatility. So we'll also see times when people FOMO in and the price drastically spikes crazy high. But the point is that the number of outstanding shares relative to the amount of liquidity available in the LP is an extremely, extremely unhealthy ratio. Any one holder who had more than one ape, more than two apes, can effectively take the token's price down to like zero right now because there's no liquidity.
That's horrible.
All of it's on OKX as well.
Yeah, and what's the order book look like there, dude? If FTX looks like shit, I'll tell you right. Dude, OKX is all pro traders, bro. They're not shitcoin traders on OKX, bro. OKX is primarily ETH and BTC volume, a little bit of altcoins because they support them, but OKX is primarily just ETH and BTC volume, dude. Like, OKX primarily was just built by Binance to do arbitrage. So, HTK, what's up, bro? Go ahead, sir.
Yo. Good morning, everybody. Hey, I was just listening to you and was listening to you reference a couple of things that I'm not sure if you just like haven't read into the token fully or what, but the token actually has a lot of utility. They're using it as a governance token, so anyone who's actually holding the token is
okay.
voting.
Let me stop you right. Let me stop you right there. There is no governance logic within the token's solidity programming. So, like, if you look at PancakeSwap, like Cake token, it is also a governance token, and it has governance logic within the code, which means that they are going to fulfill on any of that governance via snapshot or off-chain governance, which is A, centralized, and B, can be spoofed or faked. Secondly, governance is not a utility. Okay, utility in blockchain occurs on-chain. It gives you access to actual technological utility. Being able to buy t-shirts with a token is not a utility. Okay, guys, like, we're going to break these myths.
That is not
being able to stake a token to earn more tokens is not a utility. But please tell me about these other utilities that the token has.
5 things being voted on by the community who are holders of the APE token. And they're working on talking about staking, marketplace, and just other things that they can do.
Okay. Let me explain something. Right now, there are 160 wallets that have 4+ million APE tokens in them that are unlocked wallets that are not multi-sig wallets. Okay, and every one of those wallets can vote in the snapshot. So explain to me how governance is going to occur when only 15% of the supply has been distributed to the actual apes holders, and when less than 1% of the supply has been actually made available to the actual open and public listing and market, meaning people who buy the token have precisely 0.001% of governance.
16%.
One of my boys just hit me 2.3 ETH he swapped to 100 ETH with this fucking play. Ape token play. I got the TX too.
Can I just ask, see the host? See the host?
That's just fine.
Fucking goddamn, hats off to you.
Omasakia, can I ask something?
What's up?
Wait,
did he snipe the... Hold on, Goo, did he snipe the LP? Or what are you saying happened?
Yes, he swapped it and then swapped it again. He took all of it out. He got 99.9. If you look in the transaction, the one that was 2.3 ETH to 99.96, it was 30.
All you guys.
It wasn't Travis. That wasn't Travis, bro. It wasn't Travis.
That was your boy.
Yeah, motherfucker.
That was your homie. Get him, Poppy! I knew it was someone in the room, dude. It was someone who was
fucking
in the
Travis,
room with
okay.
us. Dude, it started happening. It literally started happening right after I said, if anyone got the airdrop and has an APE, you should add liquidity right now. And then I went and looked at Dex tools, and it had been added, and someone literally did exactly what I said. GG, I take tips. If you're listening, thanks.
Yo, I gotta go.
You buy me dinner.
I gotta go take
Omakase will be here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro,
we're going to talk about liquidity problems.
I made someone $1 million and watch the APE token launch.
Can we get more board apes to come and talk, or maybe mutant holders?
I mean, bro, like, if they want to talk about how their multi-billion-dollar market cap NFT couldn't even add $1 million in liquidity to the shitcoin they just airdropped everyone, I would love to hear it. I would really be interested to hear about what the justification for this entity that just raised $300 million from AZ16 not being able to add, like, even $1 million in liquidity to their token on Uniswap. I'd love to understand how exactly that occurred and what they think about it. Hey, what's up, man?
I tried to come up before and speak, but I just couldn't. I was going to ask, man, you got an ape yourself?
Do I have an ape? Yeah, I actually do have an ape, bro.
Okay, so I came into Bored Ape not to be part of the community, not because I like the art, not because of any of that, because I heard it was a good opportunity to make money, and that was my purpose. Now, the deeper dive that I got in NFTs, I found that it wasn't just pictures, it was so much more than pictures. And these people who have got in at 1 ETH and have held all the way through deserve this. They deserve the money that they're being given, and if they want to dump it on the market for $1 million or whatever, it's their prerogative too, and I take my hat off to them. But obviously I didn't get millions of dollars in APE token. I'm holding it still. I'm actually long APE. I'm taking out a long position. I believe in the whole project as a whole.
Have you heard of Jim Jones, sir? Sir, have you heard of Jim Jones? Let me just tell you something. As soon as AZ16 gets involved, that's what we call a bear flag, bro. That's what we call a bear signal, dude. Go look at Internet Computer Protocol.
I know.
Go look at basically anything that AZ16 is involved in. They're just here to rug please, dude. And they feed you, they serve you lots of Kool-Aid. They serve you lots of Kool-Aid right before they walk you out to the field. And then the cyanide takes effect.
Listen.
Yo, 7C.
Yeah. Let me just go
Sorry,
back to how do I say Omaseka?
Finish this. Omakase.
Sorry, man, my bad. What I would come back to you and say on that one is that, you do have a point in what you're making, but the thing is, right, you have to see it from the perspective of business as a whole always has failures before there is success. And yes, I get what you're saying about the rugs and stuff, and I know all about Jim Jones and stuff, but the project as a whole is going to be a success. Bored Ape Yacht Club is going to be a success now.
Let me tell you something. Dude. They just raised $300 million of venture capital, and their new token is sitting there with $300,000 of liquidity on Uniswap, bro. If that's not a fucking scam, dude, I don't know what has to happen for you to acknowledge that you've been took, that you got gooked, scammed, juked, jived, hustled, pimped, pwned, taken advantage of. More than that, The floor on Bored Apes is down by more than 30 fucking ETH right now.
Okay.
I don't know what else needs to happen, dude. Like, they got $300 million. There's 300 grand in LP, bro.
Let me explain something to you while you're shouting down the mic at me. Let's speak like adults to one another. You obviously don't understand. You obviously don't understand how.
Okay, that was a microaggression, so you can get the fuck off the stage. Bye.
Okay.
I'm not gonna do these let's speak like adults to each other. You can take your fucking British accent and shove it deep up your fucking ass. I'm American, motherfucker. We beat your asses in war 200 years ago. We took our shit back, bro. Fuck out of here.
Chill, bro. Yeah, I don't know what the
like, bro, fuck out of here, man. Let's speak to each other like adults.
Listen, bro. If you can't respectfully talk to someone, what the fuck's up with that, bro? That was rude as fuck, bro.
Dude, that wasn't respectful, dude. That wasn't respectful, dude. And that wasn't respectful, dude. And I'm not gonna take your gaslighting either, dude. So you can get the fuck off the stage too. We're not gonna play any of these psychobabble mind games, guys. I have an IQ over 175. I fucking got accepted to fucking college when I was fucking 9 years old, bro. I fucking passed the ASVBD with fucking 100% fucking score. All right, I've been fucking they tried to recruit me for the NSA, the motherfucking CIA, all that shit, dude. So don't come up here with any of your fucking bullshit, trying to gaslight me, trying to come up with some bullshit microaggressions. This is my motherfucking stage. I don't give a fuck, dude. If you want to bring facts, if you want to say I'm talking loud, eat a dick. You can talk loud too. You want to say something, I'll listen to you. But if you're going to come with some bullshit, subliminal ass, fucking aggressive, fucking cocksucker fucking bullshit, I'm not going to take it, and it's not going to fucking fly. Because we're talking about numbers and math and facts here, not fucking feelings and hopes and dreams and allegory about what the future is going to fucking hold. What's up, DJNT? Go ahead, champ.
What's up, man? I got COVID at South by Southwest. My voice is a little fucked right now.
Shelter at home, sir. Shelter at home.
Let me explain my thesis on the APE ecosystem, and then you can tell me what you agree with and what you disagree with. So, first, Yuga Labs is going to just take market share away from OpenSea. So OpenSea right now is valued at $13 billion. What we should expect is for Yuga Labs to do several more acquisitions like they did with Larva Labs. So I'm expecting them to acquire Cool Cats, World of Women, a bunch of other blue chips. And this isn't speculation. This is what I've been hearing from some people who are pretty high up, and they just have a massive war chest right now from the raise they did with Andreessen. So I think we should use OpenSea as a proxy to value Yuga Labs. They're valued at $13 billion right now at current prices. The APE coin is trading at like $8 right now, which would give them an $8 billion valuation. So right now, I'm already thinking like the APE coin is undervalued. That is one very, very small part of their ecosystem. Let me know if you guys can still hear me.
Yeah, we do.
I can hear you, and do you mind if I just address a couple of those points, and then you can continue? Okay, so first of all, the bet and investment that you're making is on greater centralization of the ecosystem. Acquisitions and mergers by a single entity over other collections in the space. So you're invested in the further centralization and syndication of intellectual property within a decentralized ecosystem. So I fundamentally disagree with that on principle. B, Andreessen Horowitz, AZ16, did just fund them with a giant war chest to make these acquisitions and mergers. They have to spend the money, and they need to fall within their niche. So I think you're right that they probably will make these acquisitions and look to compete with OpenSea. Another thing, OpenSea's valuation, their post-money valuation, is based on the volume that OpenSea did and their transaction fees from last year. In order to have a marketplace that will compete with OpenSea and take volume away, they're going to have fees which are lower than OpenSea's fees. I do believe that they have enough market share to take that value away. However, there is no promise within any of the context of APE token or within the structure of governance or the market share distribution of the APE token itself, that any of that marketplace revenue from the marketplace, which has yet to be released. So the marketplace is pre-money. We would have to value that as conceptual and pre-money, right? That marketplace currently doesn't exist and doesn't have any revenue. Will need to compete with the incumbent marketplace in the ecosystem and the secondary incumbent, which is LooksRare. So it needs to take market share away from those two marketplaces. Liquidity follows effectively the path of least resistance. It seeks the highest returns and the lowest friction, meaning they're going to have to offer lower fees and compete on volume, meaning they will earn less dollars or less ETH per ETH of volume than these other marketplaces do, because they're going to have lower fees to compete with these marketplaces. And there's no promise that any of those fees will be actually distributed to holders of the APE token or to holders of Bored Apes. Right? So Yuga Labs, as an entity which raised the capital, is not what you are investing in when you purchase APE token. APE token is a product that Yuga Labs has created that they are selling you. Right?
Yeah.
Just like when you hold a Bored Ape, you don't have equity in Yuga Labs, right? You don't own a piece of Yuga Labs by owning a Bored Ape. And that may be how they're attempting to shape the culture and the sentiment and the feeling, but you don't have any agreement that gives you vested equity. And if you think Andreessen Horowitz, after putting $350 million into an entity, is giving up a penny of that money with their track record, okay, with their track record in this ecosystem, which has by and large been pump and dumping, exploiting plebes. We saw it with the Coinbase IPO. We saw it with ICP. We've seen it with half a dozen other tokens in the last year that AZ16 has invested in. We saw it with AVAX. Okay, so
let me jump in here.
Go ahead.
You make good points. First, in terms of the decentralization model, decentralization exists on a spectrum, and I don't think we're going to see ever something that is 100% decentralized.
Dude, hold on. I just gotta say, you literally just used. Do you know where that statement originally came from? Decentralization exists on a spectrum. No. Do you know the first time that was stated?
No.
Okay, that statement was stated by the Solana founders after their blockchain went down, and they were accused of being centralized and having too much control over the blockchain. Decentralization does exist on a spectrum, but saying it exists on a spectrum is not an excuse for vulture capitalists and venture capitalists to act in aggressively monopolistic and centralizing, syndicating manners within the ecosystem as a methodology for pump and dumping and extracting liquidity from general retail market share. It's literally one of the greatest euphemisms, dude. And I would shy away from that, dude.
Well, in relation to Solana, there exists what we call a blockchain trilemma, which is you can have two of the three of the following: decentralization, security, and scalability. So Ethereum, for instance,
I could bring Bram Cohen in here right now to show you exactly how proof of space and time and the Chia network has implemented a Nakamoto consensus, which is scalable, resilient against ASIC and Cybele attacks, and is like fast, performant. So like. Yeah,
listen, regardless, we do have to accept that it is going to be difficult to achieve 100% decentralization, especially when you are scaling a business, right? So in terms of Yuga Labs, the fact that they're giving us voting rights in the DAO and allocating a serious portion to the community treasury speaks volumes to their commitment to decentralization.
They are promising you voting rights in the DAO. However, there is nothing in the protocol which indicates any type of logic to accomplish governance. You're aware of that, right?
They're allocating a great portion of the token allocations to the community treasury, though.
Oh, okay, except you're aware that there is not a community treasury wallet, right? That the tokens which are supposed to be delegated to the community treasury have currently been distributed between 160 different single signature wallet addresses and are not in a time lock or multi-signature wallet, which is what you would expect to occur with community treasury funds.
I guess I'm confused what your actual thesis is regarding why APE token is a rug.
First of all, I'm not saying it's a rug. I'm asking the question, is it a rug? And I'm simply asking the questions, why has the community fund been distributed into 160 single signature wallets?
So how do you?
Why is there only $300,000 of liquidity added on Uniswap?
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the Decentraland and the Sandbox? Because I think those are two really good proxies for APE token as well, since APE is going to create their own metaverse, and I think it's going to be substantially better than the other two, and it's going to be a small part of their larger ecosystem. And
okay,
right now,
I'm not even looking at things like that, because as someone who invests on fundamentals, the very first thing that I do before I buy into any project is I check the Block Explorer. And when I checked the Block Explorer and I looked at this token on the Block Explorer, I saw that over 600 million of the tokens were moved into 160 different wallet addresses, which have 4 million or more APE tokens, which are all single signature wallets, and that distribution of tokens does not reflect the distribution which was purported on the website, which breaks down the token distribution of the project.
Yeah,
that's the issue that I have. I'm just asking the question. How about you answer my questions? Why do you think there's only $300,000 of liquidity?
I think you can look at pretty much any project that exists in the blockchain ecosystem and see a massive consolidation of wealth amongst a few wallets. So I don't think that should be a point that's used against the APE token.
Okay, so that was kind of a straw man, and you presented a logical fallacy. I'm just asking, why isn't the community fund in a multi-signature wallet? If their tokens are delegated for the community, then why aren't they in a simply trackable community multi-sig?
No, I frankly don't know enough about that to comment on it. So all I'll say is that we've seen massive consolidation of wealth in other projects like Decentraland, for instance, where like 70% of the land is held by like 100 different wallets.
Okay, so if we see something, if we see something that is in direct antithesis to the principles of distribution and decentralization and the ecosystem that we are looking to build, and someone else starts behaving in the same poor manner, do we say, oh, that's excusable because everyone's doing it? Or do we go, no, we actually want to uphold a better standard and expect better?
I am the biggest decentralization maxi out there. Like, I believe that is the future of the space. I also believe you need to start centralized in order to achieve that. There's no other way to do it. Like, in order to scale rapidly and beat out the Web 2 companies, you need to start centralized. But moving past that, I also used to be an investment banker. So what I do with my analysis is look at comparable projects, and I look at OpenSea, I look at Decentraland, I look at the Sandbox, I look at all of the other verticals that Yuga Labs is planning to touch upon, and Bored Ape Yacht Club ecosystem just seems to surpass all of them.
Okay, but you understand that if they liquidate these tokens, first of all, they've already botched. As far as I'm concerned, the public listing of this token, especially on Uniswap, was already botched. You understand right now, you talk about the market cap of the token. Let's talk about liquidity to market cap ratio, right? So I haven't checked in the last couple of minutes. We've been rapidly oscillating between a $6 and $7 billion market cap. Okay. So let's talk about the market cap to liquidity ratio. How do you feel about the market cap to liquidity ratio of the token?
Listen, there's so much volatility in the space right now, and again, there's so much wealth concentrated in the hands of
so you're not interested in actually.
I'm saying we can't look at fundamentals right now. We just can't. This is way too volatile.
Yeah. Okay. Keep drinking the Kool-Aid, Guido. Does anyone want to come up here and prove that that someone who's an ape has an IQ over 90? Except for me, because I have an ape. So, I might be the only genius ape in the building. But does someone want to come up here and, actually demonstrate?
I've got a question.
What's up, NFT? To NFA
Why do you feel the need to be such a dickhead to anyone who challenges you? Easy.
Hey, guess what, bro?
See you
You're
later.
a fucking dickhead.
See you later.
Suck a fat one.
Cry up.
Hey, yo, I got a question.
What's up, Guido?
What's up, brother? Wild energy all around up in here today.
Yeah, chillin'. I hope everyone understands that I just want logical responses and for people to like actually.
Bro,
I'll answer questions.
I understand you.
Yo, I got some
understand
IQ
you.
test for you. What's the IQ test?
Go ahead, Guido. Go ahead.
I want to understand this whole Travis Barker providing liquidity thing. Has that ship sailed, or is there still a way to do what you were talking about? I don't really understand. I don't understand. Maybe that's showing my
dude. And I think that a lot of apes holders are new to the space. They don't really understand DeFi. They don't necessarily have development background. Here's what occurred. Typically, when you launch a new token and intend to do a DEX listing, right? It is important that you add liquidity to the DEX before you put tokens in circulation. If you do not add liquidity and set the price of the token on the DEX, even if you only add a tiny, tiny amount of liquidity, right? But if you don't create an LP and add liquidity to the DEX, anyone can come along because Uniswap is permissionless. Anyone can come along and add liquidity to the DEX. So in this case, with the launch of APE token, what occurred was that tokens were claimable before liquidity was added to the DEX. So before Yuga Labs added liquidity to the DEX, all right, an individual claimed their tokens and added liquidity. When they added liquidity, they added a total of 12 ETH in liquidity. Now let's just assume that everyone in here understands that $30,000 of liquidity is not enough liquidity. $30,000 worth of ETH and 5,000 APE tokens is not enough liquidity or supply to meet demand for the token. Within 2 minutes of adding liquidity, this individual sold 600 APE tokens for 55 ETH. 2 minutes later, they sold another 600 APE tokens for 16.5 ETH. Okay? They, in total, sold roughly 25,000 of their APE tokens for a total of $1.2 million. Every person who purchased those APE tokens at an extremely inflated premium and price impact above what Yuga Labs publicly stated that they would be listing the token at on Uniswap. Meaning there are people who suffered a 40x loss, 50x loss, 200x loss because some goat got in there and realized, oh my God, these guys don't know what they're doing in terms of launching a token. They gave me my tokens before they added liquidity. I'm going to go and add liquidity real quick, and I'm going to dump on every plebe who goes to buy tokens out of my LP. And they goated it, bro. Like, I applaud them. I don't think they did anything wrong. Like, good for them.
Sorry if I cut you off, bro. Can you add another cause? Because I'm glitching right now. My phone is just...
Oh, that's probably just a thing on stage. You're sounding glitched to us on stage, but it probably sounds okay to people in the audience.
Probably,
yeah.
Can you add another cause, bro?
Oh, yeah, I'll add another cause, dude. Hold on.
If you could break it, yeah, you might want to drop down to the audience if you want to hear it better. If you could break it all the way down, though, I get it. He provided, what was it, 15 ETH? Something like that?
12.5 ETH of liquidity.
12.5 ETH, and then sold the 25,000 APE coins. So because he was providing liquidity, he could set a price for what he wanted to sell those 25,000.
Correct, and everyone who bought had to buy at that price. The issue is that there were only 5,000 APE coins available in the public market, in the public listing. There are only 5,000 tokens in total.
Could I add to this?
So, yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah, please.
So another thing that happens during parabolic launches like this is it's not actually people doing the trading they have bots set up for arbitrage. So what happens is people get all FOMO-y and they set their slippage to ridiculous prices. The bot automatically calculates how much it would cost to front run that same transaction that they see in gas to get ahead of them and then resell that liquidity.
But there were no sandwich attacks. I was watching, dude. There was no MEV going on or sandwich attacks occurring. This was straight up.
I know what you're saying at the beginning, and I wasn't talking about the first play. What you're saying is absolutely 100% correct, but I assume that was happening as the first drip was going on, when it was doing that 45 to 20 and then down to the 10 mark. You didn't see any?
No, I didn't see any actual MEV occur, bro. I could go back and look again, but I didn't see any sandwich transactions or anything like that. It was primarily just the one individual, and dude, they weren't even using a Flashbots node or Flashbots enabled node or anything like that. Like, it was literally just someone who got their tokens and was smart enough to realize that they could add liquidity and start trading, and that people, I think the first transaction that sniped the LP, like the first buy that sniped the LP probably was a bot, right? So the LP got sniped immediately. Then people were already looking because Yuga Labs posted the contract address on the APE token Twitter. So they posted the contract address. The guy added liquidity. As soon as people realized that it was tradable, they started attempting to trade and buy the token, except instead of it being Yuga Labs that added liquidity and them adding a million APE tokens and $1 million of liquidity, which I think, given the total supply is $1 billion, adding only 1,000th of the supply to LP would still be a bad move, right? Like, you'd think that, like, given its DEX liquidity, they would want to add, like, I know they had multiple exchanges to supply tokens with, but, you would think that, like, at least, like, 1% of the supply, and given the amount of liquidity they take in, you'd think they put, like, 10 million tokens and $10 million of ETH in liquidity to accommodate the demand. It's like the most hyped up launch in months. Everyone in the entire ecosystem is aware of it. Potentially, like, millions and millions and millions of dollars of incoming liquidity. Like, I would say you'd add, like, at least 1% of the supply, right, to Uniswap. And that's still low. Like, that still creates an extremely volatile market scenario. Like, I still consider that to be extremely fucked up market structure.
Do you know the percentage that they released to exchanges?
Yeah, I can tell you that it's less than 1% was released to exchanges. The total supply of tokens sent to FTX was sub 150,000 tokens. Total supply sent to Huobi, sub 150,000 tokens. I mean, they sent literally a fraction of a percentage of the supply of tokens to exchanges.
Well, then, because I was wondering those numbers, because I think there's a valuable lesson here as far as when we're discussing price speculation. So when the CAA agreement happened with Bored Ape Yacht Club, they got like a $5 billion valuation, right? And if we know there's going to be a total liquidity of, is it 1 billion tokens long term? How many are out now? And then we can start speculating against the price of a $5 billion valuation. Which
all of the tokens are in circulation. For the tokens to not be, for the tokens to be considered not in circulation, those tokens would need to be locked in a time lock contract or in a multi-signature wallet address. The tokens, which are the quote-unquote community fund, as of right now, 62% of the tokens went to Bored Apes holders and the community fund. That leaves 15% for the Macy and Basie holders airdrop, and another 47% for the community fund. That 47% of the token supply was not put into a multi-signature wallet, was not put into a time lock contract, was not held back and reserved from being minted. They were minted and distributed to 160 single signature wallets in increments between 4 million and 5 million tokens. That is fraudulent. Anyone
So-
who's been
so
in
you think
blockchain,
that-
anyone who's been in blockchain, anyone who looks at the Block Explorer, anyone who's been in projects and understands what that means, feel free to raise your hand. But that is some fucking bullshit, dude. And anyone who wants to get up here and tell me that it's not some fucking bullshit, get Gargamel on the line, get one of the devs, get someone from their team to come and explain to me why the fuck they took 47% of the token supply and moved it to 160 different single signature wallets if it's supposed to be there as community incentives and belong to the community, instead of putting it in a time lock or a fucking multi-sig. And don't come up here with your fucking Kool-Aid sipping, Bored Ape cult member fucking bullshit. We're talking about blockchain. This shit is transparent. I don't want to hear your thoughts, beliefs, wishes, hopes about shit. I'm telling you, the blockchain doesn't lie. And what the numbers say is they're fucking scamming you because they're already doing something different that they've agreed to in writing on the website of their token and their project. And fuck it, it's full of shit, dude.
Did you backtrace that first transaction?
Can I add up on Omakase, bro? Like, we've been here for literally 2 hours trying to get an answer, and all we get is like bike holders coming here and telling us like how great is the project and all those fantasies. We want like real answers and facts.
Yeah, you guys sound like crackheads, dude. Like,
You know,
just to be honest, you sound like someone who's like, my crack dealer is really great because he gives me some free crack sometimes. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm trying to ask you why there's fentanyl in the shit.
And so I hope I didn't give off that impression to you.
No, you didn't. No, Guido, you didn't at all, bro. You literally, like, I really appreciate the questions you've asked, dude, and like just listening and like, sorry I'm emphatic, but like, dude, it's such a big project and so high profile that Bored Apes fucking around or screwing up or doing shady shit like this when they're so high profile, it can literally cause a fucking black mark on the entire industry, fucking scare people away, dude, and there's absolutely no reason for them to have distributed those tokens that way. There's no reason for them to have improperly added liquidity. There's absolutely zero reason unless there's some type of malintent.
Well,
there's
then,
no
then
other
something
reason.
might happen.
Either malice or ignorance. Either
Because-
malice or ignorance, and neither bode well. Wait, what did you say, Mr. Dev?
I mean, something could happen long term.
It can't be ignorance because they're too high profile for that. You're listening to someone who is formerly a developer for MetaMask.
No, I didn't call it ignorance. I didn't call it
No,
ignorance.
go ahead.
I said something might happen. Just like, I mean, we saw something similar. It's not the same as a token drop, but with Clonex. Everyone and their brother from Utah knew about it and was buying before that Nike news release. So a lot of shit like this we've seen happen in the past year. We also had the situation with fucking Mechaverse and other drops. So I'm actually curious, have you backtraced that original buy to see if that's one of those elite investors that was able to do that 1.2 million flip off of nothing in the beginning when it first got hit?
Dude, first of all, it looks to me as if the ENS address I backtrace. So here's what happened. Two apes were moved into a wallet. Those two apes claimed their Bored Apes token airdrop. Okay. Then they added liquidity. The accounts that, if someone could remind me, the ENS accounts that those Bored Apes came from one was FozzieBear.eth and the other one was, what was the other one called, guys?
dgary.eth.
dgary.eth, okay? The ape that was utilized to claim the airdrop, one of them is apparently known to belong to the drummer Travis Barker. Now, maybe it doesn't actually belong to him. Maybe someone is just friends with him and got him to shill it or something like that. Not actually sure. But that is the only identity that I can find tied publicly to one of these apes is the drummer from Blink-182, Travis Barker. Now, it's possible this dude is actually low-key an alpha degen and has been on Uniswap and SushiSwap and Pancake and been here aping into LPs and providing liquidity with the rest of us. But the person who did this had a level of knowledge and actually ghosted out saying that his friend messaged him. And it's also possible it was someone who was sitting in my room, because I saw that that the drop was live and there were some apes sitting in my room. And I straight up said, like, yo, if anyone has an ape right now and you've gotten your drop, like, Yuga Labs just fucked up and you can add liquidity and you're going to make a bunch of money. And so maybe it was someone in one of my rooms, but the point is like, you have such a high profile project. You have AZ16 as an investor. You have access to the best consultants, the best devs. There's no shortage of liquidity. So how is it that you commit literally mistake number one when deploying a new token? Literally the simplest, the one thing that anyone who's deployed a token on a DEX knows that you can't do, which is put tokens into circulation of holders who can add liquidity in a permissionless fashion before you add liquidity and set the price of the token. I mean, it's literally rule number one in deploying a token, point blank period. And it was either A, malicious, and they gave the opportunity to an insider to scalp this liquidity, and they never intended to add any liquidity on their own, or B, it was ignorant and negligent. And neither bode well for the project overall. There was $13 million of volume in the first hour and a half of trading with less than $100,000 worth of total liquidity. Okay? Literally, at this time, if Yuga Labs wanted to correct the LP on Uniswap, right? If they wanted to fix the LP on Uniswap, what they would have to do is take a bunch of APE tokens and sell them into the LP, or they would have to come up with more liquidity or add less tokens to liquidity than was possible. But as it is right now, okay, someone else added another 14,000 APE tokens of liquidity, and another person added another 5,000. So in total, the number of tokens that have been added to liquidity are 5,000, 5,000, and 14,000. That's 25,000 tokens added to liquidity on Uniswap. Okay, 100,000 tokens sent to FTX, 100,000 sent to Huobi, 100,000 sent to KuCoin. So I'm looking at like maybe 500,000 tokens out of a supply of 1 billion tokens were included in the public listing. 500,000 out of total supply of 1 billion were included in the public listing. If people don't understand what's fundamentally wrong with that, in a project that's being purported where one of the utilities that you're going to get access to and that you are purchasing is that you are getting governance in the protocol, what governance do you get when a total of less than, what is it? So 1% of 1 billion is 10 million. So 500,000 is only 5% of 10 million, right? Unless I'm doing my math wrong. So we're talking about 0.005% of the entire supply is what was actually offered to the people who would then buy the token.
Oma, I hear you, bro. Can you break it down for a dude who has an IQ like myself? What is that difference? I love it, like everything you were breaking down about liquidity. It's giving me a much clearer picture. What is the difference between putting it in that multi-sig wallet you were talking about and spacing it across, what'd you say, 160 wallets? Something like that?
So first of all, traceability. So if it's in a large multi-sig wallet, everyone can go, this is the publicly known address of the community fund. It makes it easy for people to watch that wallet and go, hey, funds have been moved from the community fund. Even if we're all in a single wallet, that would actually be better, right? But even if we're all in a single signature wallet, that would be better. Ideally, it's a multi-signature. That means it's a community wallet. There's a large block of tokens in there. It requires multiple parties to sign to move those tokens anywhere, right? Meaning no one can just flip open their MetaMask and go, oh, I'm moving some of these tokens somewhere. They're all in a single block, which is a known address, which makes it easy for the community to track and trace the movements of those tokens. What they've done is they've taken the tokens, that block of tokens, and they split it into 160 different addresses, which makes, without tooling, right, So someone who's a developer who has access to tooling can write a script to do it, has access to tools, no problem. We'll track that shit down all day. I've already got tabs and alerts set on it. If anything goes funky or any of those tokens get sold, I'll be all over it, right? But for the average individual who's using the block explorer to understand what is occurring within that token, it makes it much more difficult for them to optically trace and track what is occurring. Secondly, it means that these tokens can basically, you have 160 wallets to follow now, right? 1 million tokens, 20% of one of these wallets is more tokens than hit the public listing. 20% is more than hit the public listing at this point, bro. So it's just like, it's ludicrous to act like this behavior is not indicative of malintent or ignorance. And neither one bodes well for the long-term future of the project. Just because you successfully raise a bunch of money from one of the largest funds in the space does not mean that you can't be one of the biggest disasters. Let's none of us forget that BitConnect had a multi-billion-dollar market cap. Okay? So did, what was Digibyte? I mean, we've seen lots of things get massive and disappear in this space because they were improperly managed. And this is an indicator of improper management. It's too easy to set up a multi-sig. It's too easy. You set up a multi-sig, you drop the tokens in a multi-sig. End of story. They don't sit out there in 160 different wallets. You don't distribute them. It takes more time. Okay, it takes more time to correctly distribute those tokens to 160 different single holder addresses than it does to set up a multi-signature wallet address.
Yo, I'm totally with you. That makes a lot of sense. I appreciate the breakdown. Is there a, by the way, anybody who's a speaker on stage, if it sounds rugged, you could turn on the captions and you could follow along a little bit better. Is there any benefit to providing liquidity if I have ApeCoin and some ETH to throw in the liquidity pool right now? I mean, it doesn't seem like I could do what the dude did with 12.5 ETH, or somebody who, it sounded like, came out of this room with 3.5 ETH.
No. That was an opportunity that existed. I mean, genuinely, one of the ways that the community could help, that the Apes community could help fix this issue, is by a lot of people in the Apes community providing LP for the token might help to solve the issue. But one of the big issues is still Yuga Labs has not provided any liquidity for the token. They launched a token, they didn't provide any liquidity for it. Now, maybe that wasn't part of their agreement. Maybe they were never intended to provide any liquidity for the token. But if you look at the order book on the centralized exchanges, I mean, the depth on the order books on centralized exchanges is laughable. It's literally a joke at this point. This, as far as I'm concerned, this is a massive F in terms of token.
I have a question about that.
Hey. So hold on, Klaus. Let Relly go. Go ahead, Relly.
So you're saying we might have a monkey in a minefield, aka a baboon?
You said a baboon. Oh,
hey, Ray had her hand raised too. I saw her hand raised a while back.
Go ahead, Ray.
Go ahead, Ray.
Hey, this is a little late, I guess, but something that I was thinking about, because I feel like people have been coming up over the last couple hours, and they keep coming in with their emotional attachment to their ape or the community and shit like that. But then when a specific question is answered or asked, they're like, oh, I don't really have knowledge on that. And so there's a lot of people in the room right now, and just knowing kind of a little bit of background, I'm curious if you want to share your background, Omak.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I can. I mean, I started mining BTC in early 2011, and that was I got into it because I was into trading Magic the Gathering cards. So I was just a fucking total nerd who traded MTG and went to tournaments and played, and I was playing in the MLG, playing Halo, like competition Halo and shit like that early on. And so I was in the gaming community and in Magic the Gathering since middle school, and I had a friend like show me BTC. I got into it. I thought it was kind of cool. Started mining. About 2 years later, I had a friend who was a commodities trader who asked me about it, if I knew anything about it. I was like, yeah, I've done some things with it. I have some. He was like, have you noticed that there are different prices on Korean exchanges compared to U.S. exchanges? I was like, no, that's interesting. We started a small arbitrage operation. We were doing ARB on Mt. Gox, got caught up in Mt. Gox, lost a bunch of money, got really pissed, decided Bitcoin was a scam, stayed away for about 2 years until my uncle Jim called me. Jim calls me, goes, hey, have you ever heard of Bitcoin? I told him, that shit's a fucking scam. Don't put your fucking money into it. You'll lose it all. He said, no, it's back at $450. I was like, oh shit, I have money again. I went and checked my wallets. They were still secure. He was like, by the way, have you heard of this thing called Ethereum? I was like, no, what's that? He's like, go to ethereum.org. I read the Ethereum white paper and was like, damn, bullish. I dropped some BTC on some ETH. And then basically rode ETH to like $750. I took some profit on ETH around $750 at the end of 2017. A bunch of my friends who had been telling to buy ETH since $6, $15, $26, they all decided to buy Bitcoin finally at like $17,000 and $18,000 when everyone was talking about it. They all got wrecked. Everyone hated me. I basically threw away my computer and phone and disappeared for like 2 years and lived off my ETH gains. Moved out of the U.S. Had a friend send me a message saying he was trading crypto again. Sent me like the Uniswap docs about like this thing called Uniswap. I was like, that looks cool. I got into Uniswap. I got into Aave. I got into SushiSwap. I got into PancakeSwap. I got into Venus. I rode all those waves. And and then I invested in some pretty epic developers, and they're building cool shit on the blockchain. And so I invest in stuff and do that. I mean, that's what it is. I've just been in the space for a long time. I have a good handle. I actually understand how the hardware and software, how the blockchain and TCP/IP layer interact with each other. I've done some different things in my life. Business development, management consulting, owned a bunch of dispensaries, done business consulting and business development for Native American tribes, had government set-asides and contracts, cybersecurity, physical security. That's some of my background. So I have a pretty diverse background. I've traveled all over the world, interacted with a lot of people who've managed top protocols. We've done work for the founders of Cosmos. We know our shit, dude. We know our shit. I know when shit looks wrong on the Block Explorer, and I was just getting ready to try and snipe the LP or try and do some MEV extraction or some arbitrage, see how we could get some value out of this. And I just did the first thing I always do, which is go to the Block Explorer as soon as I found the token contract. And I looked at the Block Explorer, and the first thing I found was that the token distribution did not match the distribution of tokens, which was laid out on the website for the token. And so that was the first red flag. And then the second red flag was extremely low quantity of tokens being added to the actual public listing. And these things are red flags. This looks like a cash grab, dude. And for people who are APES holders and who are getting the airdrop, that's awesome. Great. But you guys understand right now that there's not enough liquidity for all of you to even have a chance of exiting your airdrop. If someone who owns 5 or 6 apes were to sell their airdrop on Uniswap right now, they'd send the price of the token to a fucking $1, dude. So Hold on, go ahead, Guido, and then let's have Hassie talk, and then let's try and cycle out the stage, because there are a bunch of people with their hands up with questions. So.
Oh, yeah, I don't mean to jump in. Well, somebody else had a question in the audience. I'll come back to it. But
No, go ahead, bro. You're talking already. Go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Yeah, so I hear all these things that you're saying, but, like, I'm looking at the chart, and it's pretty volatile, but it's holding pretty steady on a slightly to the right rise. Pause. But, what do you think about that?
That's because there is no supply available, bro. In other words, the liquidity to market cap ratio makes it such that you are paying an incredibly large premium for taking any position size in the token. You're paying an incredibly large premium to take any size position in the token. There is no liquidity. You have a token with a $7 billion market cap right now. Okay, a $7 billion market cap and less than $2 million of market depth across all exchanges. Okay, name one other project with a $7 billion market cap and less than $2 million in liquidity. Knowing that currently 15% of that market cap is right now outstanding to APE's token holders.
So you're saying
another 45% of that market cap is held in single signature wallets, which we cannot ascertain the control of, and we have to simply trust unknown parties that they will not liquidate any of those tokens. It's 100% trust-based, and blockchain and decentralized systems are built on the fact that we have smart contracts which enable us to build trustless systems. And yes, a small amount of centralization, a small amount of trust is acceptable. That small amount of trust is called a multi-sig. Okay? Using a multi-sig, you still have to have a level of trust. You still have to trust those signers, right? But at least you have multiple parties who are responsible, and you don't just have dude, who's in control of these 160 wallets that each have 5 million plus tokens and can every single one of those wallets, any one of them can send the price to zero right now. Any one of them.
Yeah, I hear that. So a couple things. So I'm hearing you a lot of APE holders of APE coin, it's kind of watching with a really low supply in the market, which is keeping it somewhat stable. And I'm just thinking, obviously, you know way more about this than I do, probably a lot of people in here. But is there a benefit? I'm not trying to challenge, I'm looking at this objectively. Is there a benefit of putting it in 160 wallets? So say that multi-sig wallet, I understand it's a multi-sig, it's supposed to be very secure, but say something in that one wallet that has the whole pool.
No, unequivocally no, because even if you put it in 160 different wallets, those wallets, it's an 80% chance, I would give it a Pareto distribution, 80% chance that those wallets are still on a federated key. Meaning those wallets all still have the same mnemonic, right? They just have different private keys. And so the idea that someone would sit there and spend the time to generate 160 different mnemonics to back up and save 160 different mnemonics, as opposed to simply creating a multi-signature wallet, no. Unequivocally no, dude. It's less secure. It creates more exposure, more risk. And even one of the exposures, even if those people aren't trustworthy, there are now 160 different wallets. If one of those keys gets exposed, the person who gets the exposed keys from that one wallet can now rug the entire project. Okay, this is the pinnacle of ineptitude. Okay, we are literally watching the most low IQ shit go down and having it get passed off as if it's the greatest shit since fucking sliced bread in crypto. And I'm not gonna go for it, dude. And then people are trying to come up and say, it has utility. No, there's no fucking utility, dude. There's no fucking utility, bro. These dudes are so close to literally taking the biggest fucking nasty, oily diarrhea shit on the entire NFT market. Like, literally, they're about to take a nasty fucking wet diarrhea turd on the entire market, and they're going to walk away with a bunch of cash and leave every other builder, developer, person investing, taking their time to fucking build quality shit and utility in this marketplace with a fucking dried up, sandy fucking vagina of a market, dude. And I'm not fucking down for it, dude. I'm not fucking down for it. And the fucking blockchain doesn't fucking lie. The shit looks like a fucking rug, dude. It's literally, if you want to set up a honeypot and a rug, this is exactly how you laid out. Hasi, go ahead, bro. You've had your hand up so patiently for a long time.
Yeah,
Please, bro.
I don't think it's completely a rug in my opinion, but I know why it went like from like $40 to like $6. There's an explanation for that. If you know, Dinkeling has like over 100 apes. He cashed out like 50 million something, and then he pulled it out, and I think it lost liquidity. I think that's why it dipped from 40 million to like from $40 to like $6. My bad.
Dude. There is no liquidity. Okay, right now there's approximately, maybe I'm wrong, it's probably changing as we talk. Let's say there's $500,000 in liquidity, right? The price of the token is $7.
I'm with you.
I make $1 million market buy. What price is the token now?
1 million.
Yeah, there's $500,000 in liquidity. I make $1 million market buy. The token is $7 right now. How much is the token after I make my $1 million market buy?
If you pull out the token, the value will obviously fall, you know. That's what people are doing. They're claiming their ape tokens, and then they're withdrawing it to Ethereum.
Dude, it's not about claiming the ape tokens, bro. Yuga Labs just raised $350 million. They launched a token which is extremely hyped. In order for people to be able to trade that token effectively, there needs to be supply on the market. Okay? That means there needs to be liquidity for people to transact in. There is
I'm with you.
Right now, I guarantee you, every serious whale who's not getting the airdrop of the tokens, who is thinking about buying this token, is going and they're looking at the LP and seeing that there's like $500,000 in the LP, and they're like, dude, if I buy $30,000, I'm paying 10% fucking slippage, dude. Like, what's the point of me even participating in this shit? I don't take $30,000 fucking positions. They thought there was going to be $10 million in liquidity, and they were going to be able to make fucking $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $1 million fucking buys of this shit, dude. And they're all just sitting there looking at this shit right now, like fucking laughing and being like, well, guess Yuga Labs fucking failed. Sell your apes and dump your ape tokens. I'm telling you, bro, there's no serious degenerate with money who's not checking the LP and going, $7 billion valuation and $400,000 in liquidity. They're all like, fuck no, I ain't buying that trash. They're like, get the fuck out of here. They're like, what? So they can be exit liquidity for all these fucking airdrop tokens? They're like, I ain't fucking dumb. They're like, I'll wait a week and fucking buy this shit at fucking 25 cents.
Hey, I mean, about the long term, I don't know.
Hold on. You're all talking at the same time, one at a time. Hasi first, then Relly, and then we're going to get some new people on stage.
Many people just think about like the short term. I don't know about ape in the long term, but it looks like it's going to boom soon, in my opinion. I think it's something that's long term.
Dude, have you ever heard of Jim Jones?
Absolutely.
You know who Jim Jones is?
Absolutely.
You talking about the rapper?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, dude. Okay, you need to go. All right, guys. All right, I'm going to remove you, bro. And we're going to get a couple new people up here. Guido, you mind if I take
Bro,
you down?
who are these people, bro?
Yo, I have my last thing to say, and then I'm going to step down so you can get some.
Yeah, go ahead, Riley. I was going to leave you up so you could make your comment, bro.
Yeah, so I appreciate you having me up. It's been a good conversation. You know, I do have my own opinions about longevity-wise that I won't touch on too much. But I had an interesting thing I did want to bring up now that we're talking so much about APE token. I have a good comparable, and I was just curious your thoughts on the differences and what your beliefs are in comparison to the NFT World token in comparison to the APE token, which has not been listed on major exchanges yet.
In general, I think I'm actually kind of bullish on World Token. I mean, their NFT was a free mint. They did an airdrop. They added a decent amount of liquidity to their token. Like, they added healthy liquidity to their token. Where did that liquidity come from? It came from transaction fees. Dude, the big issue that I have here, guys, is that Yuga Labs has the money to add market depth. They had the money to create market depth, bro. And they're sitting here. Dude, they've made, in fees alone, they've made over 10,000 ETH in fees alone. They could have come out and dropped like $40 million in LP in this bitch, and this shit would have been booming right now. We would have been on the way. I would have filled massive bags, and we would have all been on the way to go fucking flip fucking shit. Like, this shit would be booming, headed for a fucking $30 billion market cap, bro. And instead, there's fucking 300 grand of liquidity on Uniswap? The fuck are we gonna do with that, dude? You literally can't even ape 100 ETH at this shit. It's called APE token, and they don't even have enough liquidity for apes to ape, bro. This shit is literally an ironic fucking oxymoronic fucking joke ass shit, bro. We got fucking full blown thoroughbred silverback trying to fucking throw bags at it, and they give us 300 grand of liquidity? Get the fuck out of here with your fake ass bullshit, dude. Do they owe the fucking Russian mob money or something and they're getting drained? Like, where's all the money, motherfuckers? Like, what's going on, dude? Like, you made 10,000 ETH. You couldn't put 1,000 ETH in LP? Like, did you guys smoke a bunch of fucking PCP or some shit? Like, what happened? Did you get fucking fished? I know Bored Apes holders love to give up their C phrases. Like, come on, bruh. Get the fuck out of here. And anyone who can't smell the bullshit is literally, like, if you can't smell the bullshit at this point, I don't know what's going on with you. Like, you need to go get your head checked, bro. Like, I recommend some serious fucking, go get a psychological evaluation. But this shit is bullshit, dude. If it looks like shit, smells like shit, feels like shit, and tastes like shit, it's probably shit, motherfucker. Like, get the fuck out of here. Alright, I gotta take some people off the stage so we can get
I'm heading out, man. NFT World to the motherfucking moon.
Yo, yeah, worlds to the moon. Almost guaranteed.
Oh my God,
what up,
Chan? Oh my God, so we've got over around 2,000 listeners right now. We started this, like, I joined this, it was at 20 people, and you're doing a fucking amazing job, man.
Oh, thank you, bro. By the way, everyone, quick, simple, just like a simple shill, just to smash, if you want to follow us, smash the alerts button. We have lots of rooms. We break down alpha all the time. Also, if you want to know who we are and what we do, Omakase is an all-in-one generative art NFT creator studio. It allows you to create your own generative art NFT collections with on-chain and ERC 721 DAO functionality with dynamic function calls and delegate calls baked into the contracts. You don't need to know how to write a single line of code in order to generate all your generative art or create your one-of-one collection, own your own smart contract, deployed directly from your wallet, simple graphic user interface. Currently, it's licensed use, but we do have a model coming in the very near future with free to use. We're dropping support for gifts as well as multiple classes of NFTs. So if you want to follow us, join our Discord, check us out, find out about us. We're always dropping alpha. Any questions we can help to ask. Our developers here in the room with me, Big Boss ET, former dev at MetaMask, now doing his own thing. We've got a great team, lots of awesome people in the crew. So just glad you're all here in the room. If anyone has any questions, we're going to start trying to move through. I see there's a ton of people requesting. I do want to actually get everyone on stage and able to ask any questions that they have. So I'm decent, or I'm decentralized. Please go ahead, sir. We've got a dev here. I would love to hear your take on this. We have a dev and an ape. So I'd love to hear your take on some of what's going on in the blockchain, bro. Please.
Oh, yeah,
and I've talked before you know your shit, dude. So
thanks for having me up. I always love chatting with you, but I just wanted to kind of highlight a couple different things and maybe get everyone else's opinion, specifically about the act of providing liquidity. So with NFT World Token, great example. The team, as being US-based, isn't allowed to provide liquidity. But with that being said, as everyone knows in this space, liquidity always gets added. And if you're doing it, you're almost being negligent if you're not overseeing how that's going to be added to the automated market makers, Uniswap in this example, right? So Yuga Labs, well, they're not the direct, actually, I guess, depending on the relationship with ApeDAO, they could provide liquidity to the automated market makers if they're not associated with them in a certain way. But the US security laws, unless you're completely decentralized, and they are not at the moment, the maker of that DAO is not allowed to provide liquidity to that trading pool. But come on, they didn't have someone, they couldn't do this, but someone wasn't prompted to set up a proper liquidity pool with this. I'm overall, like you said, highly disappointed at the amount of liquidity on the automated market makers. Yeah. But there's a little bit more to it because, like with World Token, the guys behind NFT Worlds could not, like ArcDev and Tem Tranquil, could not provide liquidity to that trading pair, and they had to be very careful about it. One World Token always equals one World Token. It's like this whole little dance you have to do with it. But
so I want to just put forth that, like, this is also, just to self-shill really quickly, this is one of the things that our utility provides, which is that if a project has an NFT project and they want to launch a fungible token, when you deploy a smart contract with Omakase, the ERC-721A contract that we have implements on-chain dynamic function calls for all of the ERC-721 assets, meaning that the contract itself is capable of adding liquidity to the automated market maker via a governance vote of all of the token holders, right? And these are issues.
I like that. That's nice. That's bullish.
These are you're bringing up genuine regulatory issues. However, by getting capital from AZ16, okay, AZ16 is a registered entity. Like, there's no reason that they shouldn't have just done all the correct disclosures. There also already is obviously a single smart contract. There's a multi-signature wallet that does have 7 million ape tokens in it, or 1.7 million ape tokens in it, which is Wintermule, which is a Singapore-based market maker, crypto market maker. So they did have a market maker, but they still failed to add an appropriate amount of liquidity. In addition, I'd just love to hear what you think. I'm decentralized about what's going on with why in the world would they break up these community funds into 160 different wallets versus just putting them into a multi-signature wallet address, bro?
See, I'm a Gnosis safe guy, so I'm kind of on your side there. I don't like the idea of breaking it up that much. You're increasing your attack surface monumentalously.
Yeah, monumental, dude. You're creating a completely different threat model. It's like Gnosis Safe is reliable. It's extremely reliable. If you want it to be extra reliable and you want to eliminate concerns, then what you do is you create like additional key stores and you make it like a 4 of 7 multi-sig, so that if you like lose a couple of the keys or someone doesn't have access, you like have an attorney who has access to one of the keys. Like the whole thing. By the way, the liquidity on Uniswap is still unlocked, you guys. There's no locked liquidity for a token, which I don't know if anyone knows what unlocked liquidity means in the DeFi world, but it means it's a rug.
Yeah, so if it unlocked, just for anyone that hasn't dabbled in the liquidity pool things, back in the days of shitcoins, what people would do is they would provide liquidity, right, through a pre-sale. You do a pre-sale, you get a bunch of funds, you put liquidity into a trading pair, And then the traditional thing to do would be put it into Unicrypt, or, there's a million ways you can lock liquidity. You can either do a time lock or you just
multi-sig, a time
lock.
lock.
There's a million ways you can
burn it to the burn address.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly. And that's a way of saying, we cannot pull this liquidity. And when I mean pull liquidity, quite literally, I mean whatever is in there. Like when you trade a token and you sell it, you're immediately interacting with that liquidity pool. So you have one APE token, you sell it, you're receiving your proportion of the total liquidity in that pool to what that one APE token is worth at that exact moment. And the liquidity backing of that pool, whoever provided the liquidity has the ability to then remove it because they have the LP token. So if they provided 100% of the liquidity and people bought up millions and millions of dollars of it, they can pull however much people bought up the entire thing if you provided the 100% of liquidity of it. And it's unlocked, meaning they didn't send it to a burn address.
Dude, some of y'all have never actually been rugged or don't understand where the term rug pull actually comes from. And rug pull comes from the early days of DeFi before we had a whole bunch of utilities like Unicrypt. And a lot of people don't even know this, but Sushi Swap, and this is why I tell people, people are like, oh, it's so big, it's the greatest thing, it's blue chip. A lot of people don't remember, but I do. The founder of Sushi Swap, Nomi, pulled over $450 million worth of Sushi LPs, Sushi ETH LPs from Sushi Swap and rugged the whole project. And some based whale who has a ton of data forensics and was living in Thailand showed up at the motherfucker's house and knocked on the door and was like, bitch, put that fucking liquidity back or you're gonna fucking die. And he put the liquidity back, and Sushi Swap still exists today. But the point being that literally the term rug comes from the fact that people used to literally take the LP tokens and just remove liquidity from the automated market maker, and then all of a sudden your token literally is worth nothing. You can't even trade it anymore. There's nothing to trade it for. And that's
kind of like what homie did this morning. Kind of, but it didn't go all the way down.
Yeah, well, what he did was he actually just took advantage of the fact that the devs did not add liquidity appropriately. So this is why when you are launching a token, you need to ensure that you either add the liquidity yourself or that you have the ability to work with a market maker who will take responsibility for adding that liquidity. Because otherwise, anyone who has the tokens is free to set the pair and determine the amount of supply that's available in the first public listing. And if they choose to list a very small amount of the supply at a very inflated price, then that means that you will no longer be able to add additional liquidity. So the problem now is that if Yuga, or let's say APE token, APE DAO, wanted to add additional liquidity, they would now have to actually sell APE tokens and dump the token and dump on everyone who had bought at current market values to be able to add liquidity again. Or they would need to add liquidity at the current market value and increase the amount of market depth. But as it is, there's no way that people can properly trade this project at the scale that people would be interested in trading this project with the amount of market depth that there is. I cannot make a $250,000 trade in a liquidity pool with only $300,000 of liquidity. Point blank, period. In order to make a $250,000 trade, you need a minimum of $2.5 million worth of market depth. End of story. Otherwise, you're paying more than 18% price impact. Like, you're losing money just making the trade. So let's go to Theodore, and then can someone get amro.eth up here, please? And then Theodore, let's hear what you have. Theodude. The dude.eth. What's up, bro? I thought your name was Theodore. That's okay.
I hear you, and I think your take is good on the liquidity pool, but this is a closed ecosystem. For the record, I'm not an ape holder, and I have no attachment. I'm just here to make money on the token. If they, to your point, all these rugs that we've both seen over years and years rely on the liquidity, But if they would have loaded that liquidity and all of us would have just taken their liquidity immediately, what is their incentive to actually provide that liquidity on the front end? They don't owe any of us anything. I'm not defending Yuga here, but if they would have loaded it in there, we would have all taken it. I won't harp on that. I want to hear your response to that.
What do you mean? You say you're not an APE holder, so how would you have taken it if you didn't get the airdrop? Only people who had the airdrop could have taken that liquidity, right? So
I'm just disclosing that I'm not an APE holder, man.
Right. So if you're not an APE holder, then how could you have taken any of that liquidity that they added if you didn't get airdropped the token?
Buy the token early. I got in at $6.
You probably got in after the first person to provide the liquidity has sold already over $1 million worth of tokens.
Dude, you're saying that APE holders would have taken all the liquidity, but what you're saying is actually incorrect, because like I know people who are 100% ready to throw $250,000, $500,000, $1 million, $2 million at this token and can't even buy that much because there isn't enough market depth, bro.
I hear you. I think you're not understanding what I'm saying here. Why does Yuga want that for their token? Why would they want that for their token?
Okay,
they're not publishing the APE coin.
Bro, you can go, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. We're not going to play that game.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, man?
We're literally not like.
How are you?
Yeah, what's up, Amro?
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, dude. Long night. I ended up staying up all night again, but I'm home with the dogs today, chilling out.
Good for you, bro.
Watching this.
Wait, what day is it? It's Thursday, so it's Wednesday in the U.S.?
I thought it was Friday. It's Thursday. I'm lost.
It's almost Friday for me. I'm 26 minutes from Friday.
Oh,
bro.
Shit. You are? Where are you? You're in Europe?
I'm in Asia, sir.
Europe? You're in Asia. Okay, good.
Asia. Whales live on islands, sir.
So I fully understand where you're coming from, dude. I fully get it, because it should be fully capable for anyone to take advantage of the liquidity pool. In fact, that's what I was in the voice chat in the Discord saying. Everyone needs to set up an LP. Whatever you can afford, whatever you can pair, set up an LP. It will help the token. Don't do that.
I think that's great. I think that's great advice. That the community can provide LP and make it possible for people to trade.
Exactly. And I think what would be more constructive is like, I mean, you do this already, and I do this the same. Is you know, what we could do is we could use this to educate people, because a lot of people just didn't know how. They don't know what impermanent loss is. They're terrified. And then also you got to remember, man. This is a vesting schedule. This is set up like a corporation. Like these tokens won't unlock for years. So there's no.
Wait, hold on. Which tokens won't unlock? The tokens for APE holders?
No, tokens for the other distributions.
Okay. So I understand that, bro. But
hold on. I just want to stick with the education real quick.
I get that. Let me just elucidate something. There is a vesting schedule. And one of the things about programmable money is that can be put into code. We don't have to trust people to participate in a vesting schedule. So if there is a vesting schedule, then why haven't any of the decentralized vesting utilities like Unicrypt or any other time locking tool been utilized to implement that vesting schedule? Why are all the tokens unlocked and sitting in single signature wallets?
So I'm going to guess that it has to do with regulation, to be honest, because of the massive amount of scale and, like you said, hype around it. And literally you have to go with the white glove approach. They could not touch this, but I do agree with you that they should have had people planted, ready for, or been educating people that liquidity needs to be provided so that this could happen. I mean, so it's not something that can, you know, they can't do this. It would be illegal. They would go to jail, you know.
I'm sorry, but like legit, like, when everyone says, like, this would be illegal and they would go to jail, bro, like, do you realize how much money it would cost them to spin up a Singapore subsidiary?
Oh,
that,
I wish
like,
they did, dude. I wish they did, but they didn't. You know?
It would literally, like, compared to the revenue they've generated, it would literally be peanuts. If they had a good legal team and they were like, we want to launch a token for this project, and they had good lawyers, their lawyers would be like, yeah, we now, you have a Cook Islands Trust and a Singapore SPV, and the Singapore SPV is going to add the liquidity, and yada, 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 bing, bang, boom. All this fucking regulatory bullshit, bro. Like, if you think a motherfucker with $500 million is worried about the fucking SEC, dude, like, if you guys are actually drinking that Kool-Aid right now, like, you gotta stop, dude. Like,
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is that they definitely could have and probably should have done that, but the fact is that they didn't. So we're at this point now where we need to.
Is it malicious or ineptitude? Like, is it malice or ineptitude? That's my only question.
I think it's ineptitude, but also I think it's a matter of they needed to be able to get onto exchanges here in the U.S., and that was kind of I think that was the frame of mind, rather than serving the rest of the world, which most large tokens do and is much smarter. And I think at noon, we'll see liquidity open up a little bit more, and I hope that we can probably take some time and explain to people what that means, so people can maybe pair up with people who have APE token and can actually match that liquidity, and we can create that value drive, that value creation together. Like, there's no reason that we shouldn't be DMing or on fucking Discord right now, getting together and matching exactly how much APE we have to exactly how much WETH or whatever we want to pair it to, and creating those LPs and fucking reaping those rewards, right? So, like, to me, it sounds like, they left it up to people to do, which is honestly sounds, decentralized. And if you put anything under a microscope, it's going to look like shit, especially in crypto. We know that. I've been in more, I've been rugged as many times as you, man. It's been a shit show. Mt. Gox was a fucking shit show. ICOs were a shit show. But I think they put too much faith in people's knowledge, and that's often a mistake. That's also an excuse. Because, like you said, there's ways around it.
I just want to be clear, and I just want to make sure that everyone understands this, which is that, like, we do have a consensus, or we have some type of consensus, which is like, I believe more so that we're dealing with ineptitude than malice as well. And that is personally what makes me bearish, is that I'm seeing that this was conducted in such an inept manner that, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do you get this far down the road? You just raised $300 million from AZ16, and then you're gonna, like, literally just, like, you're gonna literally just shit in your hand and then, like, smear it on the glass and be like, "You got the token."
So I don't think they did. I don't think they did raise it from A16Z. There's no indication that they did. So, I mean, that might be a huge reason as to why they didn't spin up an SPV in Singapore, because that could destroy a deal. And at the end of the day, they're business people.
Wait. So you're saying that Yuga Labs did not raise $350 million?
I don't know. I can't definitively prove that. It just says rumors. I want to believe it, but I don't know how that would take shape or how that would be proven.
How do you think they got the capital to acquire Larva Labs?
I think through the last year plus of Bored Apes flying up
but that's measurable. They have 2.5% transaction fees, roughly 420,000 ETH in volume. That equates to roughly 12,000, a little under 12,000 ETH, 10,250 ETH. 10,250 ETH times 2 is around 200 million. They got another 100 million, so they got about $300 million in total revenue, maybe, with Mutant Ape sale plus the Bored Ape sale, plus the actual royalties on all the contracts, so maybe $300 million. They have expenses, overhead, incorporation, probably executive protection at this point. You know, a little bit of splurging from a liquidity event, and, you know, maybe some contraction due to the actual ETH price. So then how much did they acquire Larva Labs for?
I think I'm Ruggin, or you are, sorry.
How much did they acquire? Does anyone know the figure that they acquired Larva Labs for? The amount?
I don't know, but I can also say that a majority of there's a large part of CryptoPunk owners that are also Bored Ape owners. So
actually not accurate, dude. It's approximately 6.91%. Just saw a nice
That's actually
graph.
a lot lower than I thought. Interesting.
Yeah, 6.91% is the crossover.
Hey, so I think it's more ineptitude, dude. And
okay, cool.
What we
So
should do is figure out how do we solve it though? Okay, because we can all make a fuck ton of money off of this. That's, I think, the real. Also, we got to remember. Not if the
leaders are inept. It's not a governance token, bro. There's no governance.
Right now it is. It's a governance
token. No, it's
token.
not, dude. There's zero governance logic in the smart contract, bro. I fucking read this. I read the contracts, dude. It's literally the most lackluster, plain ass ERC20. There is zero development was done on this project whatsoever, dude. It's literally a standard ERC20 token with a supply of 1 billion. Full stop. So there's no governance. There's no governance logic in the token whatsoever. There's no governance. Like, the only way for there to be governance is Stalin style, which is let them vote and we'll count the votes.
Couldn't they install the governance the same way? You know,
no, it's not an upgradable proxy.
X amount of coins equals X amount of vote.
Nope. There's no delegate calls. There's no way to accomplish on-chain governance. So let's bring someone else. Up.
One more question though.
They shut down trading on centralized exchanges on APE.
Oh, they just shut down trading on it?
They did for the last hour on KuCoin, bro. I've been trying to sell for break even. Robinhood bullshit, bro.
KuCoin knows it's a rug.
Docs, it would be illegal to do that. What the fuck, bro?
Because KuCoin knows, bro. Because KuCoin knows it's a rug.
Bro. Yeah, they do.
KuCoin knows it's a rug. KuCoin's not going to get caught holding the bag because KuCoin's already getting complaints from their users.
Yo, I got an update. I got an update over here. There was a 40,897.28 buy for $28, and then that was instantly met with a 41,376 APE sale, 414 ETH for $28.16, and the price like shot up and then it crashed like down.
Of course, because there's no liquidity, bro. It's only. Listen, you know what's going on right now? Is people who came up on a bunch of money in NFTs but don't understand DeFi or how market structure or liquidity pools work are getting taken for all their lick right now, dude. I'm telling you guys, you think this is all okay, but wait till we see some young kid who fucking murked themselves because the $1.5 million they made on NFTs over the last year because they got it all yeeted to fucking zero zilch nada by buying this fucked up liquidity pool, dude. You don't understand, you guys. People get fucked up over shit like this, dude. People lose money and take their own lives, and you're all acting like it's okay and it's a game because if you're on the side where you got the free APE tokens, you're like, it's gonna blow up, this is gonna be big, blah blah, but you're literally fucking selling people bags and you're saying, oh, it's a governance token. Did you read the smart contract? There's nothing about governance in the smart contract. You're saying we're gonna have voting rights, there's a vesting schedule. Nothing about it in the smart contract, dude. So it's all trust-based, and you're trusting people who basically, who honestly, bro, don't have any background in Web3 except for this project. They don't have any background in decentralization. They don't have any background in development. They screwed over their original artist. We don't even know who their Solidity developer was. It could have been some Indian Jeep, because all they have is a base ERC-721 contract. And their newest ERC-20 contract is a base-ass ERC-20 contract. Like, These people don't even have a Solidity developer. Has anyone ever talked to or met the Bored Apes Solidity dev? Like,
No,
anyone
I
ever
don't think
talked
so.
to the... Yeah, because they don't fucking exist. Like, y'all gotta wake the fuck up. Y'all are literally drinking the Kool-Aid, bro.
I just want to send my love and say, I think we can easily still make money off of this working together. And I know a lot of people are pissed off. It sucks. It's not bad. I mean, it's just
check this out, bro. I didn't get into Bitcoin in 2011 to make money. I got into Bitcoin because I saw the system was fucked, dude, and fuck the system. I don't give a fuck about making money, bro. I've been rich, dude. I want to see some fucking revolutionary fucking game-changing shit go down, dude. And this is a fucking joke, bro. It's just like fucking cash grabby, fucking griminess. Like, they had a chance to fucking drop something that was fucking groundbreaking, and they used all the fucking catchwords and did the same bullshit that every other metaverse, land sale, fucking governance, decentralized, blah, blah. But wait, we actually control 65% of the entire token supply across 160 different wallets on a federated key set, and we gonna dump on you motherfuckers as often as we want, whenever the fuck we want, and nobody can fucking say shit. Oh, and by the way, well, we didn't actually even add liquidity anyway, so no one can really come to us or say anything. Oh, and by the way, ApeDAO isn't actually owned by Yuga Labs. And by the way, like, bro, I know when people, dog, I know a hustle when I see one. Come on, bro, like, get out of here.
But you've been in
like,
this
come
game.
on, how can you not see that it's a hustle, bro?
But you've been in this game long enough to know that everything's a hustle, dude. Come on, let's go.
Bro,
everything's
there's some things that actually provide utility, dude. There's some things that actually provide utility, bro.
You're right.
All they provide me with a utility, dude.
It should have been much more great. But what I would say is let's wait till noon when it's supposed to hit some of the U.S. markets, and let's see if people can get their shit together and put some liquidity behind it.
Bro, people got their shit together.
I'll tell you what's going to happen. If people add liquidity, it's going to be the single ape holders and the people who are the most hopeful and the people who came up on Bored Apes and the people who bought who have 100 apes, 50 apes, 60 apes. They're literally going to be like, haha, plebes. And they're going to dump all their ape tokens right on those motherfuckers and be like, don't you know the game is adversarial, motherfuckers? Like, don't you know this is how it works? This is PvP, bro. When I'm trading Bitcoin, like, I'm stop hunting your ass, bro. Like, I'm coming for your shorts. I'm coming for your longs. This shit is PvP, bro. I'm out here to liquidate that ass, bro. All day, every day. 24/7, 365. I'm out here to liquidate that ass, bro. PvP. Headshot, motherfucker. I'm firing rounds at these charts, bro.
Game,
I see people long, I'm dumping bags. I see people short, I'm filling up. That's it, dude. That's how this game goes. It's PvP. And there's PvP and there's DAOs and Web3 and decentralized. And we can play either one, but let's not pretend one is the other, bro. I play PvP all the time, dude. I'm down. Let's go, bro. I'll chop it up and liquidate all you motherfuckers right now.
I couldn't agree with you more that it is presenting as fucking duality, but I think that, we're going to find out in like fucking 10 minutes anyway, whether Coinbase even allows it. And that's going to be basically
Dude, Coinbase, you think Coinbase doesn't have blockchain analysts, dude? Coinbase is asking them the exact same questions
Coinbase said that if you don't have X amount of liquidity, X amount of volume, you're not getting listed.
Yeah, no shit. And Coinbase is asking them right now, why do you guys have 160 wallets with 4 million coins in every wallet? Coinbase is asking them right now.
Young, what's
same
up?
questions
Sorry.
I'm asking. Hey,
I know. I like the question. I think the question is
like you're in it, you're already invested into the project. I know, it kind of sucks, but from maybe 9,
I'm disappointed as well, dude.
From 8 out of 10 people who own Bored Ape, who came up and like they speak. All I heard from them was like, yeah, I know. I'm acknowledging all those facts that state that this is not right. There's so many red flags. They acknowledge those facts, and then
but it's still gonna pump, bro. It's gonna move. We're going.
We should wait. We shall see. It's full of hopium.
In 8 minutes, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
Bro, we already found out before.
We already found out, bro. Look at the Uniswap. All you gotta do is look at the Uniswap LP and the Block Explorer, bro.
Before it launched,
you guys know
5 million tokens. Ain't nobody.
A lot can happen in 8 minutes in crypto.
Ain't no one with real bags buying that shit, bro. We know how to read Etherscan. Hey, if you got real bags and you're buying this shit, I want you to raise your hand and come up on stage right now and tell me why you're buying it. If you got real fucking bags and you're buying it, dude, and I want you to tell me, bring Johnny up on stage. He says he's got real bags and he's buying it. JohnnyAppleBee.eth, and go dox his ENS addy and tell me if he's got ETH in that addy, bro. Get out of here. Let's go. Electric, what's going on, champ?
Have a good night, man. I'm dropping down.
Yeah, no, good to meet you, bro. Good to meet you, bro.
I'm excited to
Hey,
see
don't
what
shoot
happens.
the messenger, bro. Don't shoot
Listen,
the messenger.
listen. Ask anyone here. I'm a fan of rhetoric and good conversation. I think what you're saying is really important. I think you got to distill it down a little bit so people understand what to do with it. Because you got a lot of.
That's my whole thing is I don't want to tell people what to do. That's why it's not. It says, "Is it a rug, bro?" I'm just asking the hard questions that I think need answers, bro. And I'm just asking the hard questions, dude.
I know you're a smart dude though, and you have 1,500 people here, and you could.
That's a lot of people.
You could get them to learn what LPs why.
Oh, bro, dude, trust me. We've been explaining exactly how AMMs function. K equals Y times X.
Sorry, I came
apples
late.
and oranges, bro. Yeah, bro. And any question anyone has, we'll answer it, dude. And I have literally like hundreds of hours of educational content that I've put out there, bro. I've been teaching people about this shit. There are people in here right now who will tell you, like, I'm the first person who ever got them to make an LP. Farm an LP back 2 years ago, bro. I've been telling all my friends and family, getting people into DeFi. A lot of people use their first lending protocol, minted their first decentralized stable coins because of me. So it's like, bro, we inform people, and like this is part of informing them is like, hey, learn how to read the Block Explorer. Look at the holders on the Block Explorer. Does it look like what the devs and the team are saying it's supposed to be, or does it look really fucked up? Oh my gosh, it looks really fucked up. Why does it look fucked up?
So you think it's ineptitude, or do you think it's malintent, or do you think it's maybe a little bit of both?
My question is it malice or ignorance? And it's one or the other, and neither one is a good look, dude. So it doesn't matter. Like
does it matter?
They're damned if they do, damned if they don't.
Does it matter if it's
either?
Yeah,
okay, look, no, take time. Right. Hold on, say that again.
Does it matter if it's either?
No, hold on, just listen.
You guys could get real meta about it too and be like, there actually isn't a difference between malice and ignorance. It's the same thing when you really think about it.
Yeah, because the result is the same, dude. Like, the result is the same. There's no, there's no difference between malice and ignorance, bro. Like, if they took on a responsibility that they were inequipped to handle, that's just as malicious as, like, actually being intentionally malicious, dude. Like that's just it, bro. So, let's flip a couple people out, because there are a bunch of people who want to talk.
Let's get the real founders in here and ask them the tough questions, like direct in front of their investors.
Dude, listen, bro. The last thing those dudes want to do is talk to me, bro. Like the last thing that was a Bored Apes want to do is talk to me, bro. Like they're gonna be like the last thing they want to do is come up here and actually make themselves look as ignorant as they are, although it might save them from looking malicious. You know what I mean? So. Plus, they probably hate me because I'm black. So, according to Ryder Rips, anyway. And I just want to advocate for everyone that, like, I'm actually bullish on that, because I think that one of the principles of blockchain is that it's censorship resistant. So, like, I don't even give a shit if people publish hate speech on the blockchain. I think it's actually, like, it's good to prove a point about the fact that, like, blockchain is censorship proof. And I think that censoring people's thoughts, ideas, or belief systems is far more dangerous than any thought, idea, or belief system that anyone could actually have. So, like, that's, like, really part of my core operating system and belief. And I would like to just see some new people hop up on stage. So, like, anyone who can go down, if you're willing to. And Guido, I think, and Relly, I think you guys have questions. But if you don't mind, if before we get to you guys, if we just bring a couple new people up here, because we've got.
I'll drop down. Hey, good
sure.
chat. Good chat.
Yeah, thank you, Ambro. It's a good
keep
talk.
Keep an eye
bro.
on this shit. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I really agree with what you're saying, and I really agree with what you're saying right now, and that it's you know, a really good idea that you're trying to get the community to add the liquidity that's necessary and get people organized. I just don't like.
It's gonna be tough. I'm gonna hope some of the board apes that have bags step up and fucking buy.
Dude, there are some whales in the community if they wanted to, but
they gotta step up and eat shit. They
gotta step up and eat some shit, dude. Exactly.
Eat some shit. Otherwise, this is literally exactly gonna play out like a rug.
Exactly, like I'm saying, it's gonna be a rug. It's gonna be a rug.
Step up, and with that, you know, stay frosty and have a good night, dude.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Hey, Omar, really quick, check your DMs. Check your DMs.
Them. The answer is
right
no.
now.
The answer is no.
We need a yes.
The answer is no. Okay, yeah, I can do that. That's fine.
Electric was up next.
Hey guys, yeah, just jumped in here and I did see a tweet from you, Amakase, like coming up with the MEV thing, and I'm like, oh, interesting. And then I get some screenshots of some people getting some serious money out of nothing. So it's really disappointing, this whole thing, for sure. And I understand why people are getting defensive, because, you know, they're very passionate about this project that they got involved in, which has proven to be, you know, a runaway success. But we all need to kind of, what Amakase is saying is, let's see what's real. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's not try to modify it because it makes our feelings better. If one thing we need to know is what is going on here. And if it is in 160 single sig wallets, then providing liquidity has its risks. As long as you know that, then go ahead. But we just need to know what it is. And that's what blockchain is about. You know, we just need to know the truth. We need the transparency.
But I mean, like, my question is, like, why should people provide liquidity when the teams are the ones that are supposed to?
Yeah, I don't think they should.
No, listen. I don't want to get that. I don't want to get into the weeds like that, right? I really want to just address what is transparent and on chain. Like, I personally don't really have a fucking opinion on the project itself. I'm very agnostic when it comes to my liquidity. Like, I don't get emotionally attached to fucking shit, dude. I'm cold as a motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about any of these JPEGs. You know what I mean? And I'm cold, okay? And here's the deal: is that I just really think that it comes down to the simple fact of, like, the breakdown. The real reason I started this room is because I was actually full-blown shocked at what I saw when we opened the Block Explorer. Like, we checked it out. I got the token address. Like, I sent it to ET. ET's over here, and he just starts laughing his ass off when he looks at the Block Explorer. I was like, what? He's like, oh, it's fucking all fucked up. And I was like, how fucked up? And I was like, oh, fuck, that's really fucked up. And then I was like, then I saw on their Twitter that they were dropping tokens, and I was like, oh fuck, someone's gonna add liquidity and rape the LP. And then, like, 20 minutes later, someone's raping the LP. And, like, sorry, trigger warning. I guess I'm not supposed to say that word or something. It's not PC. But I come from, like, fucking OG fucking Halo 2 online days. So, like, we fucking headshot your ass, get the triple kill, and then teabag your face and scream that shit in the mic all day. Alright, so y'all gotta get used to it. But here's the deal, is literally, like, it is what it is. Perp, I want to hear from you. You've been waiting so patiently for a long time. And everyone else in the audience who's waiting to talk, I'm going to work my best to move through everyone who's got any questions, comments, concerns. And we'll just, like, try and get into the Q&A real quick. And ladies who are modding right now, if you guys could just, like, cycle some people through who've been up for a while, like refresh the stage, get some people up here, and try and like get people up. Perp, go ahead, bro.
Yo, thanks for having me up. Yeah, so I guess from my understanding, what happened was that obviously they didn't have liquidity. Therefore, anyone who had the airdrop tokens was able to just set their own price, and people were ending up buying them at 40, 20, 30, 25, 30, $40, and then ended up getting fucked from that. So I guess ultimately, how could they have done this better? Would you say that adding their own liquidity and then having their own ape holders take out of the Yuga Labs liquidity would have been better? I guess how would have been executed better?
So dude, the thing is they didn't even need to add a lot of liquidity. They could have just added enough liquidity to set the price of the LP before they allowed people to get tokens, right? And they could have added an amount that was large enough to let people trade, but still not large enough for all the ape holders to dump through it. They've had so much money come in. They've raised so much capital. They got fucking 11,000 ETH on fucking transaction volume alone, bro. And honestly, in my world, I grew up in Los Angeles, right? So I hung out as a kid. I spent a lot of time with a lot of Mexicans. And they'd just be fucking pinche fucking güero, bro. Pinche cabron, bro. They just pinche, dude. They're straight pinche, dude. They were just too fucking cheap to do that shit right. With all the money they made, they were literally just too fucking cheap to do it right. Too cheap to get a good dev that they would respect and listen to. Too cheap to put any liquidity in the damn LP. Too fucking cheap and lazy, bro. And they've got this giant Front Street blue chip project, and they just took a diarrhea in their hand and spread it all over the wall, dude. Literally, fucking Polis and Atlas had a better launch than this shit. And that shit is straight vaporware, bro. Straight up Alameda funded vaporware, dude. But at least they didn't just diarrhea in their hand and smear it all over the fucking NFT community wall, dude. They're let me just fucking smear. Look, Mom, I did finger paints. That's literally what's going on right now. And then everyone who has Ape is it's still great. We can all still make a bunch of money. It's bro, if you are talking like that, you are literally one of the people who would have flown down to Venezuela or Belize or wherever country it was and had a sip of Jim Jones Kool-Aid and gone out to the field because the fucking aliens were coming to take you to paradise, bro. But actually your heart would have just seized up and you'd have fucking fell out on the fucking grass dead, bro. This is literally some fucking weird ass fucking Jim Jones Kool-Aid cult vibes I see going on, bro. And honestly, that shit ain't fucking fly to me, dude. And guess what? There are only 10,000 apes. You can't even get any more people in the cult. Imagine having a cult that can't even get bigger, dude. That is some fucked up shit. You know what I mean?
The way I see this, it's probably just a way for them to raise more capital. It's just their funding round for the worlds, and then their worlds is going to be a funding round, which honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Yuga Labs goes public and they use all this money just to raise capital and just go public. But I also did see that they requested KYC from holders.
Yep.
I think last week. Do you know anything about that or what happened?
Dude, of course they wanted KYC because they're doing an airdrop, so they want to be able to fucking 1099 all that shit out, bro. They want to make sure they got all those tax forms, dude. Get out of here. And not only that, but they need to actually quantify their user base, dude, because when they're raising capital, anyone who does blockchain investments is going to come in and be okay, so you got fucking 6,000 holders or whatever like that, but we need you to prove to us that this is actually 6,000 people and that you guys don't actually just own 80% of the entire supply and that you're not just wash trading it back and forth to yourself right now and haven't been doing that the whole damn time while you pump the value. Sorry, but if anyone realized what was going on in shitcoins early on is people would just drop a reflect token, right? And mind you, NFTs are just fucking reflect tokens, right? Because they've got a tax, and then a piece of the tax goes to the founders. So NFTs are just a fucking reflect token. Okay? And so
yeah, I mean, some shitcoins have automatic liquidity pool, like a percentage that they would take out of every transaction.
Yeah, that's just bullshit, dude. That's all that does is just add tokens to the LP, dude. That just dumps on the price consistently, and it just sounds cute on paper, but mathematically, it doesn't even do anything. Okay, it doesn't add any liquidity because there's no novel liquidity being added. But here's the point: is that like basically the founders get to reflect. So here's what they do. This is what people used to do, right? They launch a shitcoin. And then they don't tell anyone that they're launching it. And when they launch, they stealth launch it and they create a bash scripted botnet, which means they run a bash script on their computer to automatically run transactions across a whole bunch of wallets on federated keys. And then they own 80 to 90% of the entire supply. And because they own 80 to 90% of the entire supply, they can always control what the price does. It's kind of like the OGs of BTC who all pre-mine shit and all know each other and meet up at the Satoshi Roundtable and we all get together and decide what the price of Bitcoin is going to be this year. It's amazing. And I mean, dude, this is the thing. This is how market making works. So when someone comes to raise capital for this project, they're going to want to know, like, because it's the user base that's valuable, right? Like having 10,000 people who all own apes and all invest in crypto and have a certain amount, that's like a luxury customer base, right? You want to sell them more products. You want to sell them more shit. You want to extract more of their money. So what else can we create for them to sell them to get more of their money out of their fucking pockets?
Right. Like if you were going to raise capital, would you rather raise it from, Bored Ape Yacht Club owners or punk holders, or would you rather raise capital from, a small shit project that just dropped?
No, but they have to quantify who are these owners, and when they're going to do due diligence on a capital raise, they want to make sure that these are actually a bunch of people. Now, not everyone is going to KYC, but they can get a reasonable pattern distribution. From that pattern distribution, they can get demographic data, and from that demographic data, they can also use other forms of quantitative and metadata analysis, as well as a bunch of different like metadata scraping APIs, and they can go, okay, we have a reasonable assumption that like there are at least 5,000 real people in this community with an income of about X and a general social media outreach of about Y, and this is how we can quantify the value of the user base of this project. Why do you think they're doing 200,000 land pieces? Because some quant came in and told them, like, yeah, you guys are never going to hit a $30 billion valuation with only 10,000 fucking users. End of story. You're never going to get there. It's not going to fucking happen. You need to have at least a million. You need to figure out a way that you can get fucking 1 million users, 2 million, 5 million users. And everyone talks about how valuable scarcity is and how valuable price action is, but I'm telling you guys right now that the most valuable NFT collections are going to be the ones that have millions of tokens. And we haven't even gotten there yet. The brand that pops up that's going to be a multi-billion-dollar brand in the space is going to be a brand that has millions of Genesis tokens, not 10,000 of them, dude. Because on the internet, in the world of networks, it is the user base that gives value. Why is Twitter free? Why is Facebook free? Because they harvest your attention. You got 10,000 Bored Apes. You got some people who are still holding 200, 300, 400 of these fucking apes, bro. It's just, it's tiny, dude. For lack of better words, it's a fucking circle jerk, dude. No offense.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's still playing.
Y'all ever seen a circle jerk before?
Yo, I got something. I got something very valuable to add to that, though. Now, when I first came up here, I didn't come up like some moon boy, but I did want to mention. I heard you say something about their lawyers. Their legal team is being represented by Fenwick and West, who handled the Facebook IPO, the eBay IPO, the Oracle IPO. They work for Amazon, Apple, Wang Laboratories, Virgin America. They've handled the major issuing of IPOs globally. Major law firm.
So they're structuring to dump on all the suckers. But trust me, let me tell you something. You are, as a Bored Apes holder, it's going to be Yuga Labs that does the IPO, bro, and you're not getting any equity or pre-IPO equity in Yuga Labs. They aren't offering you that. You are the product, homie. You are the customer.
I understand that,
you are the one who pays them to support the valuation.
I'm
just making sure you understand.
Yeah,
that you're the product.
Yeah, but when you mentioned before, you made it sound like this is some run-a-dunk legal team. This is one of the top legal teams in the entire world representing them. To get in the door of the building with these motherfuckers, you gotta be somebody. So they think
top in what way?
is somebody.
But like, to look at who they're representing. I mean, so like top, yes, like, you know, I guess like top, but like in terms of integrity, I don't know that we would say that they're like the top.
They handled the Facebook IPO, the largest IPO in tech history. I mean,
So
compliance is what they're all about.
So what you're saying
I feel like they ultimately already have their
saying Web 2.
Okay. I don't want to sound like a moon boy because you heard me when I first was on stage. I'm not sitting here boosting, pumping, saying I'm unloading my bags trying to pump this coin. All I'm making is a valid point that needs to be talked about. That is, so when we're talking about these 160 wallets that you're talking about and possible distribution of dumping the coin, I'm telling you, a legal team like this has something set up that we're not being told in the backdrop to make sure that this is all compliant. That's my opinion.
Relic. So the thing that with IPOs, the way that they work, and Omakase has a good point. It's going to be Yuga Labs going public. Yuga Labs itself probably already has their founder shares already figured out between all the founders. They've probably already raised their Series A, their Series B with other investors, and now their investors are calling them saying, "Hey, we want to exit. How can we exit?" Right? Because if you invest into a company pre-IPO, where are you going to sell your market shares from, right?
Yeah, we see what happens on an IPO. Facebook jumped to I forgot what.
They're going to exit, right? And then they're going to leave the project as is. The investors are, right? And then you'll ultimately have the Yuga Labs just running the project. So I think these coins and all this, the coins, the NFTs, the land and all that other stuff, it's just part of the project. It's part of the product that they are selling. I mean, that's going to be their thesis. That's their investment thesis on their S1 if they do go public. It's just the product that they are selling, which is the coins, the NFTs, the land, and it's all that other stuff. So that's what the investors are going to ultimately end up buying into.
Correct. But I invested into the Facebook IPO, and I watched that same dump, but I also watched that same company 10x in 5 years. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not moonboying this just because I have a boarding. You know, I sold my mutant and my dog right before the drop to go into world tokens, which I'm extremely fucking bullish on long term. But this is just a point I wanted to make that the legal team representing all of this that happened is the real fucking deal. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, but like if we look at Facebook and what they're doing right now with Horizon Worlds, they're not even like releasing. People are building for free for them in Horizon Worlds. They're not releasing any of that. You can't take any of the creations that you're making. They're just having people literally build for them for free in their metaverse. And then they're in between Meta, Horizon, and Facebook. They're doing all this sketchy shit. They're beta testing on people without them knowing. There's all this sketchy fucking shit going on between them and between
100%.
three like entities. So I mean,
just so you know, dude. Basically, everything you just said is you're like, dude, they made a deal with the devil. We can trust them.
I mean, if you want to put it like that, but that's not.
That's really exactly how I'm going to put it, dude. Fuck Facebook.
I mean, that's like saying, the president of the United States is just some
motherfuckers, dude. Fuck, no cap. Fuck all those motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah, but dude, I honestly don't believe that you knew that. I honestly don't believe you even knew they were represented by Fenwick and West.
You're talking. When you talk about a law firm like that, bro, you're talking about. All right, check this out. I could drop my law firm right now, right? Okay, I could drop the name of my law firm.
Yeah, but your law firm's nobody. Your law firm's
dude. No, my law firm isn't nobody, dude. My law firm is a bigger firm than the fucking one you just dropped, homie. And they're in 140 countries, dude. Multinational with fucking over $6 billion in annual motherfucking revenue, dude.
All right, who's the companies that they're representing for their IPOs? I want to hear about it.
Oh shit! Fucking Qualcomm, Verizon, fucking. Let's see, Qualcomm, Verizon, fucking the F1 race series, fucking the NBA, the NFL, fucking
Okay, so before we get
fucking
hard-headed, bro,
fucking
I know-
18.
I know you're adding up and talking over, but I'm just saying, before we go head to head, because I'm not trying to cause drama with you whatsoever. All I was talking about is I don't believe a legal team with this representation is going to allow just a fucking straight pull. I completely feel for you with what you're saying. You're saying the rug pull is possible, is what you're saying.
I'm telling you right now that I'm telling you right now that that's not what high-paid lawyers do. I'm telling you right now that that's not what high-paid lawyers do, dude. And I'm also telling you right now that among the top law firms in the world, the level of education on blockchain and blockchain infrastructure, having had my attorneys spend hundreds of hours with me at no charge, purely for the level of information that I could give them on blockchain, right, is that these attorneys don't fucking know this shit, dude. They don't understand this shit yet. It's too new. It's too new. They don't understand, bro. And the job of those attorneys is literally to keep those motherfuckers out of jail. To
Exactly.
sign their contracts
You
for
just said
them.
it, to keep them out of jail, to make sure
and you know
that
how
they
they
don't
do,
go in jail.
Yeah, but dude, you know how they do that? They do that by fucking paying lobbyists and fucking being friends with the judges and shit like that. That's why you pay a big top firm, dude. Like dude, you know why I have a top firm, dude? Because my securities attorney was former general counsel for the motherfucking SEC, dude. That's why I have a top firm, dude. My securities attorney was general counsel for the motherfucking SEC. My general counsel is a former U.S. motherfucking congresswoman, bro. You think I pay them because they're great lawyers? No, I pay them because they got the fucking relationships, homie. That's it. No cap, dude.
Bro, don't say that live. Don't say that live. You ripped on yourself.
I have a question. Do you guys know what Tazons is?
What?
Tazons.
Tazon?
Yeah,
are you showing something, dude?
Tezos, Kevin Marabi.
Tezos.
Tezos.
Bye. Don't show me any fucking shitty L1s, dude. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't give a fuck about your fucking no-cap bullshit VC-funded fucking L1, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Bitcoin, ETH, Chia, everything else can suck my fucking chode, dude. Get the fuck out, dude. Don't show me Tezos. Don't show me Polygon. Don't show me fucking AZ16 shit chain AVAX. Don't show me that Solana fucking dog doo-doo, dude. Like, you got, like, no cap, bro. Fuck that centralized dog shit, dude. Get the fuck out of here. You really fucking waited with your hand up all this time to talk about fucking Tezos, bro? Like, really, dude? Get a fucking life, bro. Go get a girlfriend, dude. Like, no cap, bro. Bully, what's up, dude? I want to hear what you have to say, and then we go to
Yo,
Patty.
Gig, listen, I love this shit that you putting on, bro. Listen. Honestly, I think this space has come to a moment where we have to take it amongst the community, bro, to be like, yo, we really can't be standing for this bullshit, bro. Because for me, right, like, I've been in the space for, like 4 years, and it peaked for me when I seen, I mean, like, I don't really like to, like, throw shade or anything, but, like, when, Farouk and Beanie, had, got into an altercation or whatever over the time drop, when, just the on-chain just didn't look right, for, like, or fair. And I feel like just the community overlooking that, we just grew into a big space from, like, 8 months from then, right, to like now where we're just here and we're just accepting fucking rugs as if like, it's just norm or regular.
It's just what it is.
That shit is fucking whack. It's like
Dude,
nobody looks on chain anymore to just see like, yo, that shit's a rug. Like, let's all not buy it.
Dude, you want me to tell you how I know? When we first started this room, someone came in here and said they went to the Bored Apes Discord and they asked, why are there 160 wallets with 5 million ape tokens in each wallet? And they got banned from the Discord. Now, anyone who's been in DeFi for a while want to tell me what that means? What signal that gives you? Rug. Dude, no cap, dude. That's real shit, dude. Anyone who's been around for a while knows, like, dude, if you bring up an issue, if you bring up some on-chain data and you're like, what's this about? And then instead of answering it or being willing to talk to you, or the devs being like, yo, let us DM you and explain it, like, even if they don't want to talk about it publicly, they're just like, oh, you're banned from the Discord. We're going to censor you. Like, guess what? Blockchain is the antithesis of censorship. You start getting censored for asking questions in a Discord, run, dude. Run. All right? Run. All right? That's the easiest thing you need to do to keep your bag, bro. And here's the deal, guys. It's like, I just want to, like, low-key, I'm going to take a minute. Hi, I'm Omakase. I'm Master Chef Masatoshi. We're omakase.com. We're a team of blockchain developers. We built a tool that allows anyone without any knowledge of blockchain development or how to write code of their own to use our graphic user interface to deploy their own generative art NFT smart contract. It does everything from handling all your generative art layers, uploading your metadata, pinning your metadata, generating provenance hash, and then allowing you to deploy smart contracts from your own wallet without writing a single line of code. All of our smart contracts are embedded with native on-chain governance and dynamic function calls, as well as delegate calls, so the contracts can pass functions or values from other contracts into them, be upgradable, be used to develop games, tools. We also support one-of-one artists. We're coming out with a platform in the next week or so that'll allow anyone to access and use the tool without purchasing a license. We're just going to charge 2.5% of what you get on your mint. It allows you to deploy actual DAOs. This does not mean we called it a DAO and you're going to get to vote. This means you can actually sign a transaction on the Ethereum blockchain with other holders of the non-fungible token to actually utilize and move assets and interact with any other public address or smart contract on the Ethereum blockchain to conduct a transaction, whether that be a swap, interacting with a lending protocol, purchasing NFTs as a collective on OpenSea or GemSwap. This is all real. This exists already. It's novel utility, novel code. It's an NFT license. Our tool actually has utility. We had the tool built. We funded it ourselves before we sold a single NFT. Okay? It's not promises, hopes, dreams, or something we're planning on happening or building on the roadmap. It's built. It works today. You can create and deploy your own custom generative art project in less than 45 minutes. No fucking cap. We know what we're doing. We're sick of the bullshit. We're here for the decentralized economy, and we're not playing these fucking games with these fucking VC-funded fucking yahoos cash grabbing everything left and right and draining the liquidity of fucking retailers, all right? It's bullshit. We're not down for that shit. We made our own fucking money. We've been here for over a decade, and we're not playing these fucking games. And we read the fucking Block Explorer. We have an awesome fucking team. I've got these ladies who have been teaching for 2 years. They run Not Your Daddy's DeFi. They built over 200 hours of educational courses that teach people everything that's necessary to learn about decentralized finance, from AMMs, lending protocols, wallet infrastructure, operational security, key encryption, all that shit, okay? And it's like I've spent over $600,000 in the last year developing educational products, haven't taken a fucking penny of the revenue that's come in for myself, pay all my own expenses, haven't taken a penny out of the Omakase project. This is how real developers and builders who are dedicated to decentralized finance, we haven't raised a single fucking penny from a VC. We did this shit ourselves, okay? And so, like, take notes, because we know what we're talking about. We've seen all the bullshit. And, like, anyone who has any questions, let's just go to Megan right now. I think it's Megan. Yeah, you have a question? Megans.eth. How's it going, Megans? How are you, miss?
Hey, what's up? I'm doing good. I was wondering if anybody has talked about, you know, how the Bored Ape page posted that KYC link a few days ago? Has anyone talked about what that was for?
Yeah, we talked about it just a few minutes ago. Essentially, they're raising capital, so they wanted to generate a KYC so they could actually determine what their unique user base was. Because as they're raising capital, their investors are going to come and look at it and be like, okay, great, you have a bunch of anonymous, pseudo-anonymous Ethereum addresses that own your tokens, but how can we verify that you actually have unique holders? So they created a KYC, an incentive for people to KYC, so they could ascertain that the identity data of the people who are holding their project. And from that identity data, then they actually have a real user base that's verified, right? Like Facebook, Twitter, all of these things. What they do is you give them identity data, even though it's not genuine identity data, but you give them face photos, you give them an email address, and then you give permissions to your mobile device, which gives them access to a whole bunch of other tracking tools and identity data that they can use comparative analysis APIs to basically create social graph on you, find out who you are, and market products to you. So before anyone's going to invest real world money in Yuga Labs, they're like, okay, well, you have all these people, you have a customer base, but prove it to us. And to prove it, they had to get people to do some form of KYC so they could actually collect identity data to say, like, okay, we have this number of actual customers. There are this many people who we have to sell more products to. And that's what it is. I mean, this is about money, right? Like, they want to sell products. And so they also want to raise capital so that they can extract liquidity from future sales and have a war chest of capital to build more products and increase their user base. So that's what it is. People go like, oh, it's for the IRS. It's for, like, listen, everyone who goes like, oh, the government collects all this data and blah, blah. Yeah, the government collects the data so they can give the data to companies so those companies can sell you more shit and make more money. Like, if you think it's about anything other than money, if you think they give a fuck about invading your privacy for anything other than to sell you some shit, if you think it's about some Illuminati control shit, they don't have to do anything to control you except keep you consuming, keeping up with the fucking Joneses, buying the next hot thing, fucking making sure you fucking spend your money and give up your fucking financial freedom for stuff. Or these days, not even stuff, but fucking JPEGs. So, YOLO life, that's what it's about, Megan. That's why they did the KYC, is because they're raising CFI capital, and their investors asked them to prove that they had real customers, and they put the onus of responsibility on proving that they had real customers on the person who's seeking to raise the capital. They could have verified it themselves by just paying Chainalysis $3 to $6 million, but no one's going to pay that much money to do due diligence. So there you go.
Yeah, thanks. That definitely makes sense.
Yeah, no problem. Who's next? Babby, go ahead.
Baby, yeah.
Baby.
I hope you can hear me all right.
The baby
anyway,
to go.
Yeah. Just wanted to say, like, everything that you're saying, I do spaces every night and I try to make them educational. Like, I try to teach people shit like this. And I just really wanted to shout you out just for kind of explaining a lot of this stuff, because that's the problem with a lot of this space. People simply just don't understand the basics and you know, the marketing tactics, the FOMO marketing tactics work so well. People just, they don't even care. They don't know. They just fumble in. And then secondly, I had two other points really quick. The KYC thing I thought was funny because why did they ask everybody to KYC? Like, even non-APE holders. I thought that was really strange. And by the way, Bully, I see you. You're not the only one that was calling those people out. But I thought that was strange. Like, why KYC people that were not even holders? That was strange.
Because identity data has value, bro. It's a cash grab. Like, they want identity data on anyone who has an ape or is even interested in giving the apes their identity data, bro. Like,
yeah.
I used to have a company, guys. We used to do vetting for corporate mergers and acquisitions. So we worked for companies like Snapchat and Facebook and things like that. And we would do deep vetting of executives. And identity data is extremely, extremely valuable, right? Like, when I have people sell lists, they sell contact information. So having the information of these people, this is their home address. Gee, you get someone's home address. You know what you get from their home address? You get their demographics, their median income. You can figure out what type of car they have because they have a vehicle registered to the address that they live at. There's something called the People API, PIPL.com. Most of you will never be able to get access to it. But if you have access to it, let me tell you, I need your first name and a phone number or email address or home address. and I literally know everything about you. Okay,
I mean, you're rugging a little bit. Maybe it's just for me. But I just wanted to let you know that you're.
It sounds good to everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just Twitter is just pork, dude.
But yo, my second part to my question though, really quickly. I don't know if you guys talked about this at all, but do you guys think that possibly this token has something to do with a marketplace? Like they're trying to compete with OpenSea in some way? Could that be in the cards? Or is that just a stupid question? I don't know.
It is in the cards. It is, but I guess this is a sort of separate topic, but it's not where APE token's going. What's happening. But,
okay, because I thought like, oh, whoa, well, what if you can buy like a punk with APE tokens? That's like where my head was going, but you know, I don't know. So I'm not as educated as you guys with this stuff, but thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter if there's a marketplace plan because they're raising CFI capital. If they launch a marketplace, they're going to keep all of the marketplace revenue for themselves. Like they're not going to be sharing it with APE token holders. We're not going to be sharing it with Bored Apes. Like, it's important to note that owning a Bored Ape does not mean you own a piece of Yuga Labs. Yuga Labs raising capital means they're just going to they just got money to figure out new and creative ways to A, dilute the value of your investment, B, to sell you more shit you don't need, and C, to bring a larger user base to Yuga Labs so that they can then go and provide a return on investment for their investors. You are the customer, okay? But you are not the investor.
Yeah, I think it doesn't even really matter. Like, I think it doesn't even really matter what the utility is going to be, right? Like, the possibilities are endless. I think what matters is, like, the drop of the token, right? Because just me studying tokenomics and shit like that, there's a lot of people that I watch, you know, drop projects and shit, and it's just like, you know, if you would just take a little bit extra time to focus on how you're going to drop your token or your NFT project or whatever the fuck it is you're going to drop, like, it would go a lot smoother. And I just feel like the way that this just didn't go so smooth, I feel like there was very little thought into, you know, actually making this worthwhile for the people aping in to the ape token.
I mean, basically, here's what happened is they said they were going to launch it Q1. Then they started getting interest from CFI investors. Then their CFI investors were like, well, how are you going to do all this stuff? They started dealing with all these disclosures and getting followed around by private investigators. And they've got all the rider rips FUD that they're combating and all this different stuff. And so they're dealing with all these different things. And then they realized, like, oh, we said we were going to launch this token Q1. And it rolled up towards the end of March, and they're like, fuck, we got to do this, otherwise we're not going to do what we said we were going to do, and it's going to look bad. And then they did it, and, I mean, they just fucking fumbled it, dude. I mean, they fumbled the launch, bro. Like, it's a fumble, dude, to have a token. Dude, a token with a $7 billion market cap and $300,000 in liquidity on Uniswap is a fucking lull, dude. It's a fucking lull, dude.
Yeah, and Babby, to kind of answer your question a little bit, just because, like, you know, as Omekasi said, just because you own a Bored Ape doesn't mean you have a part of them, like Yuga Labs, right? So, you know, when you mentioned that if they might have a marketplace of their own, that's definitely not out of the question, right? Yuga Labs could open up their own marketplace where they start making their own NFTs and you had to buy more of their product, right? So, again, it ultimately comes back up to the hierarchy, the parent organization, the Yuga Labs, right? So, like, it's all of this is just for them, right? Ways for them to raise more capital, raise more money. There's definitely a lot more down the pipeline that I'm sure they're working on. So, you know, if you think of, like, the roadmap for Yuga Labs, you know, I wouldn't say a marketplace or an IPO is out of the question for them.
And that's not going to benefit Bored Apes holders.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
You are the product. As the Bored Ape owner, you are the product.
Yeah, and literally and at the point that they're this high price item, especially the owners are the product. And why are they the product? Because Yuga has your attention and they can market other products to you.
Right.
Illa, hold on, Perp. Illa, let's hear what you got to say, sir. Illa, the producer. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, you know. I've just been listening to this space for a while, and I don't know if I misheard you, but didn't you say you have an ape? Or do you have a mule?
Yeah, I've got an ape, bro. Yeah, I've got an ape. I've got an Azuki. I've got a bunch of fucking blockchain fucking dust collecting shit. Yeah, I've got an ape, bro, and I'll get the airdrop too.
No, I just wanted to clarify that because, you know, there's a lot of energy in this room, you know what I'm saying? And it at one side of the spectrum, it could be malicious or it's just negligence, you know what I'm saying? But it's swinging so hard towards maliciousness at some point that it's becoming like a dangerous conversation because there are people in this room who don't have the level of understanding that you have. So, you know what I'm saying? Until it's a rug pull, I don't think we should be, just in my opinion, it's getting dangerous, the rhetoric in the room, like it's malicious and they're rugging and they're gonna rug and, you know what I'm saying? This team has too much history and I'm not a moon boy or none of that shit, you know what I'm saying? I just understand like, if there's people, if they wanted to rug, they
don't have too much history, bro.
If they wanted to rug, they could have rug. Why would they wait to drop ApeCoin to rug the entire fucking space?
There's no liquidity.
But
it's first of all, ApeCoin is already rugged, dude. There's no liquidity in it. Like it's already rugged, bro.
But
there's no liquidity.
If it was a rug, then why is it on Coinbase?
Rug pull means no liquidity. That's what rug pull means.
Yeah, but see, there's a bunch of different meanings for rug pull. You guys are saying,
hold on. You said why is it on Coinbase? I want to bring up one of AZ16's last projects for you. It's called Internet Computer Protocol. Does anyone want to pull up? Someone just tweet a chart of the ICP chart and throw that up in the net.
No, I already understand.
And we'll talk about whether
I already understand what ICP is, but before, like 30 minutes or 40 minutes ago, right? It was said that it wouldn't even get on Coinbase. Right? Now that it's on Coinbase, it's another rhetoric. Oh, well, it's still a rug because there's no liquidity. And it's just like, that's what I'm saying. It's getting dangerous.
Bro, I didn't say it wouldn't get on Coinbase. I said they may not make it on Coinbase. Is it listed now?
It's listed on Coinbase. You could buy and sell and trade it on Coinbase right now.
How much market depth is there on the order book?
But I'm just saying, my brother, it was literally said in this room that it was not going to get on Coinbase. It's a rug. It's a scam. These guys are malicious. Woo, 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 woo. It's constantly, you know what I'm saying? If we're going to be like, cause you are educated, brother, you know what I'm saying? But it's dangerous. The rhetoric coming out of your mouth, left or right. It's
dangerous, bro.
It's dangerous because you have a level of understanding.
What's dangerous is MoonPay buying apes for celebrities and giving them to celebrities, and the celebrities acting like they actually bought those apes when actually they're just being paid to promote the product. And when it's actually regulation that anytime someone is promoting a product on social media, that they have to disclose that what they're doing is a paid promotion, yet people are doing so and promoting these products without disclosing that they're being compensated for their promotion. That's dangerous. Me disclosing these types of behaviors and shining a light on them and elucidating how they are potentially malicious or how they may be indicative of fraudulent activity is not dangerous. Or are you maybe telling me, or are you maybe potentially trying to issue some type of, is it dangerous for me or who's it dangerous for?
No, see.
Is it dangerous for your bags?
No,
it's not dangerous for me because I got a whole team of executive protection. Like, I got like crazy EP, dude. Like, these dudes are gnarly, bro.
See, that's the thing. I'm not putting words in your mouth, so I would appreciate if you don't put words in my mouth. I'll give you to understand. If you're wondering what I mean by dangerous, when you just stated the things you said possibly malicious or could be dangerous or could be. When you put those words in front of those statements, then it's pretty vanilla and it's even keel. But if you don't put those words possibly or could be, when you get somebody comes up here and disagrees with you, you're not putting those words in front of their homie. You're just saying it's a rug pull. It's this. It's that. It's cap.
No,
it's this.
Yeah,
it's
but I'm not.
You know
hold on. First of all, you're not paying attention to context. I'm saying that in the context of specific behaviors, not talking specifically about the project. So it's different when I say, oh, hey, when you go to a Discord chat or the chat of a token and you mention something that's occurring on the Block Explorer and you get banned, what does that mean? That means it's a rug. That's valuable information for anyone who may be investing in decentralized finance, because 97 to 99% of the time, if you bring up that question in chat and the response of the moderators or owners or operators of the project is to ban you, guess what? It's a rug, bro. And so the fact that they've done things that compare with the statistical norm within the ecosystem and make them project themselves to potentially be scammers, okay? And the reality is, I don't think they ever thought Bored Apes was going to get as big as it got, dude. Like, I remember when those dudes were grinding, sending people DMs on Twitter, in clubhouse rooms every day, and then it started to get traction, dude. They got some celebrity action, then MoonPay got involved and started giving celebrities apes and paying to give celebrities apes. Why? Because MoonPay owns a bunch of apes, and they wanted to pump their own bags. But if we want to pretend like this shit isn't going on, and we want to pretend like celebrities aren't violating FCC laws by promoting their apes that they got purchased for them by MoonPay, then point blank period, like, we can just end the conversation, dude, because we're not talking about
that's
facts.
MoonPay. That's MoonPay. MoonPay is not Bored Apes, right?
But
unless I'm mistaken.
Oh my god, bro! You ought, dude. Yeah, you gotta go, dude. Bye.
The thing I can't get over though is the fact that they said that the tokens would be locked and that they're not even in.
Thank you. And this is what we want.
Multi-sig wallet.
This is what we want. Every ape who comes up here wants to get away from the facts of what we are talking about, which is the empirical information that is available on the Block Explorer about the state of the Ethereum virtual machine. That state currently says that there are no tokens in a community wallet. There are no tokens that have been vested or time locked. And in fact, there are over 650 million tokens sitting in single signature wallets distributed to over 160 different addresses, which simply obfuscates the ability for anyone to track the movement or machinations of those tokens. And it is far more effort and far less secure, which we've had established by multiple developers at this point, than simply placing all the tokens in a single Gnosis multi-sig wallet. So they went through additional effort and created an additional threat vector to make sure that all of those tokens were sitting in multiple single signature wallets where someone couldn't track them. And my question is, why? So if anyone who's an ape can come up here and give me a good answer to that question, instead of talking about how what I'm saying is dangerous for your bags, because that's what he was really talking about. What you're saying is dangerous for my bags. Hell yeah, it's dangerous for your bags. But
well,
guess what? Hold up, don't interrupt me. Okay, I'll boot you.
Go ahead.
All right, here's the deal. I have no problem fudding my own bags. I've been fudding Bitcoin since 2013. I'll FUD my own bags all day. You know why? Because if I see something that's fucked up, I'm going to be honest about it. And guess what? A lot of the time, I'll still hold. But guess what? I'll talk mad shit about devs while I hold a project to zero. I don't give a shit. So once you get balls like that to hold and FUD your own bags, that's when you know you're actually committed to something. That's when you know you actually believe in it on some deep level. But the reality is, I'm not going to put up with some fucking bullshit, dude. So learn to FUD your own bags. Don't even come with me and say, oh, it's dangerous. What you're saying is very dangerous. Dangerous for who? For your wallet? Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Just hold up. I'll fucking go sell Bitcoin right now. I'll go shit through the fucking Bitfinex order book, dude. I'll go shit through the Bitfinex order book on BTC and fucking ETH right now, dude. Say hello to fucking $25,000 Bitcoin, motherfuckers. Like, get real, dude. There are people who have been here since fucking 2010, 2011, 2009. We don't give a fuck. This shit is all loans to us.
So my question for you, though, is you were talking about back checking, like, the blockchain and everything, and I did that on all your wallets. I saw the Azuki you sold. I don't see a Bored Ape. Where's it at?
It's in a multi-sig, bro. You check. Oh, hold on. You checked all my wallets? No, you checked one dev wallet.
Well, I got 3 wallets. I see the one Azuki you posted for a profile picture that you eventually just recently sold. I see a bunch of crypto chick transactions. What multi-sig? So there's the Get Me Out. There's the one where you have your own little project launching, and then you have this one with all these weird signs.e. And I'm just wondering where the ape's at.
The ape is in. Hey, Tara, send him the fucking multi-sig fucking address with the ape in it.
So you have a multi-owned ape, is that correct? I'm just curious.
No, it's in a
I like
multi-sig,
fact
bro.
checking the blockchain too, you know?
It's in a multi-sig, bro. I keep a lot of things in multi-sigs, dude. I have a lot of fucking wallets, bud.
It's called operational security.
Bro, dude. Oh wow, you
I mean, no. I was. That's why I was giving you a chance.
Guess what, bro? Hey, guess what, bro? The keys to the wallet that's on the Omakase Dev wallet, that's not even my wallet, bro.
Which one? The one where you sold the Azuki?
Yeah, that's not my wallet, dude. That's the Omakase Dev wallet, dude. I don't even have the keys to that wallet. The fucking Project Dev has the keys to that wallet.
Okay, like I said, man, I was just asking because I was just back checking this, and I was just curious because I mean, as an ape holder, if you're this passionate, if you're this passionate as an ape holder, flooding this hard, that's where my curiosity came from.
Bro, there you just said the word FUD, bro. How about this? Can you fucking explain why none of the fucking community tokens are locked? Quit coming with some stupid fucking bullshit, dude. Your little straw man fucking arguments can't answer a single fucking question.
Bro,
you're so dumb. Taryn can send you the fucking multi-sig address right now. Bro, you sound so fucking...
Yacht Club didn't have a legal team, bro. It's literally what you said before I pulled my...
I didn't say they don't have a legal team, bro. I said...
Dude, you acted like they had the little rascals leading them on their fucking team, man.
Bro, by the way, dude, the team that they're hiring, dude, you don't even know who their attorney of record is. The law firm you're talking about probably has 1,200, 1,300 fucking attorneys globally, bro, with over fucking 4,000 motherfucking clients. You act like it's some special shit, dude. Oh my god, they represent Facebook. They probably represent like fucking 4,800 other fucking clients, dog. You don't know shit.
I have a feeling they're being represented by a lot higher powers than your little shill that you've been shilling every 15 minutes, my friend.
It's getting wild.
Bro, we have about 3,000 people in this room almost.
Relly, let me inform you of something. Can you answer the questions as a Bored Ape holder why there are 160 wallets with over 4 million ape coins in each single signature wallet?
All right.
Instead of your logical fallacy, fucking straw man attacks,
we both
bro.
like World Token, right? Why don't we put a little World Token bet on if this is a rug pull or not?
The question is it a rug, motherfucker? I'm asking a question. You can't answer the question. You sound like a fucking ignorant fuck, dick. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Shit the fuck off my stage, dude. You sound stupid as fuck, dude. You can't answer the question. No one can answer the question. Why are there 160 wallets with over 5 million tokens in each motherfucking wallet? Does one person want to come up here and try, instead of lodging personal attacks or coming with some bullshit or trying to fucking investigate me, which you ain't gonna find shit, motherfucker? So, like, check this out, bro. I'm young. I'm rich. I do not give a fuck. I'm telling you about facts on the chain about motherfucking ape token. Your shit is fucking whack, dude. There's supposed to be 450 million tokens reserved for the community. They were distributed to 160 different single signature wallets. I want to know why. Can anybody answer the question? Or are you going to come with some bullshit and I'm going to boot you back down to the stage where you belong? Come on, dude. Can anybody... Come on.
I asked you the question earlier, like, objectively, because I honestly don't know. Like, maybe 160 wallets is decentralizing it. I don't think it is. I don't know. But I legit asked you. And here's the thing, bro. Like, you got a lot of knowledge. I've learned a lot by being on the stage and just asking questions. But we got almost 3,000 people in this room. Like, let's just, kick the energy out in a good way. You run the room. You can do it however you want, man. But, like, We got a lot of people in here. I think, you know, you got a lot of power here.
I'm not gonna. Okay, so we established this before. I'm not gonna deal with any of the little subliminal, fucking subconscious, little undercut, trying to assert dominance. Tell me how to be, how to act. I got an IQ of 175. I'm autistic. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks.
Bro, that's what you
deal with it.
You could do that without calling people stupid, bro. Like, you got some great points. I hit you in the DM and just told you definitely saying some shit. But you ain't got to call anybody stupid.
You ain't got to tell me what to do. You see, this is how it's going to go, dude. Like, this is a dictatorship. You guys are witnessing what centralization looks like, right? Is I can censor people, okay? You don't get to come up here and tell me how to act or how to behave because that's what's called a microaggression. If you feel insecure, then go deal with that in the mirror, okay? That's what you do. You go in the bathroom, look yourself in the mirror, tell yourself to be more confident. But I don't give a fuck, okay? That's the real deal. And is someone going to come up here and talk about... I'm not here to talk about me, motherfuckers. I'm here to talk about the fact that there are 160 fucking wallets with over 5 million tokens in each wallet that are in single signature wallets. You want to come up here and talk about me, you can go in your fucking bathroom, go to your fucking plastic surgeon, he'll cut your ribs out like Marilyn Manson, you can fucking bend over and suck your own dick, okay? I don't give a fuck. Get with it, dude. This is what happens, okay? By the way, if you don't like it, if you think it's funny, if you don't think it's funny, I don't care, okay? This is the reality, is that this shit, they are too high profile to be pulling Bojanks like this, and everybody knows it. So if you're going to come up here and you're going to defend them, or you're going to try and lodge a straw man or personal attack on me because you don't like how I talk, you don't like how I express myself, I'm not going to put up with your fucking microaggressions or bullshit. I've been dealing with that shit since I was 5 years old. I already know how the game and the system works, and how people's little personal narcissistic baggage fucking drama, and they try and project it on you. I'm not with it. Okay? So if you can really come up here and explain to me why you think that the founders of ApeCoin, a valid reason why instead of putting the community treasury of tokens into a Gnosis multisig or a time lock, why they would have taken those tokens and distributed them to over 160 different single signature wallets. If you have a good answer for that, I welcome you to raise your hand. Anyone with experience of blockchain, I welcome you to raise your hand and come up here and present a good case for why they might have done that. In over 4 hours, I have heard straw man attacks, personal attacks on me, fucking pumping, hype, fucking claiming that I'm fudding, but no one, not one individual, has come up with any good, logical reason for that to have occurred. So mmwalk.eth. Hello, sir.
Yo, it's rugging a lot. Am I rugging right now? I'm just making sure it's not.
No, you're good. It's just for the suckers, dude. People in the
It's
audience
just the space,
can
right?
hear us.
Alright, that's fine. So, the way that I see it, I mean, you have some points. Like, there was a leak, right, of everything that happened with a pitch deck that was kind of leaked a little bit early before, regardless of timeline. It may be the token was rushed a little bit. The thing that I keep going back to is good press, bad press doesn't really matter when it comes to the crypto chain and the crypto projects and NFTs.
Hey, bro, no publicity is bad publicity. Honestly, the Bored Apes founders should be stoked. I mean, there's still people in here who are like, fuck this guy fudding, I'm going to buy.
So
like,
when it comes to like a business perspective, yeah, it doesn't really matter. The thing that I
mean,
think
for all you know, I'm fucking paid fucking controlled opposition for all you guys know. Shit.
Exactly, or pitching your own product or whatever. It doesn't really matter. The thing that we have to go back to is we're still going through this new phase of businesses being brought up in the crypto chain, and it's interesting to see how different projects are doing it, and also trying to redefine it. So with Bored Apes, it's been, I mean, it's no question I have a Bored Ape, right? And I'm fully in the whole ecosystem. Love the project. Love the founders. When you take a look at it and you kind of take a step back, I came from the investor mindset first into crypto, and then got into NFTs because it's very, very lucrative. But when you see it as a business, then maybe there's a marketing play in it. You know, they're a top 50 coin right now. Maybe there's, you know, big money's getting into the project as well, and there has to be rewards there. There has to be compensation. So when you're doing your due diligence, what you're doing is important. Checking the blockchain, everything's verifiable. But also there's a side of it too that you have to remember that this isn't a brand that they're signing on with Adidas and they're signing on with these big celebrities that is just going to just throw it all to a coin cash grab. Like there's so many other business plays that are in place that I have full confidence in the founders and then the projects that are around it, because they are trying to redefine Ethereum and the NFT space in general, whether that's jumping into being a competitor to OpenSea, which would be awesome. There's so many things that are happening behind the scenes that I don't think you can just narrow-mindedly just say, this is a cash grab. You know, maybe they are going to be doing something to recoup some of the liquidity, or maybe they're going to be doing a lot of different plays with different players. So there's so much more behind the scenes that will be revealed as time goes by. And honestly, that's what Bored Ape has always done. They've always done that. They release a little bit at a time.
Okay, I got bored. Gutter, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say two things, honestly. First of all, to your first point, there is no answer. There is no, I've been in crypto 10 years almost. There's no conceivable answer for why the tokens are split up. That's correct.
Listen to all the people who are
not even trying to FUD, not even anything.
No, I know. Listen to all, but I just before you continue, bro, I just want people to know. Listen to the people who come up here who have in their bios that they're developers. The people who come up here say they've been in this for a decade. They're all just like, yeah, it looks bad, doesn't look good, doesn't make any sense.
I'll caveat that. Does that necessarily make it a rug pull? Not necessarily, but. Yes, no. It is not. It would definitely not be my choice of how I would do it, and I would 100% say that.
No,
any other token.
I'm not saying that it makes it a rug pull either, dude. Yeah, I'm not saying that it makes it a rug pull either. I'm asking the question, dude.
Exactly, and I do think a lot of people are getting emotional because this is a big day and there's been a lot of money flowing around, and that's why some people may not, have even looked very clearly at a lot of what the information provided on the site was. For me, my bigger problem with how this drop was executed was not even, the fact that the tokens weren't locked. I could even probably get past that. For me, the bigger issue
me too. I buy tons of trash, dude.
Yeah, the bigger issue for me is do I think that the token itself is the cash grab? No, I don't. But the token is, without a doubt, setting each of the founders up with $100+ million in their pocket. That's indisputable. They each got 20 million tokens each, 2% each of the total supply, plus 8% to Yuga, a little more. So, are they setting themselves up for the future generations, for 3 generations down the line in their family? Absolutely. Are they entitled to that? That's a different argument in itself entirely. I think the problem for me is that the way that this was structured from a DAO perspective is that there is no seed. It's all, 62% or whatever split. So really it was like 47% of the total token supply to the DAO treasury, all in APE, no ETH, no USDC, nothing. And then to me, what it felt like, at least when I read this, and there hasn't been, additional information or clarity provided, is okay, it feels like they're shifting all the responsibility of the roadmap onto the community. Because if you look at the discourse proposals, you see one of them is a year one budget from today until December 31st, and that contains budgeting for game development, events, merch production, development of a marketplace.
Right. They're foisting off all the responsibility of paying any of the costs of development off of the revenue streams that they already have onto this treasury of tokens that they're establishing, thereby essentially getting the community to pay for the customers to pay for the development of more products that they will sell the customers.
Yes, from a business perspective, it's absolutely brilliant. They printed funding out of thin air, essentially, by just deploying ApeCoin contract and using that to now fund the roadmap for the rest of the year at least. I've also seen the pitch deck, and I don't know how many people have, but it did reveal a lot of their plans for the rest of the year, including obviously the land sale in March and August in 2 parts, which is supposed to net them almost $200 or $200 million, as well as their plan for monetization of the dogs in September with the Mecha Dog launch and how they're going to do that. And from, they're projected to do $455 million in revenue this year. That's what they're projecting. They have very, very, very low overhead. They probably are making 80 to 90% on their on that revenue, maybe more. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Their costs are very low, and at the end of the day, what it seems like is they are, they're just keeping all the royalty revenue they've earned to date. $250 million, all of the VC funding, which a large portion of probably was spent on that buy of the Punk and Meebit IP, and instead of building out this DAO with capabilities, they're kind of just hedging that the price and hoping that the price action is strong enough to support the DAO in perpetuity, which frankly I don't think it will be.
I would agree with that sentiment, and a lot of the reason that I started this room was more disappointment in how it was executed than anything. Right? Is like it's disappointment. Like, yeah, guys, oh my gosh, I made a clickbait title. Wow, look, it worked. Tons of people in the room. Oh my gosh, clickbait. It's like, and people get triggered by it, and it generates great content. Amazing. Woo, internet. But I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that they have all of this liquidity. They have the ability to execute right. They're saying they're going to compete with OpenSea, but they're following the exact same model that's left us with Broken Sea, which is that OpenSea is making, I think last month, if anyone's disappointed with Ethereum price action, like you just go and look at the OpenSea wallet and when they move ETH to Coinbase and send them a thank you note for fucking all your bags, and OpenSea is pulling in 30 to 40,000 ETH a month, something like that. So they're making billions of dollars, but they can't get some good front end developers to make their website work. And like the only answer to that is that like they're putting profit over user experience. They're putting and as soon as I start to see that a project is putting profit and monetization over user experience, as soon as the project is putting the bottom line in front of the actual clientele and the customer, it's basically just the Web 2 model, and like we've seen where that ends up. Like, do a lot of people still use Facebook? Yes, because they're connected with their family and old friends on it and things like that. But like, are they excited about the user experience? No, everyone's just waiting until there's something that's going to supplant it, right? Until there is a better experience to be offered. And so, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, which is that they're basically, and that's the other question that I have is like, given that this treasury is the use of funds of this treasury is supposed to be delegated and voted on by the holders, right? The other thing that I have is someone who would like to acquire potentially a larger stake or governance. If there's none of the supply of tokens ever hit the public market, then how can anyone hope to acquire any amount of governance in the DAO itself, right? Like, as of right now, we're talking about maybe 500,000 tokens that have actually hit the open market. Like, dude, they sent FTX 110,000 tokens. Talking about FTX, bro. Got 110,000 tokens to sell. There are 1 billion tokens in the supply. Then the 450 million tokens that are the DAO treasury, which are supposed to be, under the control of the governance of the holders and the community, are currently sitting in 160 single signature wallets. It doesn't make sense to me. There's 300,000, maybe more now. Maybe the price is pumped while we've been talking, but there's 300,000, And like, you guys understand that, like, running this room, I have a project in the NFT space. Like, pissing off ape holders is like not necessarily great for my project. You know what I mean? But like, this is me just being authentic and honest, which is like, there was fucking 300 grand in liquidity in ape token on Uniswap a couple hours ago. Like, if I want to buy fucking $500,000 worth of ape tokens, how am I going to do that? I can't. I literally can't, dude. I literally can't. No one can.
Yeah, I mean that's correct. I just checked the V2 pool. There's $1 million in liquidity. I mean, that, as far as DeFi goes, that's agreeably laughable.
Yeah, for a seven. What's the market cap right now? FTV?
8 billion. 881.
Okay, and so that liquidity didn't come from people buying the token. That liquidity came because probably ape holders are getting it together and they're being like, fuck, we got to add liquidity so people can actually trade this shit. Like, which should not have been the responsibility of the ape holders. I mean, you have it. Just look how the people who are taking your money to build a product for you are treating you.
I mean, for me at least, coming from someone who has worked on a project and securities law background, it is questionable to provide liquidity directly from the AP is the technical term, the active participant. That's really the question of whether or not it's a security if you are an active participant in price action and anything like that. But I could even understand, but I would have hoped that they would have come up with a more robust plan, knowing that the security laws are what they are. But I mean, I just want to go back to what you were saying earlier. I mean, listen, could they have a bigger plan? Could there be a reason for the 160 different wallets? Absolutely. I'm not saying there can't be. Frankly, I have spent several hours now trying to figure it out, and I can't think of a plausible reason why you would do that or why I would do that if I was in their position.
I can think of a plausible reason why I would do that, which is that the plausible reason I would do that is that I want to be able to move tokens around in a manner that is less transparent. Now I have 160 wallets. The only plausible reason for me to take that big block of tokens, which is delegated for the community, and put them into single signature wallets is that now if I want to shoot 1 million tokens to someone without waiting for a governance decision, I can do so, and only the most educated people and the people with the best tooling and best tracking tools are going to bring it up. And if they bring it up in the Discord, they're going to get banned, and otherwise they're going to get drowned out by white noise and drowned out by noise and hype and excitement about the project, as opposed to it actually being addressed or looked at, and then like eventually it can just get like swept under the rug or written off. And it's like, if those tokens belong to the community and we are advocates of a decentralized economy and we believe that code is law, then things like the vesting cliff and things like the community ownership of the tokens should be programmatic. They should be dictated within the code base of the protocol.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't want to go so far as to, assume malintent, but the only logical, answer for me at least is that would be why you do it. I don't want to go so far as to assume that they have malintent, because to this point they have not. And frankly, from a business perspective, I don't see the logic, because I know how much money they're making this year, and I know, that they've already pocketed. They're already sitting at $160 million each for each of the four founders in their pocket, just in ApeCoin, plus fucking God knows how much of their company they sold at $5 billion valuation a few months ago in that round. And they're projected to make, $455 million this year alone.
I guess what I would say to that is just that, like, I agree. It doesn't make sense to me. The only other thing that I know and that I've seen, I grew up in a relatively wealthy community, and greed is some thick shit. It was like, I was just sitting with my mom the other day, and we were laughing about, a number of the families that I grew up with like it came out after a few years. There's a family, they lived in this incredible beach house. You know, they call it their neighbors are all billionaires and stuff. And it came out after, about a decade that what they'd actually been doing was just like charging elderly people's credit cards $9.99 a month fraudulently for like years, bro. And so like greed is some thick shit, dude. And like money and power are corrupting, dude. That's one thing that I've learned is that money and power can be extremely, extremely corrupting. Influence can be extremely corrupting, dude. It's even when I was young, it was a battle that I personally fought. Like I came up super, super hard when I was young, and I, basically just like the sort of power and influence that comes with having a lot of liquidity and being able to make a lot of money rapidly. You get into this state where like you want more, you want to constantly best your last move. And it becomes sort of like a slippery slope of the corners you're willing to cut and the things that you're willing to do to surpass your own previous best. And it's not that I like to believe that people have the best intentions, and that the team is honorable and that their intention is to do the right thing and manage things correctly. I just also know that like one of the reasons that we have blockchain and programmable money, and one of the big benefits of the Ethereum virtual machine is that we can build trustless systems where it doesn't rely on us trusting the founders of projects. It doesn't rely on us, it doesn't rely on us saying like, okay, well, all these tokens are in a single signature wallet and we trust the founders, so we know they won't sell. They're a vesting cliff and like they have possessions of their tokens, but we're going to trust that they're not going to liquidate any of them. It's like they're in a smart contract that delivers those tokens to them on a vesting schedule, and it's programmatic. Code is law, right? And it's like and to see such a big, high-profile project not carry out that ethos when they definitely have the resources and access to developers to do so, it just brings up a lot of questions for me. Like I could understand like they're a small project, they don't have the resources, but like even now there are so many utilities, Unicrypt, Gnosis. I mean, it's like it's so easy. And like think about this, as a massive project, they're getting away with things that we would not accept from a small project. We wouldn't accept the liquidity there's no locked liquidity on Uniswap right now.
I'm completely with you on this, and I'm really frustrated about this. I'm completely with you. I owned 12 apes at one point in time, multiple mutants, and I had to sell a lot of them to take care, all of them actually, to take care of my family. And then to see that I didn't get a single ape token for being instrumental in the early phases of Bored Ape Yacht Club, it honestly hurts my feelings. And I just feel like they left me on the wayside and they just treated me like I wasn't ever a part of the journey and I was just nothing. And it hurts and it makes me angry. And honestly, I just don't even know what to say.
I mean, dude, that's a really good viewpoint right there, right? It's like you were instrumental in helping to build what exists now. And like some people may be like, oh, well, you didn't hold or whatever, but I've dealt with projects like that too. Like there's a very big cross-chain swap, right? And they started as another token. They started as a stable swap originally, and I was their top liquidity provider early on. I had the majority of their entire LP early on, and I farmed their token, and they were having an issue with the depreciating token price, and I actually was the one, I got on calls with them, with the dev, and suggested that they created a vesting schedule for their token, which would vest 70% of the farming rewards from their token. And then when it came time for their farming rewards to unlock, they migrated to a new token and basically just pulled all of the liquidity from the token that had the vested rewards, and I watched like, $750,000 of rewards turn into like just thousands of dollars of rewards, and they wouldn't have gotten off the ground had I not provided their initial liquidity, and they gave me dick for it. So I've been in situations like that, and like I can empathize with that.
It just makes you feel frustrated, right? And like now I own some apes, or now I own some Meebits. They're not going to give me an ape token. They're probably just going to throw me by the wayside again and not do anything with Meebits. You know what I mean? Like we're like second class citizens now, and I don't know, man. I question their intentions.
Well, I mean, for me, it's hard to, I like to ask, I like to stay in the method. I think you guys have noticed, like, I've just spent time kind of like asking questions about this. And like, yeah, I've gone kind of hard on some people who've turned it into like personal attacks or wanting to make it. What's up, Brando? Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Captain, I appreciate what you had to say. I don't know if I know very many people in here, but, it's obviously very admirable what you did to take care of your family and stuff, but I'm confused as to what the Kennel Club, which was a drop for owning a Bored Ape, as well as the serum, which, was another gift. It's kind of, obviously it's unfortunate that people who help build the community don't receive any of the ape coin, but they've received, bountifuls of gifts, on the way up. So it's tough to kind of continue to, throw money all the way back to the front end, as they help build you guys up.
Yeah, but Brandon, I feel like I'm a drummer on a band, in a band, and I helped the band get to where they were, and then right when I left because I had to go take care of my family, the band just takes off and goes global, and they act like I never was even the drummer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know how it technically works, but it's almost like hey, you guys created a record label and you sold all the sales, and then all of a sudden they kicked you out of the band, and all of a sudden they created a new album. Well, I don't think you're gonna get any sales of the new album.
Yeah, but what if I helped make the name what it is today?
No, I understand that. I think we're all used in this world at some point. I know what you mean.
I mean, I had to put my kid through private school because the public schools here are shit. That's why I had to sell out. And now I feel like I'm going to be in therapy, talking to my therapist about this for weeks because like I got neglected.
No, I can't.
I honestly, dude, I can't tell if you're trolling a little. Like, I feel like you're trolling just a little bit right now, dude. Like, I can't. Like,
I mean, I'm going to be honest. There's two sides to that coin. There is the side. Yes, maybe you should have been rewarded. Maybe you were an instrumental part. There's a lot of people I think who were major community builders in the early days of Apes who weren't necessarily recognized. Obviously, they did honoraries, but even past that, I think there were some people and some notable examples of people who really took it upon themselves. Made big trades. Captain Trippy, for example, with that big buy for like 50 ETH on the Trippy in the early days. Things like that did a lot, and they weren't necessarily directly rewarded. But on the flip side, you also received a 10 to 20 to maybe even 100 plus X on your initial investment. Did they directly reward you with an ape token drop retroactively? No, but for those 12 apes that you sold, you made great fucking money on them probably, and that probably allowed you to pay for to put your kid through private school, like you were saying.
I mean, so barely with the taxes.
But that money would have never existed if otherwise. No.
I mean,
I don't know. I just don't think we're going to get anywhere. I'm pissed off. I think Ape's going to $0. I mean,
don't get me wrong.
I'm out of here. I'm done.
I think price action wise, we're going to see not a great trend.
Oh, can we just take a minute? I just want to take a minute. That was like,
that was kind of funny.
Yo, was he trolling? Like, was that like a really, really well executed troll?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I would have laughed too hard if that was me. If I was trying to troll that.
Or like, Brando, you actually know him, right? Like, you actually know it. Like, I just feel like we all just got like full meta troll.
But like, no one wants to be too mean. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like
we're all
laughing
just trying to keep it PC, dude. but like, I feel like he was trolling, dude. Like, he's like, I'm gonna be talking to my therapist. So like, I'm just here like,
Yeah,
fuck,
that was
doesn't
where
matter,
it
got
kind of
paid,
fell
dude.
apart.
Like,
Yeah.
doesn't matter, got
He went
paid,
too far.
dude. Like, I mean, look, dude. This whole thing is it's what it really indicates for me is that a lot of businesses, as they scale and grow, and especially businesses or enterprises that grow extremely fast, that fast and rapid growth can actually be the undoing of the enterprise itself. And so this just noting that like we're watching Bored Apes. First of all, we watch them grow extremely fast. I've heard people say things like, well, they have this long and proven track record, and it's like, ETH has a long and proven track record. Okay? Bitcoin has a long and proven track record. Just about everything else in the industry that's been around just as long is like Cardano, scam. XRP, super scam.
Don't tell the Uber drivers that. They'll get really mad when they hear that.
Duper scam. So it's like, when you look at the things that have been around that have like what we call proven track records, and after I'm done, Ben, why don't you go ahead, because you've had your hand up for a long time. But like, that have a really proven track record, like there actually aren't a lot of things in the crypto marketplace that have a proven track record. And like, I mean, there's so much in common with NFTs right now and Tulip Mania, except for the fact that like non-fungible tokens and the ERC 721 standard does have a huge number of real world applications, and especially involving digital identity. I just think the shape of how it looks is going to be very different. And like, yes, CryptoPunks and Bored Apes do have probably the best position in terms of being like OG blue chip landmark profile picture art that are kind of like genre defining in the space. I just think that it's also important to know like, when is enough? Like, what is enough value? Where is the value getting created from? How are these utilities getting created? Like, is it too much too soon? Like, and can too much of a good thing be a bad thing? And like, it just seems like this airdrop and this token drop was like really, really poorly executed, done in a really amateurish manner, like without a lot of notice. Liquidity wasn't added properly. It was kind of like this accelerated hype, like, look, we're going on all of these exchanges right away. And honestly, it doesn't match how the best projects have worked. Like, I honestly would have loved to have seen giving crypto natives an opportunity to get into the token. I don't think listing on all exchanges all at the first time on day one was the best idea for the launch. Like, if they already had the okay to list, like, I would have thought that, like, doing it where it's like, okay, we're adding liquidity on Uniswap, we're trading on Union Sushi. Okay, cool. Like, we're gonna list on Binance and Coinbase and FTX, and it's like that's kind of like not exactly how it occurred. Like, it would have been better to have like some good announcements and drops and like slow burn and some things to keep the volume going. And like, I think like, dude, like, don't be surprised if Ape Token does a Kevin. Not saying that that's going to reflect on Bored Apes necessarily, or that like that's going to even affect Bored Apes or Yuga Labs as a brand, but like, don't be surprised if ApeCoin is a Kevin. You know, it's like it wouldn't surprise me right now at all. So Ben, why don't you go ahead,
bro? Man, I just want to, first of all, dog, you're doing the God's work, man. Okay, I have been in this fucking spot since, bro, before Blau and Nifty Gateway and all that shit was getting pushed, and before Farouk was hosting rooms and all this other bullshit. All I gotta say is, I just wanted to confirm with you, so you got it from other people in this room. I brought a lot of people into this room, and I want them to hear what you're saying, because I haven't heard anybody articulate the NFT space as well as you have. Thank you, bro. But real talk, not once, not twice, 3 times I've been offered a Bored Ape through MoonPay. I had Adidas hit me up, my DMs, on Instagram, like, hey man, you want to co-host the spaces with us, blah, blah, whatever. Oh, do you own a Bored Ape? No, I fucking don't. Hit me up. And it just, I don't know what it was, but the fact that some of these super top tier all-star NBA players had them, and I was like, yo, this is all cap. They didn't buy this shit. That motherfucker didn't pay 100 ETH for this fucking thing. It's bullshit. And just all this stuff, and just the way you handled this room, I just had to I don't know, man. I just wanted to just give you your flowers. I wanted to speak.
Thank you, bro. Thank
That's
you.
it, dog. It was a big deal.
I mean, dude, you sound like someone who has a huge amount of integrity, honestly, bro. And I like just be honored to be your friend, honestly, because like just the fact that it comes out like that, and someone's like offering you a Bored Ape, and that you just like you have a big following and a lot of outreach, and you're like, it just doesn't feel right. And like it's also notable that like a lot of people don't understand that like, dude, there are FCC regulations about advertising. If you get compensated for an advertisement, you have to give notice that you've been compensated for that advertisement, right? And whether that and like people, there's a lot of gray areas, right? There are a lot of gray areas, especially in crypto. There are a lot of places that are undefined, a lot of regulation that's not yet defined. And I just want to say this right now is like, I'm an advocate of a free market. I think the SEC should go sub it, dude. Like, they should get the fuck out. However, I also see a huge amount of predacious activity and predatory activity, especially involved with centralized exchanges. Like, when I got into Bitcoin, there were no KYC requirements. I used to go on local Bitcoin, and I would literally like roll into a Starbucks or a Coffee Bean in Los Angeles and like do loops around the spot and check the place out to make sure when I got out of the truck with my backpack full of fucking cash that I'd withdrawn from the bank, that like no one would try and hit me upside the head and take my backpack. And like literally had people try to rob me a couple times while I was buying Bitcoin, like count out cash on the table in the middle of a Starbucks with people looking at me all awkwardly, like count out like 30, 40, 50, 100 racks in the Starbucks and like get a transaction. Back then we used to get block confirmations in like fucking 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Like you'd be like, oh,
yeah, literally 10 seconds.
Shit sent. Now you're waiting like 30, 40 minutes. And like, dude, and then you'd go, like you get out of there. But I think there's a lot of nefarious activity going on around centralized exchanges. And a lot of these people, especially in the US, they've gotten big enough that they can pay for lobbyists and they can arm themselves up with lawyers. And when people say like, oh, they've got this big law firm and blah, blah, and why would they rug pull? It's like, well, dude, AZ16 has rug pulled all of us so many times, dude. Like, they've dumped their bags on our heads so many times, and they've never faced any regulatory action. And that's because they have these big law firms. So to me, it's the opposite. I see like, oh, dude, they're armed up with the good lawyers. Like, they got a big budget. Like, if they screw a bunch of people over, like, it's going to be a long, hard road for anyone to get compensated. It's going to be a long, hard road. And really, like, if they are the biggest blue chip, they are fucking launching the Ape DAO, then, like, they should be a role model for the right way to do the token distribution, have their tokens locked in a multi-sig, if they're having governance in the token, like, have that governance logic embedded in the token. Like I said, like, PancakeSwap is a governance token, and if you go read the PancakeSwap smart contract, there's governance functionality embedded within the smart contract. I'm telling you guys right now, the APE token is literally the standard ERC20 Open Zeppelin contract. with no modifications. They didn't do anything. They didn't even need a dev, bro. They wrote zero code, bro. There's no governance. There's no nothing. They couldn't even be bothered to pop up a Gnosis multisig. So what does that tell you? If that's like, dude, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. And if that's how it is and how it's going to be, then it's like it's really important that we don't all become Kool-Aid sippers, because if we all drink the Kool-Aid, we just end up dead in the field. And it's sometimes these things are tough pills to swallow, right? They can be tough pills to swallow. Be like, man, this thing I was so fucking excited about, that I was so hyped on, that I was sure I was going to make deep gains on, like, it didn't go the way that I thought it was going to go. You know? And maybe it's something I don't understand yet. I just think that there are red flags. If it weren't, this is what I think, is like, if I omit that this token, this is what I try to do with every token project, every project that I look at. I try to look at the token, right? And I try to remove everything that I know about the project and the team and all the stuff, and just look at the data on chain empirically. And if I were to remove everything about Yuga Labs and Bored Apes and all the stuff, and I looked at this token and I said 15% of the supply is being airdropped, 45% of the supply is in 160 unlocked wallets, and less than 1% of the supply was added to the public sale. Is this a buy, yes or no? For me, I'm out. Now, then I can look at a whole bunch of other things, like, oh, Yuga Labs may be going public. Okay, but does this token give me equity in Yuga Labs? No. Does this token promise me any of the royalty revenue of the Bored Apes tokens? No. Does this token promise me any of the royalty revenue of the future NFT marketplace that's going to be built? No. What does this token offer me?
So let me ask you something real quick. So, yeah, like, besides the obvious reasons, I never looked into research on the MoonPay, never checked their wallet, never to see, whatever. Didn't know the address, didn't care. I just knew shit was rotten, right, off top. Do you think they're in direct cahoots? Like, I mean, I'm just speculation. Or do you think it's just because they have 400 apes that they're basically gifting celebrities and things?
No, they have a partnership. They have a partnership.
Okay.
Oh, they 100%.
Do? I mean, publicly, it's not been announced, but you don't spend, millions upon millions upon millions of dollars with, no recourse. I'm fairly certain there's a partnership there.
Yeah, I mean,
there was an NDA they tried to send my agent and shit too. I was like,
there's definitely NDAs and everything there, but I'm positive there's, some.
No, what I'm saying is, for me to, if I was to accept.
They wanted you to not disclose that they had purchased the ape for you.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
They wanted it to seem like you bought it for yourself because you liked it.
Which you know what the craziest thing about that is that a lot of celebrities who are going into this, they're probably just stoked to get the ape, and they don't even realize a lot of them probably don't consult their legal and shit like that beforehand. Yeah. But they're actually asking you to commit fraud on their behalf. Because it is a violation of Federal Communications Commission regulations to promote to get paid to advertise a product or service. And I guess the way they could claim they're getting around it is like, they buy you a Bored Ape, you're promoting Bored Apes, that promotes NFTs, and people come and use MoonPay to get on board and to onboard capital to OpenSea, right?
And 30, 40 minutes ago, you said, you know what? Even these gigantic fucking monster legal teams, they don't fucking know the space. And that's true, bro. I'm represented by one of the biggest sports agencies in the world. They represent biggest. Tiger Woods, Derek Jeter, the biggest stars on my agency.
Bro,
and our legal team
I legit have the same fucking lawyers as Barack Obama, dude. And I fucking spend hours a week they call me just to learn about blockchain. Like, we talk and just have friendly conversations, and they don't bill me because they sent me a bill one time, and I got mad at them, and it was like, this is how much you're billing me? And they're like, yeah. I was like, well, am I going to bill you $5,000 an hour for teaching you about blockchain? And they were like, and they're like, hold on. And then they edited the bill. And then since then, it's been like a beautiful relationship, right? But they don't know. They don't know, dude.
But that's the real shit.
They don't understand MEV, dude. They don't understand automated market makers, lending protocols, like any of this stuff, any of these things that are going on in the space. And it's, I mean, dude, I was also in the medical cannabis industry really early, right? And it's like, it was the same thing. It's like people didn't know, dude, and there's all these gray areas. And then
you see what cannabis house is now, bro. Every 3 months, fucking BCC has a new compliance. It's like, come on, dog. You really got to change the stickers? It's black and white. It's like, no, it's going to be white with the black. And I'm like, wait, it is white with black. No, it's got to be the white letters. Come on, man. Like, every month, there's some new shit. It's fucking legal extortion. But
bro, I luckily was able to exit my company. I luckily was able to exit my company like the year legalization occurred in California. I was stoked as fuck, dude. And I got out, bro, and I was like, best thing I ever did. But the reality is that like people don't understand that like when there are these gray areas, funds like especially predatory funds. When I was raising capital, dude, 90% of the people that I met and was looking to raise capital from, dude, one of the people who tried to invest in my business and I almost took money from the dude, and I'm so glad I didn't, was one of the guys who was accused of funneling dark money from Ukraine to President Trump's campaign, dude. I sat at dinner with the dude who hired Edward Snowden for the NSA and the fucking dude whose father was the head of the fucking KGB and had been funneling money to fucking Donald Trump's presidential campaign from Russia, dude. And like, those are the type of people who are interested in providing quote unquote legitimate capital.
Right.
CFI capital to these type of gray area industries, and like people just
I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I just wanted to give you your flowers, dude. I have been fucking buying Bitcoin since it was at $1. I was the first fucking internet store to accept cryptocurrency. You know what I mean? I have people come, no, but fuck you, you haven't. And then they Googled it, they saw like, oh shit, I was the first guys making the Bitcoin jewelry, all the fucking Ethereum, all that shit way back. And I just love seeing these dudes get triggered. It's fucking hilarious, and they're getting desperate.
Bro, it's like, dude, Bored Apes have only existed for like a year, guys. Long
history.
Not a long track record in crypto, bro. Like,
I mean, long track record. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, bro. Look, man, I gotta get going though, bro. It's been a fucking amazing time.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Definitely, man. I followed you, bro, and God bless, man.
Yeah, let's talk sometime. And if I'm ever back in LA or come out to Bali and visit, bro, we'll show you around.
100%, bro.
All right, cool. Does anyone else have any questions, or if we want to get some new people?
Yo, I want to talk because I want to say thanks first of all for doing this. Because there's so many people in the space that prey on the uninformed. And it's nice. It's nice to see people who who give a shit to try and educate. Because so much of this data it's not on chain. There's only so many things you can see on chain, but I want to know. About Yuga Labs, actual laboratories in Madagascar where they did all the animal testing. I want to know how many apes died trying to make those M2 serums. That's a 20,000 collection, but, there's got to be 40, 50,000 dead apes, screaming for their monkey parents in basically a converted greenhouse somewhere in Madagascar. No one has the data for that. There's no way to know. We don't know. I'm glad someone is as angry as I am.
So dead, bro. Oh my god, dude. Yo, but on a side note, I think it's Elon Musk who's been doing the testing on the apes, not Bored Apes. Just low key though. I think, yeah. And I know there's a lot of Elon fanboys, and I'm going to trigger people, but he's a scammer too. Remember when we were going to have automated taxis in 2021? Where's my fucking automated Tesla Uber, motherfucker? Yeah. How about that? PayPal is down fucking 70%, dude. Like, come on, dude. Like, just because something has a proven track record and it's been around for a long time, Bernie Madoff ran his Ponzi scheme for 18 fucking years, bro. People thought he was the greatest. 18% annual returns, dude. Yo, get Ryan. Wait, where'd Ryder Rips go? I wanted to hear what he had to say, dude.
Oh, Christ, bro, please no.
Okay, let's get a couple. Anyone else have any questions? Oh, Lovecraft.
I just want to say.
Oh, go ahead, go.
I don't think that this, personally, I don't think that it's a rug. I don't. I think that the design leaves a lot to be desired, especially in terms of syncs for the token itself. And that there is, in my eyes at least, serious problems with, the idea that governance tokens have value. One, because, basically every DAO governance token airdrop has, followed the exact same chart pattern. And
you mean trends converges at zero, dude?
Pretty much. And my concern is that, listen, can there be serious utility for ApeCoin if they, build this whole metaverse and everything? Absolutely. Will this happen within 6 months? No. Will it happen within 12 months? Probably not. And 12 months in this space is a really, really, really long time. And I have a feeling that a lot of people are buying, not doing full research onto what exactly the token can be used for. Because right now it has no use cases. It is a DAO governance token. And those are, sadly, worthless for the most part in, today's world of crypto. Hopefully down the line we get real DAOs and real governance and, as securities laws change a lot and we're more free to do things. But right now,
Well, I want to take this as a moment, since you said real DAOs, to just self-shill. I started this awesome clickbait room, not only because I wanted to inform people and create great content, but Omakase is a utility that allows anyone to deploy their own generative art project or one-of-one art collection, deploy your own smart contracts directly from a graphic user interface. All of our contracts come with native on-chain governance and dynamic function calls, meaning that you can actually have on-chain ERC 721 governance in which your community can actually participate directly in on-chain governance to manage funds that are held and owned by the NFT contract, meaning you can deploy asset-backed NFTs, use that liquidity to stake in Aave or Curve DAO and earn a yield as a community, or collect NFTs as a community. So the technology does exist. We spent the time, attention, energy, developmental debt to spec, unit test, go through everything to get these contracts ready and make it feasible for people to actually have NFT DAOs where people could have profile pic collections, create digital identity, and actually engage in direct on-chain democracy and governance. So that technology does exist. It is possible to create real DAOs. It's completely there. It's functional. And it's just about the people creating projects actually being interested in creating DAOs and giving over governance and leadership to the communities itself, versus just following the same mean. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Jordan Peterson, but he does say something which I think holds true, and we see a lot of it in the blockchain space, which is that people who decry any type of leadership or organization structure, they don't want to supplant it because they actually want to see a different system emerge. They just want to install themselves as the people in power, right? And that's what we're seeing is like the vestiges of that, and how decentralization and DAOs don't actually match that. And also most governance tokens, the whole idea of like, oh, you're going to be able to vote with this token, it's like it's total BS, because one of the biggest DAOs, MakerDAO, has less than 10% of Maker holders actually participate in Maker governance proposals. And once again, MakerDAO is another token that has the voting embedded within the token smart contract, right? So this is feasible. So like when I see something being promoted as a DAO or having governance and there's no code that indicates any logic within the smart contract to accommodate governance, I have to question it. I have to question it. Like a DAO in name does not make a DAO, right? So Ray, why don't you go ahead? And then I'd actually love to hear from Ryder because he's spent a lot of time kind of digging into the iceberg theory of Bored Apes, and I know he's very controversial. He dealt with some personal attacks and stuff like that, but I think there's, I think there's an interesting story there, and I'd love to hear what he has to say. So go ahead, Ray. What's up?
Well, I know Lovecraft has been trying to talk too, but I just had one thing to say is that my layers are finally ready, and I'm so excited to plug them in. The end.
Okay, you fully right. So let's hear from Ryder, and then we'll hear what Lovecraft has to say about all this. What's going on, Ryder Rips? How are you, sir?
Hey, what's up, man? I was just listening in earlier. I want to thank you for kind of like, and Ben Baller for exposing MoonPay a little bit. I've done some digging into MoonPay myself and know that all of that you're kind of reading into it is true. They're not brokering white glove, transactions or whatever the bullshit they're trying to say is their service. It's not a real service. Concierge for NFTs is a complete lie. If you have a mobile phone and you go into the App Store, you'll quickly notice there is no MoonPay app. It doesn't even exist. If you try to actually use the website, it barely works. They have an API page that has documentation that's all bullshit. I can't find one website that actually uses MoonPay API for anything. So there's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on here, and there's a lot of people being rugged in NFTs and being like kind of sold the hype and all this shit. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been looking into the Bored Apes thing a lot, obviously, and I don't know exactly why you were like laughing or something before, but yeah, I mean, it's extremely alarming, so many of these aspects. I mean, knowing the intellectual capacity of these guys, knowing that they don't.
I'm friends with Feder, right? You know Feder Linux?
No.
So before you even brought it up, Feder was the first person that I saw postulating.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so I've been in neural pepes for a while, and like Feder is just big brain, and like I think I voiced my standpoint, which is that like I personally don't really. I have a stronger anti-censorship stance than I do a stance against hate speech. So it's like in terms of blockchain, I really believe that being anti-censorship is the standpoint that we have to have first. Like
I totally agree with that. And a lot of people are misconstruing like my research or whatever as like some sort of attack on them or like the idea that this should be like
no, it just is what it is,
or
it just is what it is.
Exactly. And for me, like basically I actually don't, if they were open about what they're doing and like they're like, yeah, Kali Yuga and like, yeah, we are very interested in colonial literature and yeah, we're very interested in Nazi literature. Like, in fact, I got an MFA in that. Like these are intellectual people behind this thing. They're not just bumbling idiots.
They could have literally come out and just said like, and it's part of our statement against censorship too. Like,
yeah, so, I don't care. Like to me, it's like it's the fact that they're lying and the fact that makes it so nefarious. And it's like you don't know the point of it. You don't know their read. And if a lot of people in NFT aren't like intellectual at all to understand like David Foster Wallace or to understand Bolaño or to understand literature or history at all, you know. So if you have no
or to even just understand like subliminal aggressions and things like that. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here, but I kicked a bunch of people off the stage because they levied like these little underhanded subliminal personal attacks at me. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not with that bullshit. You can kick rocks, motherfucker. Like,
For
I'm
sure.
like too smart for that shit. Like, I'm not gonna let you fucking subliminally, like, low key talk shit about me. Like, if you want to talk shit about me, just fucking tell me I'm an asshole. You know what I mean? Like,
So that's really the thing. Like right now, basically, like I call it like trolling 1.0 versus trolling 2.0. Like trolling 1.0 was goatsy. You know what I mean? And like when I was like 10 years old, I used to like send goatsy around to, you know, like that was like a huge, that was like probably the most famous meme of the 90s or whatever. Like, and trolling kind of went on like that, you know, basically shock value, like where you just, you know, kind of anonymously put up shock value stuff. And then trolling 2.0 is more like where you take things that have double meaning and then you subvert them and then you call the person crazy when they point it out.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that was done, and it's a genius tactic because it's completely obnoxious and it really works. Like the
dude, I mean,
OK symbol.
I know like a super alpha 4chan troll, right? And like 90% of people who will talk to him in public or in spaces or Clubhouse, like they all think the kid is a total Nazi, right? But he's actually like one of the most hyper liberal little femboy fuckers on the planet.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, and so you're like, yeah, and he just likes the fact, he literally just likes the fact that it triggers people. Like, he literally is just like there for the fact that he can trigger people and get them all triggered and frustrated and stuff like that. And then he sits back and laughs and is like,
Totally.
yeah, it's the fucking internet. You don't know what I actually believe, motherfucker.
Yeah, I explain it. I explain it like, imagine if you had a shirt that had a graphic on it that said "idiot" upside down. But so it just looked like a design. And then someone came up to you and was like, "Oh, that's a cool shirt, bro." And you're like, "Haha, thanks." So like a lot of people, like that's the best way I can explain this type of sense of humor and this type of trolling, where it's like you're not calling yourself an idiot, you know what I mean? And you're indirectly calling someone else an idiot by like having this kind of like subverted double meaning thing. And it's like for someone who's like an intellectual or someone who thinks they're real smart, like that shit is funny and fun. But like, if you're dealing with like multi-billion-dollar companies and like this shit is actually incepting people and these ideas are like permeating through people's identity, which is what this is when you have a PFP project, and through their finances, which is their whole livelihood, it's like incredibly dangerous and toxic. And like that's really why
I talk about this a lot of people don't want to acknowledge it, but there's a strong sort of, even just within the Bitcoin community, right? There's a very, and I've been in BTC for a while now, and I've actually like come in contact with some pretty base developers. Like I've got a friend who has a number of commits to the Bitcoin core and stuff like that, and I will tell you straight up that like the dude is like the great grandson of one of the founders of the fucking KKK. Like that, like he. You know what I mean? Like, there's a strong undercurrent, and even within like the narrative of Bitcoin itself, part of the narrative of Bitcoin itself is like the evil bankers, and who are the bankers? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
That's obvious.
You know, like, come on, bro. Like, and like just all the stuff about zeitgeist and like all these different things, and so like that is an undercurrent within the culture. Like if you go and look up like how Bitcoin has armed the alt-right with liquidity, Stephen Molyneux and all these different groups, like it's there, dude. And like, it's plain for you to see. You can go and look it up. It's not like there's no question about it. Like, in fact, that was one of the big reasons that the U.S. government, Department of Defense and Department of Justice started looking into and beginning to track Bitcoin transactions, is to track people who are pushing alt-right narratives and like these sort of like far-right,
for sure,
these far-right narratives. And like, are there also massive amounts of problems with centralized banking institutions? Like, Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Like, I keep barely any liquidity in banks at this point. Like,
Dude, the whole
would
thing
I?
started where, like, Lil B's manager sent me the logo comparison, being like, "Did you know the Bored Ape logo looks like the Totenkampf logo?" And I was like, "Holy shit!" And then I started talking about that, and then because I work in the entertainment industry, like I work closely with a lot of musicians, and so Guy Osiri called me, and then he starts like yelling at me for like an hour, like telling me about the internet. And I've been like making stuff on the internet for a long time, and like I don't know, like probably when he was like calling MP3s evil or whatever, I was like coding websites, so it's like I was like, damn, there's something weird going on here. Like this guy is like threatening me. He's like yo, like he's like, my friends tell me you're a good guy. Are you a good guy? You're gonna show me you're a good guy, or you're gonna be not a good guy? Stuff like that. I'm like, bro, like I'm like too old, and like I don't give a shit. Like I'm not gonna get threatened by you right now. So then I started like digging into it more, and like all this shit came out. You know what I mean? And it's just like it's so shady. Like what they took Seneca's art, and then they turned it into something that she couldn't recognize. She told that to me, and she thinks it's racist. And then they throw all these like they use her as a human shield, and then they have this female CEO. And if you have a chance, watch that interview. It's one of the most bizarre Twilight Zone-y kind of like just trippy things I've ever seen in my life. And it seems like
I've spent a good part of my life hanging out with like straight up like actual real world spooks. Like I think you guys probably heard me say earlier, like I legit have spent a lot of time with the dude who wrote Edward Snowden's recommendation letter to the NSA. Like, and I had a CFO who designed personality profile tests for the Central Intelligence Agency for a while, and like, so I have a completely different, like, I grew up with a mom who was also in the intelligence community, and like, dude, we used to play the license plate game as a kid, like, got trained to pay attention to body language. So like, I watch people and notice that what's said between the lines in a much different way than most people do. And it's subliminal information is the most important set of information. Like there's more information between the lines than there is on the lines most of the time. And I think that gets missed a lot of the time. And that's kind of what I was bringing up. I just bringing up what's going on the Block Explorer with this token, which is like, and just because a project is big, like no one should forget that BitConnect was at a multi-billion-dollar market cap, right? Digibyte was at a multi-billion-dollar market cap. Like the market structure of Bitcoin, like centralized exchanges are fucking with our coins all the time, dude. And the true essence of distributed systems and decentralized systems is not being represented within the current market structure of the ecosystem. The current market structure of the ecosystem is being dominated by hype and market makers and vulture capitalists shilling us their bags. I mean, it's like, look at this giant wave of people shilling Solana. It's like, I bought Solana at $2 fucking, dude. And honestly, that was high. I had to question it because I had a friend who's involved in raising part of the seed round, and she tried to get me in at 2 cents, dude. Bro. She tried to get me in at 2 fucking cents.
It's like
$200. I had people trying to tell me that Solana was going to the moon, dude, and I was like, I'm unloading everything right now. I don't know, like I fucking sell the news, motherfuckers, and like FYI, this is news, guys. You buy the rumor, you sell the fucking news, dude.
Dude, it's like if we don't stand for anything new, why do we even exist? Like, that's some shit I've been thinking about a lot. And I've been seeing so many people, like just doting at the fact that, like, X corporation is involved or X washed out celebrity is bought in or whatever. And it's like, I thought this was about, like, creating a new world, a new system. Like, I thought this was about something new. Like, if this is just, like, a whack version of,
just like, a dystopian version of the mainstream, dude. Exactly. It's like
what is the point of this?
Dude, people don't even realize, like, dude, celebrities are coming to crypto not because celebrities make crypto relevant. It's because crypto is now making celebrities relevant.
Exactly.
Dude. Like, we're the ones who have the power, yo. Like, we already got that shit. We already secured the bag, dude. I'm some high school dropout fucking autist, dude. And I'm fucking bags on swole, dude. Don't give a fuck about shit. Expatriated, living YOLO life. Wake up, looking at the motherfucking ocean. Fucking got girls. Got a butler, got a fucking chef, all that shit, dude. And, like, people are here, like, dude, I'm from Los Angeles, dude. Like, I know how celebrities actually live. I grew up with all of them, bro. Like, they don't have nearly the quality of life I've got. Like, so they want what we have. And that's,
but it's not
reality,
only all the money. That's another thing. It's like what you were talking about in terms of censorship and in terms of like detethering from like a bigger system and control, which is like Satoshi's whole, thesis and like was the original deals of this whole thing. And like the purpose of it is it's like why don't we start going back to projects or like at least thinking about projects that have some semblance of actual like desire for decentralization, of desire of like self ownership, of community.
Also, bro, people talk about utility. People do not understand what utility means.
No,
dude.
they don't.
I hear people saying like, "Oh, we've got these NFTs are going to have utility. You're going to be able to stake them to earn our token," and I'm just like, "What? Like, wait. I can stake your JPEG to earn your shitcoin? Like, bro, that does not define utility, dude. Like,
bro, it's so much buzzwords. Like, if you look at the APE coin shit, that just says DAO everywhere. DAO.
Dude. The first
decentralized is the best one.
The first thing. Okay, so let's go to Hustler. I want to hear you speak, but let's go to Lovecraft really quick, and then let's go to Hustler. Yeah, I don't want to hog the mic. So Lovecraft, what's up? You've had your hand up for a long time.
I mean, the reality is none of this shit is decentralized. There's too few people in charge of too much money. But I've been digging through this. I've been digging through all these transactions, and this was absolutely intentional. I mean, I don't know how it couldn't be by the way that they're trying to hide who they are and what they're doing. It all feeds back to
what is.
Well, basically, I don't know if you caught this, Ryder, but basically, like, so Yuga Labs and APE token DAO didn't add any liquidity to the token. So what occurred is that the token was deployed. The tokens were minted on deployment, and I want to bring one of our devs up here in a minute if he's still in the room to just describe it. So I got the token address. I looked at the token, and the first thing that I always do is I just go read the contract, right? Because I'm looking for like a mint function, anything that looks funky. I look at the contract. It's an exact fork of the Open Zeppelin ERC20 standard ERC20 token. Like there's no.
Which is just down. It takes like 5 seconds to get that contract and deploy.
Yeah. You go to GitHub. You fork it. You put it into Remix or whatever your development environment is. Visual Studio. You click deploy and like pay a little bit of gas, and there it is. It's done. You change a couple names. Good deal. You now have a token. So I was basically just like looking at it. I was like, okay, cool. So I went to their website. I look at the token distribution. 62% to the community. The remainder broken up amongst like the team and contributors in a variety of ways. Little charity offering to the Jane Goodall Foundation. I'm like, oh, great. So, like, typically when I see an ERC20 token with any type of charity allocation, I'm just like, whatever. I just donate to nonprofits. You know what I mean? Like, I can give money directly, or like I do something like Hustler's Project, which is like the guy is independently wealthy on his own, and he's starting a project to basically syndicate capital that's going to 100% go to something good. He's putting his own money into development. It's transparent. Like, I can just see the money going to good causes, right? And so I look at it, and then I'm like, okay, so, all right, where's the wallet that's for the APE? Where's the APE claim contract? Because that's the next thing I wanted to look at. I'm like, all right, I want to read the code of the contract. Like, let me see what's going on there. So I find that, and then I'm like, all right, so there should be another big wallet here that has I'm like, liquidity hasn't been added. I'm like, 221 holders. I'm like, all right, let me check the holders. What's going on here? I go to holders, and I see that there are 221 holders of the token already. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, I wonder who they distributed tokens to already. They haven't added liquidity yet. So then I'm like, all right, let's see what's going on here. And I'm expecting to see like 470 million tokens in a multi-sig wallet, because those are the community tokens, right? Like big batch of tokens that should be either time locked or in a multi-sig. I'm expecting to see like a team tokens in like a Unicrypt vesting contract or something like that, right? That are locked to be distributed on a certain time lock. I should be able to go to the Unicrypt contract on Etherscan, go and read contract and see the amount of blocks or the number of seconds until the unlock is possible, until it's possible to unlock tokens. So I don't see a Unicrypt contract. The first thing I noticed was a market maker called, I'd have to remember the name, something beginning with an M. So they're a crypto market maker based out of Singapore. They had about 1.7 million tokens. I noticed FTX Exchange had been sent like 110,000 tokens after getting a test transaction of one token. I noticed Huobi had been sent tokens, KuCoin. So I saw all the exchanges, and the first thing I noticed, I'm like, damn, these exchanges got barely any tokens. That's fucking weird. Like, why would they only send FTX 110,000 fucking tokens? Like, there's got to be demand for more than 110,000 tokens on fucking FTX, dude. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, that's crazy. So I actually already, as soon as that happened, I opened the room because like my dev looks at it and reads the contract and looks at the distribution. He goes, "It's a rug," and he was just joking around, right? Like he starts laughing. He's like, "It's a rug, it's a rug," and we're like laughing our asses off, sitting in our movie theater, just like LARPing around. And then I look at it and I'm like, wait, hold on, like where are these 450 million tokens? And then I see that like there are all these top holders. They have like 5 million tokens, 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 4.8 million tokens, 4.8 million tokens. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why are there all these addresses with all these tokens? And why did they send so little to the exchanges? So then I'm in the room, and there were a couple apes in the room, and I looked at the Twitter, and the Twitter is like, you can now claim your tokens. And I was like, hey, any apes who are in the room, you can claim your tokens, but they haven't added any liquidity to Uniswap. So, like, if you can claim tokens right now, you might want to, like, just go and add liquidity on Uniswap, and then, like, I don't know if it was someone in the room or if someone else was just fast. The wallet that had the ape was a wallet that Travis Barker had posted as his ape, and I looked at it, and what someone did is they sent 2 apes to a new wallet, to a fresh wallet. They claimed their airdrop of tokens, then they added 12.5 ETH of liquidity to Uniswap against 5,000 ape tokens, setting a price of roughly $7 per token. So now the token is publicly listed on Uniswap. Anyone can buy it, but the total supply of a token with 1 billion tokens that anyone can buy is 5,000 tokens. And pretty much immediately someone aped into the token. It was probably an LP sniper or something like that, or someone had gotten the token address and configured their LP sniper to snipe the LP as soon as liquidity was added. Unbeknownst to them, it wasn't the actual liquidity that was added, but just a user who'd claimed their tokens. They immediately sold 600 ape tokens for 55 point something ETH. Then they sold another 600 ape tokens. They were able to sell roughly 50% of their airdrop for like $1.2 million. 1.119 million is what they sold roughly 25,000 ape tokens for. And it basically, when I checked it, there was only like $36,000 in liquidity on ape token. And I was just sitting there basically just falling out of my seat laughing, because once someone adds liquidity to Uniswap, in order for the actual project to add liquidity, they're going to have to basically, arb the price down to whatever the listing price that they were planning on was. And I mean, I honestly was thinking that this would be a project, like the scale of the project and the amount of market demand. I honestly thought that, like, I thought that they were probably going to skimp on the amount of tokens they added to the LP, but I thought, like, certainly at least, like, 10 million tokens against $10 million of liquidity or something like that, right? I was like, and that would even still be skimpy for a total supply of, like, fully minted tokens of 1 billion tokens. To put only, like, 1% of the total supply in the LP is already, I mean, like, that's more skimpy than Solana. Solana only offered 2% of the total supply on public listing, right? And everyone's like, Solana's pumping. Like, of course it's pumping. There's only 2% of the fucking supply on the open market. Everything else is getting traded OTC behind closed doors. So, like, I thought we'd see, like, 10 million tokens hit Uniswap against, like, maybe $10 million in ETH. And I was like, whatever. Like, I'll buy hype, dude. Like, it's super hyped up. I've got tooling. I can move faster than people. Buy a big bag. Buy a couple hundred racks or some shit of it, and like flip it for a cool 2 to 5x. Like, I'm not mad at turning 200 grand into $1 million in fucking a night. You know what I mean? Like, who wouldn't be? So, like, and then I went and looked at the liquidity. I was like, well, it's fucked. Like, it's fucked. There's not gonna be doing that today because there's fucking 30 grand of fucking liquidity for. And the market cap at the time was like $15 billion market cap with $36,000 of fucking liquidity. And like literally the dude who added liquidity, he just pulled a slick move and he got all of it. He sold his airdrop for 1.119 million, dude. And like, good for him, honestly, because it's not his fault that the devs put tokens in circulation before they added liquidity. Like, Web3 is permissionless, right? So he took advantage of the permissionless state, and like people might complain about that. But then I thought, what I assumed is that we would see some type of announcement, like someone inadvertently added liquidity. Please don't buy the token. Stand by. We're going to be arbitraging the price of the token down. We'll be selling tokens into the LP until we get it to the price we want to add liquidity at, and then we'll add liquidity. Like, please don't trade until we add liquidity. Nothing like that came out, and still to this point, no liquidity has been added. So all of the liquidity that's been added, as so far, has been added by Bored Ape community members. There's approximately $1 million in total liquidity, which means about 500,000 of actual ETH liquidity, which means that like $100,000 market buy is going to have roughly 28% price impact or something like that. I think that's right. So, that's the current state of the Ape coin, is that it's floating. And then I was like, then I asked some people who were in the chat with me, I was like, yo, can you guys pull up the order books on FTX? Because I wanted to see like, is there at least some depth on the order books on centralized exchanges? There's no depth on the centralized order books. And I'm like, well, no one who plays the perpetuals game is going to long into an airdrop, like a 15% of the supply airdrop that's going out to people. So there's not going to be any perpetual volume. And like smart money, even if they're interested and they think this may have long-term value, like they're going to wait like 72 hours and buy.
Yeah, I'm on Kraken right now watching the market and the orders come in. It's been just dipping since it dropped, and it's pretty low volume.
Yeah, it's super low volume, dude. The order book is super super thin, and like the big driver of price action would have been perpetuals volume on FTX. Like that could have really sort of pumped it up, but it's just like there really just isn't the as soon as people who are smart money and who move big bags, like we look at the Block Explorer, dude. Like I'm checking the Block Explorer and like I'm more, especially given that the market is in contraction, I'm more risk adverse right now than I am hungry for gains, right? I'm more in a capital preservation mode and more just like watching BTC dominance. If the market moves to the upside, BTC is going to move first. I'd rather have my bags ready, just like, double my BTC position, ride that up, and then rotate into alts and other stuff as they move. And that's really what it is. But Hustler, you have your hand raised, so please go ahead, sir.
Hustle.
Yeah, let me walk away from these cartoons for my baby. Hold on.
Hey.
Walk away from the cartoons to jump in a room full of cartoons, bro. Right? Lucky you started some trouble. Dude, hey, bro, I'm a clickbait champion, dude. Like, I don't know if you know, but like, I live for clickbait, bro. Like, right? Yeah, no, just I guess a couple things. One, I mean, I always love when you talk because you fucking are like me and you say shit straight to the point. You're also intelligent when you say it. You don't sound like an idiot when you're up here. I guess I like the fact that you're telling people about what you're fighting, right? Minus the intentional FUD. I mean, I don't feel like you're doing that. I think you're just explaining what you found, and this is what your opinion is on it. Because I don't think that you are the type of person to come in here and just blatantly fucking FUD a project because you have hate. So appreciate you telling 3,000 people what you find and make. Dude, I literally, bro, I did not. The room started. It was 20 people, and it just kind of for sure. No, I mean, it's great for people to hear, and then they can take that information and do what they want. I mean, obviously,
yeah, do your own research, everyone. This is like number one. Do your own research. Like, I'm just asking the question.
Obviously, I'm a big supporter of the Bored Ape community. Not a fan of some of the people in it, but overall, the community is fucking amazing, and I think the team is one of the strongest out there. I don't know exactly what's happening outside. I just woke up a little bit ago. It was a late night, so I'll look into like what you're talking about a little bit more. I have to claim my tokens as well, but more or less. I'm kind of curious, Ryder. I'm not familiar with you, and I don't know you, and my intent here is just to have a conversation. So I'm not familiar with you personally. I'm familiar with like what you do, I guess, because people talk about it. As far as like flooding the project, ultimately, I'm just curious what is the intention? And let me finish before you speak. So when you're constantly flooding a project with a lot of good people on the project, and essentially, I mean, at some point, you got to think to yourself, the project's pretty big. You know, I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the intent. Are you trying to crash the project? Are you trying to ruin the lives of the people that have invested, a lot of money? Because not everybody bought in at, 0.08, I believe, which is what their mint was many months ago last year. So I've always kind of been curious to have the opportunity to ask because I just hear about what you're doing, which is in a negative light towards AC community and the project itself. So I'm just more or less wondering, like, what is the overall intent here? Because I would hope that as you as a human being that we have some, excuse me, empathy towards the people that do have money in it, and we, ultimately. It's at a stage, the project's at a stage now where it's going to take a lot of work by a lot of people and facts that I guess that would ultimately hurt the project as a whole to take down something that big. And I think about when I see people flooding, I'll say my opinions on people in the project, but I'll never talk bad about the project itself because I know overall the people inside the community, not everybody, there's some innocent bystanders. There's some people that, I don't know their situation, but maybe they don't have any money left because they believe in the project so much and they're taking that gamble. And that's their business. But I'm just curious, like the overall intent, or like what's your long-term goal here? Because are you not thinking about the people that are in the community that you could possibly hurt? Or even if you don't, I mean, do you have any compassion towards the people that are holding the project when you're constantly?
Well, first of all, thank you for that, for the question.
Hold on. Yeah. So, okay. More or less I was done, but go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I mean, a lot of people are using me, I think, as like, I'm like an only person here, like speaking about this thing, when in fact there are thousands of people speaking about Bored Ape Yacht Club and against Bored Ape Yacht Club. I maybe am one of the most passionate people involved, and I may be someone who has the wherewithal to, make a website about it and to, tell other people about it and stuff like that. But there are people who are actually more popular than me who have spoken out about it and, shared their concerns and stuff like that. So, in terms of I don't think it's going to be me versus Bored Ape Yacht Club. I don't think it is me versus Bored Ape Yacht Club. The truth is the truth no matter what. So it's if people who are investing in this thing want to see the truth and care to see it, and they can look into it and they can decide for themselves if they don't see it as their truth, that's fine. But this thing that I'm talking about is something that has deeply concerned me as a Jewish person. It's deeply concerned friends of mine, and it's something that I think is really important to the future of blockchain, to the future of NFT, to the future of art, to the future of culture, to live in a world where people actually care about the content of the things that they're supporting, care about the artists, care about the people's intentions behind it, and they put value into things that have good intentions and good art and things that are developed in the spirit of blockchain and not in the spirit of something that is basically a pyramid scheme where people are getting paid to promote something that they don't necessarily understand. I've addressed these issues to many celebrities who I know, some of which own Bored Apes, and they agree with all these issues. They're not making it their issue because there are bigger issues in the world, and I realize that. This is not the biggest issue in the world. This is an issue that is important to me, just because of my background as someone who's used the internet my whole life, and my background as a media professional. This is something, as a Jew, this is something that has kind of struck a chord with me, and something that I've felt passionate about. But a lot of people see this stuff and they're not necessarily talking about it, but they're not going to necessarily, work with Bored Ape Yacht Club, because of these things. So, the question of, do I, care about people who will get hurt? I actually believe that this intel and this stuff that by the way is not just me finding it. It's a lot of this stuff is people coming to me, whether there's anonymous accounts or not anonymous accounts, and sharing stuff with me, like people who know these guys personally. I'm pretty thick in the weeds of this thing at this point. So to me, everyone says, do your own research, right? So this is an element of that. If you're going to invest thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars into a JPEG, which, by the way, let's not forget that a JPEG is an idea. You're not buying a physical piece of art. You're not buying a physical piece of jewelry. You're buying into an idea. It's important that people understand all perspectives of that idea and understand, where those things originate and who the creators are. I think it's important to understand whether they're doxed or not, what these guys' intentions are. And, perhaps some people aren't as versed in trolling or aren't as versed in history, as other people. And so, they should, if you're going to spend that much money on art, and you're going to spend that much money on an image, you should care about the image, because that's what you're spending the money on. At the end of the day, you can get Jimmy Fallon to tweet about the thing, you can get Paris Hilton to tweet about the thing, but at the end of the day, the thing itself is the art. So we really should be scrutinizing and thinking about that a little bit more as people who are, creating communities around these images.
I would just like to take a moment to voice that, I really believe that art is anything that makes people experience, deep emotions, that makes people feel strong emotions of any kind. And I don't necessarily think that there's anything particularly wrong with some of, the subliminal messaging embedded within the Bored Apes collection. But I think that acting like it's not there is kind of like a little bit ludicious. I don't think there's anything wrong with including things like that in your art. But I think that if you're going to, that communicating the reasons that you've included things like this, like one of the things that attracted to me, to Bitcoin is like one of my favorite books in middle school was Cryptonomicon, right? Snow Crash. Like I was a big fan of Neil Stephenson, and like it's just if you understand like what cryptography is it's literally the science of hiding messages, right? So if you don't look at everything in this space, like if you're not looking for where messages are being hidden, like where there's sublimination of information, then like you're just kind of missing the entire fucking point. And I honestly think that it's a fucking that some of the things that Ryder has pointed out actually increases the quality of the art and gives me a lot of respect for the creators. I do also think that it would be like, at least for their intelligence, not necessarily for some of the things that they communicate, but like I think it would be cooler if they would explain some of it and be like, yeah, this is what we did and how we did it and why we did it, instead of just be like, no, it's not there. It's like, okay, so you're gonna gaslight us now. You're gonna tell us we're all crazy. Like, all right, bro. I've read a little bit too much history for that. Like, I see what's going on here, and like, been in cryptography for a minute. It would be really cool if you would just like kind of be like, yes, this is what we did, and isn't it cool? And there's a lot more shit for you to find, so keep fucking digging, noobs.
For sure. And like it shouldn't be overlooked that these guys, they're like really, they're all three of them are Ivy League educated. One of them has like an MFA. They're creative people. And their official story, that this is a story about like just apes in a swamp with a penis wall or whatever they say, is like, it's like ridiculous to think that is the story. And if you take any time and you look into the puzzle that they gave an ape away in, and they gave a bunch of shit away, and there's a whole Medium write-up about that, you can see their interest in cryptography, their adequacy in it, and you can see that it's something that they're working with. And what you talk about is 100% accurate, is that cryptography comes from the desire and one's ability to hide messages, and that's like what a big part of Bitcoin and this kind of internet culture has been about and is about, and there's nothing wrong with that at all, and so I don't know, I just think it's like, yeah, the gaslighting thing is really dangerous. And I mean, I have people who are like PhDs, reaching out to me, like writing papers about this, and if they see it as, these are people who spend their lives studying this stuff. And,
bro, there will be a whole study of semiotics done on the Bored Apes Yacht Club collection. Like the study of symbology and the way that they've implanted symbology within the collection. And like I said, like I think it increases the value and the quality of the art. It just like, I mean, people would say that like there's tons of classic art that people would look at today, and it's like you couldn't draw that art or use it as content today. But I mean, like, dude, even just look at remember Jay-Z's the cartoon, the rubber hose cartoon. What was the track? Shui, what was Jay-Z's track that he did? It had the cartoon, the rubber art, and it's like still. I'm not gonna say it because you guys can't see my
story
face.
Of OJ. It's a story.
The story of OJ, bro. Exactly.
Oh, nice.
The story of OJ, like, look, he turned that into art, and it was acceptable for Jay-Z to produce that style of art.
Right.
His art.
But the difference is he's forthcoming in his intentions. You know what I mean? Like, this entire time, they're not forthcoming in their intentions. And it's like, what the fuck is that about? And meanwhile, you're creating like this this like mob basically, or like as it's called, a community of people who are like willing to, you know, hurl insults, gaslight, like do all this stuff basically in the name of something that they're not understanding, you know? And it's like, that's not cool. You know, that's not like why are you creating an army, an ideological army of people, you know, basically like who will die for something that they don't even fully understand?
I mean, I think that's a valid point. Like I said, my stance is wholly anti-censorship. So like like if people should produce whatever content, like I believe in free speech. I think people should produce whatever content they want and be able to publish it in a manner which is censorship resistant, where it can exist and where there's no government or thought police who can come and say like you can't post this. And likewise,
I fully agree with that. I fully agree with that.
I don't think people should be demonized for decoding the messages that are hidden in something and pointing it out and being like, hey, did you guys notice this is what's going on here? And there's a bad habit in the crypto community to be like, this is FUD, you're trying to fuck my bags. And it's like, dude, I dealt with a lot of that at the start of this room where people are like, you're fudding, why are you fudding ApeCoin? I'm like, dude, I'm literally just asking why the 470 million tokens that are supposed to be reserved for the community fund got split into 160 different wallets and sent out to 160 different wallets. Like, if that's FUD, it's only FUD if the devs can't answer the question. If no one has an answer to the question, then the only answer we have to rely on Occam's razor, which is that the simplest answer is the correct one, which it was done with the intention to XYZ, right? And that being said, it's like we get into this like us and them philosophy in the crypto space, right? And really us and them is the foundation of all cult and all culture, right? There is no us without them. And like you can even see it playing out in the US right now. Like as America is more unified politically than it was 6 months ago. Why? Because now there's an enemy, right? There's a them. The them is no longer the Republicans to the Democrats or the Democrats to the Republicans. It's the Russians to the Americans, right? Well, I've got a Russian girlfriend, right? So I've got a Russian girlfriend. I've got a bunch of Russian friends. I watched a whole bunch of them literally lose their life savings. These people aren't Vladimir Putin, right? They're not Vladimir Putin. I'm watching them deal with the emotional impact and kind of laughing at them. I'm like, I said to some of my Russian friends, I was like, how does it feel to be black, motherfuckers? I was like, you like it? Like, how does that feel? And that's kind of like what I hope that Web3 can actually help us extend beyond is the tribalism and the us and them philosophy and the adversarial winner-loser games, right? Zero-sum games. That's the potential that this technology has, but we have to utilize the technology towards those ends. If we continue playing PvP, which is what most of the market is, right, then there are going to be losers. There are going to be some big winners, too, but there are going to be a lot more losers. In order for the market to function, there have to be more losers than winners.
Amakasi, there's a difference between talking about something, right? And then everybody's like freaking out about it and saying, "Oh, you're fudding." But I mean, and Ryder, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're the one that took Gordon's first and last name and created a website out of it to FUD the project, correct?
What is fudding?
Can you ask him the question? Did you take the founder's first and last name and buy the domain and build a website around it to?
Yeah, but let's remember that's not the founder's first.
No, just go with me, please. Roll with it. Ryder, is that you that did that?
Yep.
I'm just asking the question.
Yes.
So there's a difference between saying an opinion, talking about it, and then moving on. There's another level of obsessed behavior of taking someone's first and last name, which is pretty fucked up.
Well, his name is
a website.
You mean his name is fucked up, which is an anagram.
Well, I guess sorry to his mom. I don't know what to say to that.
It's not his real name.
It's not his real name.
Okay. So
It's an anagram for a racial epithet. Like the same way that Lord Voldemort was an anagram for Tom Riddle, right?
Okay.
And so it's like
I wasn't the impression that was. I thought that was
no, dude. It means dumb Negro, dude. It's Australian slang. It's an anagram for Australian slang. That
the
means
guy's
dumb
name
Negro,
means
dude.
that.
Got it. I wasn't aware of that.
Like that. Like
I
that's
guess my point. No, I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I'll be honest.
Right.
I guess the point. I guess the point is I was trying to make was that there's a difference between, like, you made a comment about, like, you know, everybody's saying, why are you funding the project? You know, not to Ryder himself, but just in general, when someone says something that they don't, you know, if everyone's going right, Omakase, you know me, I'm gonna
go left, bro. I agree, dude. I agree.
Hold on, let me finish, bro. And I'm gonna explain. You know me. I'm going to explain why I'm going left. And people are going to be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I didn't look at it that way. Because everyone's fucking following the crowd to the right. So more or less, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, like, there's a difference between, like, everybody going right and someone going left. Someone known as me doing that often, but I always explain why I'm going left when everybody's going right. But to consistently, like, there's more to it when someone's, like, building a website. It may seem like, and I'm not implying that you're spending your every waking day, every single day of your life, Ryder, to talk bad about this project, and maybe possibly your intent is to ruin the project. I'm just curious, like, Omakase, you made a comment about the whole implication of, you know, when people FUD, you know, everybody's like, why are you FUDing? And I'm like, I'm just giving my opinion. That's not the same here. So that's more or less where my question is coming from. The intent.
Well, because this project isn't the same. I've never seen anything like this on the internet or anywhere. Like, this has like true Nazi symbolism all over it. It has true racist undertones that many people see, and I'm being threatened to talk about it. And stories in the press are being taken down. Paid stories are being put up. This is being actively censored, and there's something up here. The friends of these people are telling me that this is true, and you know, and that's just what's going on. And there's bigger things at play here. If you're worried about my website, you should be way worried about other things, other pieces of media, perhaps movies, perhaps like real exposés, perhaps people having PhD theses about this. So, you know, if you want to look into it, like, you could read the website, because if you read the website, you would know that it's not the guy's real name. And like, I lay it all out, you know, and there's enough there that's like really concerning as someone who cares about art and someone who's Jewish, and, you know, like, it's something that I think warrants a lot of response. And you're right. I am definitely spending a lot of effort in this thing, and it's not to, you know, to be honest with you, I think the price of these things has gone up, you know, since I've done this. So I don't know what you mean.
I actually had a theory when everything started coming out. Like, I actually had a theory that the dudes are just like marketing geniuses, and that they embedded all of this stuff, literally knowing that at some point it would come out and it would create controversy. And like, there's no better form of organic or viral marketing than controversy, right? So it's like this room being a great example of it, right? It's like, people love controversy. They love it. Creates so much attention, and like the amount of attention, like, you can't even really say that like someone talking about a project, even if it's negative, is bad for the project, because like the adage in publicity goes that no publicity is bad publicity. In other words, like, there's no form of getting attention that's going to be bad attention. Like, it's all net gain of attention. So it's like, and to that effect, also, like, we have to maintain the stance, if we're truly committed to Web3 and decentralization and anti-censorship, we have to maintain the stance that everyone should be free to posit their opinions and beliefs in a censorship-free environment, whatever they may be. And that has to come before we attack people for their viewpoints. We can feel free to disagree with people, but I think that disagreeing with someone's belief system, thoughts, or ideas, that the best thing to do is to, make logical and evidence-based arguments against their belief system and present evidence rather than to attack the individual themselves. I think you guys, maybe some people in the room, saw me basically tell people, suck a dick, get the fuck off my stage, because they started trying to make it about a personal attack on me or ask about my agenda rather than presenting me with evidence which could conflate or refute basically the evidence that I had provided. So I'm talking about on-chain analytics evidence, something that we have concrete that I can point to and asking for answers about it. And they're going, well, you're this, who are you, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, this isn't a fucking witch hunt, motherfucker. Like, get the fuck out of here. You can fucking, I can fucking take this dick and stick it right where the sun don't shine. So that's my perspective is that, Ryder is free to do his investigation on the project and put it forth. And the reality is that, like, if people are actually confident in the project, then anytime, dude, plenty of people talk shit about me. I'm like, thanks for the free marketing, motherfucker. Like, I literally had people tell me one time that there was a room, right? And they're like, oh man, that guy Omakase, he knows so much and their project is so sick, but they really don't know much about marketing. And someone told me the story. I'm like, wait. So you're telling me that someone was talking about me in a room when I wasn't there, but that I don't know anything about marketing? I was like, I think I'm doing just fine. Right?
Dude, that's so funny. I didn't even think of that, but I was there when that happened.
Yeah, dude, think about it. So they're literally marketing for me for free. I didn't have to pay them anything. I didn't have to give them any incentive. They're literally talking about me, and that's all that matters. And so it's sometimes people talk shit about me, and my response to them is, yeah, but nobody even talks about you.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Omakase, because I think that a vast majority of this community and the NFT community feels that Ryder's only doing what he's doing for the sake of, what they say, clout chasing, and for the sake of people talking about him. And so that's why I asked the intent, Ryder, because the overall consensus and sentiment in this NFT community feels that you're only doing what you're doing because, like, why the fuck would you be doing so much of what you're doing?
That's
you guys, please stop.
Do you really think that people only do things because of stuff like that? Like,
I do. I do. I'm a full-blown cynic. I don't
think my grandfather fought Nazis. I don't think my grandfather fought Nazis in World War II for clout chasing. I just don't think that's why he did that.
Did you just ask me if it's possible that you're doing what you're doing for a clout?
I started this room right here. Hold on, let me talk about myself. I know you're not talking about me. I just want to talk about myself. I just want to be transparent. I started this clickbait title fucking room purely to get attention and to be able to have opportunities in front of thousands of people to be able to tell you all, hi, we're omakase.com. We are a custom generative art NFT creator studio. We allow you to create and deploy your own NFT collection with zero code. You don't need a developer. You can get one of our licenses. It handles all of the art generation, handling all your layers, uploading all of the metadata. You can click one button, deploy your smart contract directly from your own wallet. And I am a cynic. I believe people only do things if they get some benefit from it, and I'm running this room to benefit myself, and I am base as fuck.
Yo, Oma.
Yo, what up, Sway?
What up? Yo,
what's up,
so
buddy?
I'm pretty much the least knowledgeable of the Web3 and all this shit in this whole entire room, but I just want to say, like, I want to give you your flowers. That this room has been very educational for me. I've been up like since I woke up this morning. I've been listening to this shit, bro, and I was like, it's very exciting. So
By the way, guys, this guy has known me since I was in diapers, dude. Okay, like literally since I was in diapers. So,
yo, and he's always been the same. He's always been smart as shit, and it always didn't make sense how on point he was. But thank you for inviting me into this room, and I'm gonna shut up now. Keep on going,
bro. Thank you so much, Shui. I can't wait to see you, bro. So, yeah, I mean, I think that. And that being said, also, like I said, I'm a cynic and all that stuff. I also believe that nothing is purely black and white. I also really do enjoy educating people, enjoy meeting new people, communicating ideas with people, hearing other people's ideas. Like but through those things, I also personally derive value from it. So to say that people only do things to serve themselves, I think is a mistake. I don't think anyone does anything that doesn't serve them in some way. But I don't think that that's the sole motivation for anyone doing anything. And honestly, E.T., I'm glad to see you on the stage. I'd love to hear what you think about all this, bro. By the way, guys, this is E.T. He's our big boss dev. He runs the show on all the deviness, and he's probably one of the most brilliant blockchain developers that I've met in 10 years in the space. And yeah, also one of the most high integrity and just like beautiful human beings that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Damn, brother, you're making me blush over here.
Oh, damn, bro. Shit. It's true, dude.
Damn, I mean, yeah, like, first of all, thank you for the smooth introduction there. Honestly, like listening to all of these interesting conversations, it just made me think about, like, for me personally, it's all about the investigation, and it's all about just following your curiosity at the end of the day, and seeing and looking and experiencing and feeling what it is that you're interested in. So whether or not you have some sort of end goal or motivation, or whether or not you have an agenda, at the end of the day, it's like we can all be on some sort of common ground and just, follow what it is that piques our friggin' curiosity at the end of the day. Like it's not about it's not about this or that. It's not about being for or against something at the end of the day. It's just about looking at stuff and doing research and coming to your own conclusions. I mean, all this stuff it's so apropos and it's so interesting to hear this kind of discourse. And I feel like there's a lot of accusation going on, and there's a lot of like, oh, since you're doing it this way, you must be doing this, or since you like, there's got to be always some sort of ulterior motive. But even if there is, so what? Even if there's not, so what? Just do research. Just,
bro, I think I think that's a beautiful connection you made about just like there's this common behavior in humans, which is we attempt to make determinations on causality, right? And we tend to conflate correlation with causality, right? And so, for example, I could say, okay, there's this amount of tokens on APE token that are supposed to be reserved for a community treasury. They're not in a multi-sig wallet.
Oh yeah, and that's also something that I wanted to comment on earlier, but I didn't quite get the chance. So I was reading through this contract. Chef sent me the BASE token contract, and I took a very quick look at it. It's something I could deploy in like 10 seconds. It's really nothing special. It's a basic ERC20 contract with a constructor function that mints tokens. And so what they did was they deployed the contract, they minted 1 billion tokens, and then they distributed those tokens to like 222 different addresses. Other than that, there's 0% custom logic. There's nothing else in the contract. And know that this is not coming from some weird, like, warped perspective of hate or prejudice against the project. It's just simply looking at what's there. So, I mean, it's something that I could teach, like, a 6-year-old to write.
Can you just, like, not, I know you don't, like, necessarily want to qualify yourself, but can you just, like, drop a little bit of info of, like, where you worked for the last 3 years and, like, a little bit of, like, your background, how you became a Solidity developer? And, like, I mean, actually, obviously, you're a full stack dev, but, like, just give people a little bit of insight into, like, why you may be qualified to comment on this?
Yeah, I mean, I can give a little bit of background. So, I've been doing some blockchain stuff for like the past, I don't know, five, maybe 6 years. When I first got into crypto, it was in 2017, actually. Well, 2017, I was trading, and then I realized, like, oh shit, you know, trading kind of sucks because I ended up making a lot of money, and then I ended up actually losing all of it as well. I got kind of caught up in this, in whatever bubble that was going on there. And then I was like, okay, this kind of sucks. I'm much more interested to learn how the technology works. So I started getting into these coding boot camps. And one was simply for web development. I was in this Python full stack developer course for web development. And while it was very interesting, it wasn't really that convincing in a certain sense. Like, I definitely learned some stuff, but what really stuck out for me was that, you know, with this newfound power, it's not that I could develop websites, or it's not that I could, you know, do these specific things. It's that I could learn how to do shit on my own. And that was kind of a breakthrough moment for me. I always kind of knew that I could do that, but this really cemented it for me. Like, I took this boot camp and I realized that, you know, programming and all of this stuff, it's just about doing research, and it's just about, you know, literally going at things head on and figuring stuff out for your own. Figuring stuff out on your own. And that was kind of my introduction. So from there, after I was trading crypto, I got into the development side. And so I started looking into Ethereum. I went through, you know, all the basic tutorials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I got to a point where I was pretty satisfied with the amount that I had actually accumulated in terms of knowledge. And so one day I was at this co-working space in Indonesia, this co-working space. And I was attending this dude's talk. And at the end of the dude's talk, he recommended that everybody post a sticky note on this job board thing. It wasn't necessarily a job board, but it was more of a communication board that was for something simple as, okay, you just put your name and your contact on the board, and then a little bit about what you do, and then other people can contact you. So I did it. I didn't really want to do it, but I did it anyway. Maybe my higher self was like, oh, you got to do this for some reason. And then for the next 6 weeks, nothing. Didn't get any calls, nothing. Wasn't expecting anything either. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, I get this text message from this dude. And it's just happens to be Aaron, who is the founder of MetaMask. And I'm thinking to myself, like, what the hell is this guy doing here? And, like, why did he message me? And then I instantly remembered, oh yeah, it's because, you know, I posted a sticky note on that job board. And I said that I was interested in blockchain, smart contracts, and Solidity, and all that kind of stuff.
Bro, what is even going on here?
It's just like a little background / bio.
I think I came on. We're here to talk about APE token. This guy was going on.
Well, dude, it's gonna come back full circle. It's gonna come back full circle.
You're literally, dude. The dude just told you that the fucking founder of MetaMask fucking contacted him to fucking work for him, dude. He's a Solidity dev who just read the contract. He's the one who did the fucking audit on the fucking APE token, motherfucker. What do you mean, what the fuck is going on? Get the fuck off my stage, bro. Don't fucking interrupt ET ever again, bro. He's more base than fucking 100% of the people in this fucking room. You're literally talking to a dude who's been fucking building the wallet all your bitch asses use for the last 3 fucking years. Shut the fuck up and have some respect. If it weren't for him, all your fucking money would be gone, you fucking bitch ass motherfucker. You fucking dumb? I have a suggestion for you, whoever just fucking cut him off. Take all your fucking money, send it back to your fucking bank account, and go the fuck home. All right, go ahead, UT.
To that point,
he's gone.
I'm actually going to skip ahead a little bit. To that point, I ended up working for MetaMask. I worked at MetaMask for 2 years. And to that point that you just said, I was working on the security team. And I was working directly with the founder of MetaMask to develop something called Lava Mode, which is essentially a protection against supply chain attacks and vulnerabilities and dependencies in software. And it was specifically built to protect cryptocurrency applications or cryptocurrency wallets or like any sort of software relating to cryptocurrencies. And so that's kind of apropos as to what you just said there. But yeah, I mean,
whoever cut you off, ET, I wouldn't worry about that dude. He obviously
he's not worried about it, dude. I just took it as a moment to just go flame on someone, dude, because it was too fucking funny, bro.
It's like,
what are we even talking about?
Are you understanding the words coming out of his mouth?
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, we're talking about, like, dude, hey, bro, like, we can schedule an ear cleaning for you, dude. Like, he's telling a good story. Like, what we're explaining is that Dev based, dude. Like, Dev is based. Like, Dev made sure you all got to keep your money. Congratulations. Like, everyone say thank you. Okay,
do you guys remember?
Thank you,
the copay? Was it BitPay or Copay? Or I think it was Copay. Copay. Yeah. So this was a Bitcoin wallet, and these guys got totally hacked. And you want to know how they got hacked? It's because somebody was able to inject some malicious code into their supply chain, and then fucking read people's key store files off of their devices and send them to a remote server. This actually happens,
son.
And shit like this happens all the fucking time. And so, like, basically, Lava Mode fucking totally protects against that. It gives you this comprehensive overview of all of your dependencies and like why does a fucking basic ass string or like JavaScript object notation serializer have access to my network? What sort of possible nefarious shit could it be doing? Right? So it's just food for thought.
No one understands what the fuck. There might be like 5 people in the room who understand what you're talking about.
I'm trying.
You just literally like flew the plane right over everyone's head.
But anyway, like I'm not gonna just stand here and fucking riff on about that all night long. But yeah, like all to come back full circle and just to say that the contract, the token contract that was built by the BASE team. Honestly, I expected more, and I'm not sure like exactly what their intention was with that. I mean, it's just so basic.
Bro, they didn't even drop some sick ASCII art inside the fucking contract or anything. Like, bro, nothing, dude. Like, no cuteness, dude. Like, nothing cute.
And how much money did they raise? Like, shouldn't they have access to the utmost top talent to build like the best possible shit? I don't know, like that's.
Hey, ET, can I ask you, since you looked at the contract, you said, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. What could have they have done different in your professional opinion?
Well, I mean, it's not that they necessarily had to do anything different, right? Because like what they did isn't inherently bad or wrong. And in fact, it's probably enough for most projects. But considering the fact that they wanted to have all of this DAO functionality, the token doesn't really allow for much of that. It's just basic, you know, like there's nothing wrong with the fact that it's basic. Although, I mean, I'm assuming like one other example of something that they could have added is some sort of upgradability feature. Like in its current state, it can't do anything. It can't be upgraded. Even if they wanted to add something new in the future, they couldn't unless they migrated all of their liquidity somehow out of a protocol, or like out of a DEX like Uniswap, and then created a new token from scratch and then re-add liquidity, which, you know, it's a hugely painful process, and no project wants to go through that. So yeah, I mean, upgradability is one basic thing. DAO functionality as well would be something.
So let me get this clear. What you're saying is that the APE DAO the token doesn't have any DAO functionality inside of it.
Not whatsoever. I mean, I'd be curious to see if they had any other contracts in their ecosystem. Now that's not something that I've seen, and I'm not, like, I can't really comment, so I don't know if they have any other contracts that I'm unaware of. But based on the token contract itself, there's no such functionality embedded within that contract code.
So, I mean, I think this is like where we talk about this. I was going to say earlier, I was talking about kind of like how we like to jump directly to causality, right? And it's like, if X, then because of Y. And as human beings, we tend to conflate correlation with causality. And what I've been bringing up here in this discussion are a number of correlations and attempting to shy away from causality, right? I'm just saying, like, if a token is purported to be a DAO, but the token has no DAO functionality, that typically correlates with a project that is marketing their project as a DAO, but intends to operate it as a monarchy or dictatorship, right? Now, that's not necessarily the cause. The cause of it not having DAO functionality may not be that they want to continue operating it like a dictatorship, but in general, those two things would correlate, right? Having your supposed treasury of tokens distributed to a number of single signature wallet tends to correlate with projects that would tend to, you know, use those tokens for purposes other than what was intended. Like that tends to be a correlate.
Also, the one thing that I'm very curious about is why they decided to drop all these wallets before adding liquidity themselves. Like that to me just it just tells me that there's no thought put into this thing. Like nobody who knows their shit is going to do that. It's just not something you're going to see. I've seen this happen so many times, by the way. And, you know, if you distribute your tokens early, anybody can add liquidity to that shit. It's completely democratic. AMMs are 100% like trustless. They're permissionless. You can do what you want. Like if you have something inside of your wallet, like a token, you can autonomously add liquidity to that. And I mean, for a project as high profile as BAYC, it seems, I don't know, oddly, I don't know, like what's the word I'm looking for, but it just seems odd, you know? It doesn't seem sound. Feels like there's something missing. And like Chef was saying earlier, I mean, ignorance versus malice, it could be ignorance, it could be malice. It doesn't really matter what it is. The fact remains is that due care was not taken. Whether it was from ignorance or whether it was from malice, it doesn't matter. The due care was not taken at the end of the day, and they sacrificed their launch because of it.
What up, Motivate? What's going on, buddy?
I'm biting my tongue until it bleeds. Refreshing coin market cap, and I'm just it's pretty interesting to watch. Those were a lot of good points that were made. I think a lot of the formerly interested into NFT side of things that have moved on to the DeFi side of things that really dive deep into coins and use PooSwap and Sushi and Pancake and more every day. Like, that's a whole different ballgame, and I think a lot of people are going to get banged up that don't understand tokenomic systems and those contracts and the differences between all of this stuff. And I don't know who's gone through Chain Salting's auditing processes or the previous projects and things of that nature, and I don't want to say anything negative about them because I haven't either. But yeah, it's a lot to chew on, a lot to digest, and I just have a lot of people asking me what to do with their money, and I am not a financial advisor, nor am I going to tell them what to do. But I personally,
you can tell them to do their own research, bro.
Where do they do it with that NFT? Yeah. Like, where do they go? No, I'm just kidding.
Dude, I know. I get it. And it's, you know, it's like, I knew, like, I started this room and, like, I honestly, we started looking at the token because we were going to fucking ape, dude. Like, we were just like, oh shit, let's grab a quick fucking 5-10x off this. Like, let's get a bag, dude. Like, I was like, there's so much hype. This has to be good. Like, this is like, we've got the tooling, we got the ETH. Like, this is like free. This is going to be like free money. And then, like, I really did not expect the blockchain to basically just show me so many of what I consider, like, I have what I call just like instant disqualifiers, right? Like, factors that cause me to instantly make a token uninvestable. And I just did not expect so many of them to arise within this project and within the token. I was kind of, we really both just kind of sat there like a little bit in shock, and we were like, wait, what? Really? Like, huh? And I was so confused, dude. Like, it was kind of a little bit of an existential moment. I was like, wait, really, dude? Like, fuck, dude. Like, and look, you guys have to understand that this shit is disheartening for developers and people who run dev stacks, because, like, we're here, we spend fucking hundreds of hours a week building towards real decentralization, and then we watch shit like this come, has so much marketing, so much hype, so much fucking attention, and we're like, we just fucking keep paying our own bills, funding our own shit, fucking got other projects funded by AZ16, fucking selling all your data, fucking milking all your shit, fucking centralizing.
That's the thing that's so hilarious about this space, right? It's like, the people who are actually building real utility go so under-recognized compared to projects that are just purely built off of hype. It's insane. It's mind-boggling. But but it's also super interesting. It's super interesting to observe.
Would you not say that the natural progression of all of this, though, in the sense that, like, we've kind of seen that the lack of guardrails, training wheels, helicopter dads, and more for newcomers to these spaces of shitcoin, altcoin, DeFi world, as well as NFT world and everything in between. You know, there's a lot of confusion on all of this stuff. And so people trying to find a safe spot, it's like, it can't be necessarily one of ones, and it can't necessarily be PFP projects because of the volatility of that. And then we know people can spin up coins overnight. Like, meme coins were the start of a lot of this shit. And, you know, everybody races into a Telegram. And I just feel like this, for the most part, just wasn't, I don't know. The way you beat the game is basically just have somebody send you a bored ape and a mutant ape and a kennel club, and then you claim it, and then you send it back because there's a bug in the contract. I'm leaving. No, I'm just kidding. You can't do that. But yeah, no, nobody's, the natural progression of it, all of this is figuring shit out, and everything is a new experiment, case study, JV, etc. but the acquisitions and mergers and the KYC and the data collection is just as bad as people putting their first and last name as an ENS domain and giving away their government.
What I do is I put my first and last name on an ENS domain and then I send it to other people's addresses, bro. YOLO.
I think if we're gonna have a new world, the metaverse or whatever we're calling it, we need like a new school, and like that new school shouldn't be run by like old celebrities. Like that's pretty much my thought on that.
Shut the fuck up, Ryder. It's run by celebrities, bro.
Yeah, I mean it should be run by people, you know, like
bro,
people,
dude, dude, listen, I 100% need the fucking Bitcoin maximalism course and the proof of authority Chronos chain maximalism course taught by fucking Matt Damon, dude. Like Matt Damon needs to run the course on proof of authority, dude. Like Matt Damon has his course.
You know, let's get Elon Musk's mom to APE in, bro.
Dude.
I've learned about proof of work through Paris Hilton's masterclass, so you guys better stop.
Exactly. That's the level it is at right now.
You know what, dude? I learned about other things from Paris. IRL. Hey.
Oh shit.
So yeah, let's see. E.T., I invited you to co-host, by the way. Pluto's, you've been waiting so patiently to talk, bro. I saw you. I want to hear what you have to say, bro. You've been in here for a while.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I've been here since you were like 50 people, and it didn't blow up.
Literally, you've been waiting so patiently, bro. I was like, holy shit.
No, we're
gotta get you up here,
dude. I appreciate you like informing. I've learned a lot today, so I appreciate you and the way you've approached it. You know, I just have a question. I guess two quick questions, maybe. Like the first one is, do you think that the community can recover if this is a blunder? What do you think? Will they recover, or is this kind of doomed now?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. 100%, dude. Dude, the best thing that Bored Apes has going for it is not the art, okay? It's not the celebrity shills. It's not the fucking token or the airdrops. It's some of the cool-ass motherfuckers who are part of the community, bro. I've met some shithead apes, too. But by and large, I've met a lot of cool-ass fucking people, dude. I've met a lot of cool-ass people who are apes, dude. And like any group of people, like, yeah, they're the shitheads, dude. And, like, most of the fucking ape personalities are big personalities. So some of the shitheads are fucking really magnanimous fucking shitheads. But as shitty as the shitheads are, the good people, the good ones are even better, bro. And, like, there are just a lot of gems in the community. And I think that, like, when you have a group of people who when you get that many high-quality individuals together, that it's really, like, impossible that it fails. But I also think that there is a statement that, like, there is some point where, like, the Bored Apes holders have to kind of be like, yo, motherfuckers at Yuga Labs, we overthrowing you motherfuckers. Fuck all these centralized raises. Fuck all this bullshit. We are the community. Fucking listen up. Stop fucking doing all this secret shit and fucking in the background. Stop fucking blah, blah, blah-de-blah. Fucking public fucking listing. All this bullshit cash grab token. You're gonna do what we say, motherfucker, because it's our fucking project.
That's awesome, man. I love to hear that. And that's kind of what I was thinking, but it's cool to hear that you're feeling the same way. I sold half of my drop, and I'm holding on to the other half. And yeah, we'll see how the rest of the day goes. But it kind of leads perfectly into my second question, which is, speaking of a lot of cool people in a community and big brains and whatnot, have you looked into Wolfgame, and what are your thoughts on like that kind of the shepherd bringing in some sort of governance token, play to earn? You mentioned earlier that 30,000 tokens wouldn't be enough for a really significant NFT community to take over the world. And so, like, what are your thoughts on a community that like Wolfgame that might expand and do really well? Because they've got some great Solidity devs over there working on some innovative stuff.
Honestly, I'm bullish on. I like Wolfgame, and for one reason, which is like I love novel code, bro. I love novel smart contracts. That shit gets me fucking hard in the morning, dude. Like when that, like, and I think ET would say the same thing. Like, we love to just be able to see a new smart contract and be like, fuck, dude, someone did something new. And Wolfgame actually inspired one of the features that's coming to our platform, which is like, we're implementing the ability for people to launch multiple classes. Specifically, I was inspired by Wolfgame for that exact purpose. So like, yeah, I like the project. I like anyone who's like actually spending dev debt to develop novel smart contracts, things that do something new. And like, I really think that we're in a massive research and development phase in blockchain. And that's another reason that I think that like a lot of this regulation and like the SEC and all this shit is, it's like, really, like, DeFi just needs to come with a warning sticker that says like, if you bring your money here, you may lose everything. Fucking click to agree and fucking let us be adults and do what we want with our own money. Like, I don't need the government to fucking protect me. I never have. They've never fucking protected me anyway. Like, get the fuck out of here. And anyone who's going to do something novel and unique, I think we need developers to have the freedom to be able to build these different types of systems and economies and test them out without fear of reprisal from centralized government institutions. My standpoint is that blockchain and government are like oil and water. They don't mix. And that's the biggest thing that scares governments about blockchain, is the part that we ignore most often. They want to keep promoting these financial markets, these financial assets, because the reality is that the technology inherent to decentralized autonomous ledgers has the ability to entirely supplant centralized governance on planet Earth. And that terrifies the fuck out of people who are in power. Like, the idea that, I mean, dude, we did it. Like, you can use Democracy to create non-fungible token DAOs, layers and layers of sub-DAOs, delegated governance, organization structures that mirror what we see in governance structures. You can build checks and balances. You could literally deploy 3 Omakase contracts. One could function as a court. One could function as a Congress. One could function as an executive branch. They could all have checks and balances over one another. And like, you could operate a system like that on chain where all of the votes are transparent. What's occurring is transparent. And like, this is, yeah, I love what Wolfgame did. I don't know how much longevity it has as a game, but I think that what they built from a functional perspective is landmark in the ecosystem. And I think is like the start of getting towards things where like, I don't know if we're ever going to actually get to it, but like, I know that at some point someone is going to implement D20 in a smart contract, right? It's like, what happens when we have the D20 Wizards of the Coast D20 game system baked into a smart contract, right? And like, Wolfgame is kind of like one of the first steps to having an actual NFT game where the actual gameplay occurs on chain. I love the idea that like, I love the sort of like pillaging, and that you have like a 2-sided marketplace, and there's gameplay and the different decisions that people make in terms of like holding the sheep or the wolves. Like, yeah, I like it, dude. Like, I think it's fucking cool.
Yeah, man. And, you know, I thought that this ApeCoin would trailblaze for stuff like that to get onto Coinbase and more centralized exchanges, because that eventually will be a governance token, and we'll see how he decides to manage that. But yeah, I was really hoping that this would kind of like give the broader community more confidence.
But I'm also bearish on Beanie, so that's just full disclosure.
Did you say Beanie?
Yeah, I'm bearish on Beanie, dude.
No, he's not part of the Wolfgame team, though. He's
Sure. Yeah, bro, I definitely don't know the people who fucking helped build Bitcoin. Like, fucking, I have nothing to do with it. Don't know any of them, dude. Like, definitely don't know any of their real names, or like the fact that one of them is married to Vladimir Putin's fucking illicit daughter. None of that shit, dude.
His name's Elon Musk.
Don't know it.
All lies. So
you're talking about Elon Musk, right?
Dude. Yeah, wait, Elon. Wait, dude.
You said the owner of Bitcoin. I said Elon Musk.
I thought Elon invented Krispy Kreme, dude.
Oh, that's right.
Dude. So, dude, I love how is it Elon or Elon? I love how the dude fucking stacked up shit tons of Doge and Bitcoin like in the early days, and then used his publicly traded company to just gigapump his own bags with $1 billion, and then fucking dumped on everyone's candy ass himself, and dumped on everyone's candy ass himself right at the perfect time for taxes. Like he's like and the Americans think they're going to regulate me. He's like, I'll fucking go back to Africa. He's like, I don't give a fuck about America. He's like, I ain't fucking American. He's like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, I'm not even American. These motherfuckers would elect me for president. He's like, they don't know shit. Stupid fucking Americans. By the way, I don't know if anyone has ever traveled outside of America who's from America, but like, everyone thinks we're fucking dumb, dude. When they meet a smart American, they're like, oh my God, you're an American and you're smart and you've traveled. They're like, but aren't you all stupid? I mean, we all know you guys think you're the best, but like, we know what your test scores are like. Like, we know you're not that smart, and you're all.
Democracy. Thanks for proving. My wife can hear you in the background. Thanks for fucking proving her right, bro. She's like, she just said, "I told you so," because she's been telling me because she's traveled all over the world. She was like, everybody else thinks America's stupid. I'm like, come on, dude. I don't see it when I travel. She does,
dude, they're probably like quietly surprised by you. They're like, oh, he's smart. Like he must not really be American though. Like his parents must be first generation immigrants. They must have just got there. There's no way. Like, bro, like people literally move to America because they're like, they come to America because they're like, fucking Americans are stupid. They'll buy anything. We can get a bunch of money and send it home. Oh man. All right, let's see. Let's get someone up here. I don't know, do we have more room on the stage? Or let's see. Space, what are you thinking? How have you been? What do you think about all this?
Well, obviously I am laughing as always when you start when you go on one. I'm trying to recover. Like, get it together, Space, so you can talk to it. I'm good. I've been good. How you been?
I'm good. Guys, take notes. All you have to do is make girls laugh, and they'll laugh and laugh and laugh until all their clothes are gone.
Oh, is that how this works? I laugh a lot, so I guess that's that, huh? Yeah, no, I just wanted to tell you, Chris, I think pretty sure you already know this. I absolutely love how honest you are. And I know how much crap you can get, right, for being honest. Because some people just don't like hearing that shit kind of sucks sometimes. And I've been on the receiving end of that a lot. And so I know it's coming for you. So I had to get up here and be supportive, right? Because I know, because we both know I say way too much out loud. I'll be looking at someone, I'm like,
hey, no publicity is bad publicity. We're good, dude. Like,
we get a lot of it. We're not going to talk about what kind, but we get a lot of it.
No worries.
I had to just be like, oh crap, he's doing it out loud. That's awesome.
Dude, honestly, like, all you need to do to make an angry ape happy is give him a banana. I also don't know why they didn't make the ape token called bananas, dude. That would have been like way more on brand, and then they could have gotten like Gwen Stefani an ape, and they could have been like, this shit is bananas. Then it could have been the banana DAO, dude, and then people could have made like all types of banana jokes, banana nana, banana-rama.
I feel like they would have been running around giving it out, and like, okay, that girl banana.
Dude, they could have brought in the bananas in pajamas as the Bored Apes mascots, dude. And it all had like nostalgia vibes. Just bananas in pajamas, dude.
That would have been like the strongest meme game ever if they had done that.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing was just low effort, bro. It's like they just like ran out of ideas or steam. They're like, we know. We'll launch an ERC20 token, dude. Like, what would have been super gangster is like making the supply ultra low and like giving every Bored Ape holder and mutant holder like only one token, dude. That would have been so OP, dude. Like lower supply than Bitcoin, because then when people sorted by price, it would be like APE token, $80,000. Like people would have been like, it's worth more than Bitcoin. Like,
We should have done an auction for a small amount. Like, do a Dutch auction for them, or just do one auction for the small supply.
Dude, there's just so much based shit they could have done, and there's just no basedness, dude. Like, I feel like it was just like nothing based happened, and it made me just like I just got feels, and then I made this room, and then the room got really big, and then there were a bunch of angry apes who were like, "But you do stuff. I look at your dev wallet." I'm like, I don't have the keys to that wallet. I don't even own any crypto anymore. I lost my wallet in a boating accident, just like Sailor did, dude. Like, fucking the IRS called, and I was like, dude, my fucking ledger fell off of my fucking speedboat, dude. I mean, my friend's speedboat, dude.
Yeah, Democracy. I'm gonna read this DM that I got from a dev, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta hop off. I gotta go to DMV. I customize an ice cream truck into a CBD dispensary on wheels, so I gotta get going.
Dude, Hustler always hustling, bro. Hustler's always hustling. He's like, I'm making the dude. Honestly, are you gonna put CBD ice cream on the truck too?
I don't know yet. Just because
Doodles branded CBD ice
health
cream.
department fucks with us.
Oh yeah, if you do actual food products, of course.
Yeah. It's like that in Vegas. But let me read this. Let me read this, and I'll keep their name anonymous. Looks like a company. They're a verified company.
Okay.
It just says the token is doing great with less functions and has no security concerns in the future. They can add protocols to the token, and token holders are safe and low transaction costs. Very clever to have a small code base for a token. Not sure why they're hating at that space so much with really low knowledge about code. That's all they said. Just another perspective.
It sounded like, I don't know, the end of it just sounded like, once again, like a straw man personal attack, but like, the dude who built, listen up everyone, the dude who built the security infrastructure has really no law for MetaMask, has really low knowledge of code. So you guys should probably all just pack it up and move everything back to the bank and go the fuck home. But
don't focus on that part. Focus on the first part, I guess.
No. I mean, look, dude. When
who cares what they said about the negative part?
But I listen for shit like that, dude, because it indicates affect, right? And so, like, if your affect is tainted, then it taints your ability to actually make informed decisions. And, like, I mean, there are benefits to having a small code base. But if your advertising is having a DAO, right, then, like, it's not going to save gas costs if people have to interact with an additional contract or, like, move their tokens to an additional contract. And by the way, security concerns are all dealt with via thorough unit testing and auditing and having other developers take a look at your code base. Like, it is what it is. Like, it is what it is, dude. There's just, like, in terms of security concerns, like, bro, do you know how fast, like, every auditing house in blockchain that's backed up by 3 fucking months would have rushed to provide the audit on Ape token just to have their brand and logo on the audit? People would have been all over providing audits for them, dude. What's up, Zoe?
It's been taking for fucking ever, and I really don't like cursing, but now I'm in a state of cursing. But I just have 2 questions for you, and I wanted to bring something also in. And the only thing I'm hoping is that you can listen instead of using your host power on me. But here's the thing. So here's the thing. because I've been listening a little bit to what you've been saying also about the whole contract and everything. I agree on one thing, and on the rest I don't agree. But I agree on what you were saying about it being right now something popular, which gives the ape all of this power. Or I have to say, Yuka Labs gets all this power because the community is just really strong. Like the whole apes are really strong, so it's get popular and everyone is backing it up. And I do think it's good that you make people aware of what are we actually backing up here. Like we all should look into it and not blindly go into it because it's like a hype thing and everything. But the point I totally disagree on what many people have been saying is that that this wouldn't be a good thing, or that they should not do this or can do this or anything of those kinds, because or maybe even because saying that, comparing it to other coins or other stuff in this space. And sure, it's crazy for a company in less than a year what they have accomplished. It's just absolutely madness. It's almost not possible to do it. But then again, we're in crypto and they have been able to get a lot of money together because of how we have set up NFTs and royalties and all of these things. So then you have more possibilities of getting ahead as a company. And I just think that when it comes to Bored Apes, they didn't plan this in the beginning, right? Because they put out the ape and they gave away IP rights, and that made that the whole community made itself strong by its own, which was really smart. No one knew it was gonna happen this way. So I think they just one time sit at a table, look at each other, and were like, why not take this whole thing over? Because they saw they had the power to. So that's also why I think they acquire like the punks, but also the camel. The camel club was for me a little bit of a fail, but they did amazing with the mutants. If we can agree if they're ugly or not, 5% looks nice, and the other percent we can agree and disagree on, but they did the mutants. And of course, they made it really smart right now by being like, we're going to put out a coin. But before even doing that, because it's a marketing thing, a week before we're going to have like acquiring the funds. And then we're going to make sure that we have everything in place when it comes to where you can get the coin. So they have all of these collaborations. Like they did a really good job. And it's not just them, because they have a team of people who are much more experienced than they are. So I actually applaud what they're doing. It is guaranteed that they're going to make a mistake somewhere, because everything is also new for them. So just looking at them with putting a class on them and being like, oh, this is going to go wrong or this could go wrong. Yes, some stuff is going to go wrong. Name a project with us, everything right. So that is guaranteed. But I think it's actually smart for them to make this move as apes. I do think we have to be careful, because we don't want one project or one company now to take over, because that wouldn't be like decentralizations. At the same time, it comes also still from the word we always love to use, which is community. So looking at what the apes are doing right now, it's going to be super interesting, because having a coin, and you can also put in standards, which means you can put in requests to build tokens on the website, so they can actually build upon their own coin. Like it's basically their own blockchain what they can make. So that's amazing. So now everyone is in this room and having critique and stuff. I was just wondering, because you started the room with 50 people, and then it got a lot of people, and then you got really rude to people. And I was like, okay, is it for you also entertaining? You are enjoying this, right? This is entertainment for you.
I mean, I'm like I am the definition of a bored fucking ape. Like, I am actually a bored fucking ape, dude. Like, I've been fucking, like, I aped uni, I aped sushi, I aped ETH, I aped BTC, bro, like, and I'm bored as fuck. Like, I'm sitting in my house, it's big as fuck, I got a chef and a butler. Yeah. Social media is entertainment for me.
Good.
And,
it's good.
And, like, and absolutely, like, absolutely, 100%, yup, entertainment. It's hilarious. And you said that I was rude to people. So, like, imagine this. This is my house. Someone comes in my house. Someone comes in your house. Someone comes in your house, and then they want to tell you about how you should live your life. What do?
So this is a perfect example for the same with the apes, because if everyone
hold on. Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question? Someone
if
comes
someone
to your
is
house,
rude in my house, what do I do?
What do you do? Yeah, they tell you how to live your life.
And here's how we are different people, because I won't curse them, if someone is rude in my house, I will politely show them the door.
Oh, okay. All
I
right.
won't curse after them.
Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, the same.
So, yeah, guys.
Did you really just ask her how she wanted to be removed from the stage? You literally just said how you want this. Oh shit, I can't with you sometimes.
I mean, bro.
It always
what?
It always seems like if someone doesn't agree with someone, they just find some other reason to put down the person they don't agree with, like you're being rude or you're fudding or.
I'm also not going to play the game where it's like, you see, when people attempt to control the frame, right? Like, she's like, I hope you don't, abuse your host powers, and it's like, oh, so you framed it so that if I kick you off the stage, then I'm an asshole. Yep, I'm an asshole. Fuck off.
Omakase, you are the king of clickbait.
Thank you, sir.
Are the king of clickbait.
Thank you very much.
I do agree with you. Well, obviously, you are the king of clickbait, and you have a lot of kings and queens of engagement farming up here.
Yeah, dude, they're totally engaged in farming.
Let's start there. Let's go ahead and start there. I do agree with you. This is your space, and if people don't like what you're talking about, there's a lot of other spaces out there that they can join, and there's the spaces that say ApeCoin is amazing, and what are you going to do with it, and things like that.
I think you can tell this isn't an echo chamber at all, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I'm as long as people are presenting, like, dude, Hustler's up here. I consider him a friend. Like, he's presented really good,
definitely.
logical arguments.
No,
and there have been apes who came up here and presented logical arguments. They're welcome on the stage.
No,
but
definitely.
we're not here to talk about me.
No.
Unless we want to talk about how Omakase is a really great graphic user interface and generative art utility and NFT creator studio that allows you to deploy your own custom generative art projects, deploy your own smart contracts that all have on-chain governance. Yeah, we could talk about that all day, but I don't want to talk about my friend now.
My take on this.
We can talk about Save Planet Earth.
We can also talk about Save Planet Earth or anyone who has a project that we like.
Yo,
I got a question for you.
Chat.
Wait,
who's engagement farming?
Dude.
Me, dude. Listen.
Everybody is. Let's go. There's 3,000 people in a room. People don't own Ape.
Everybody follow
don't own
everybody.
Ape, and probably don't even know what the fuck ApeCoin is, or sitting up on the panel. But anyways,
have you guys ever seen a YouTube video? What I want everyone to do right now is I want you to smash that follow button and turn alerts on. We run lots of giveaways. We never actually give any of the stuff away because no one's checking. And
I'm not going to give you an ape. I'm not. You're not going to get on the white list.
Hustler, on the other hand, does give actual stuff away.
Yeah, he does. He does.
We might retweet his giveaways, but in general, I'm going to win all of my own giveaways.
Shut up.
Yeah, what's up?
Anyways, hey, just real quick about ApeCoin, because I don't.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I don't want to sit up here in engagement farm. I don't need anybody else to follow me.
Everybody in the room,
grab
follow
any of my
Nico
alpha
right
that
now.
I be
Hold on.
dropping.
Everyone in the
Please
room,
do not
follow Nico
me
right now. I want to
because
see
I get too many
20,000.
DMs from people asking me about the next play. So please do not follow me, okay? But anyways, no, I'm just playing. So ApeCoin, I don't think anybody else would get away with adding $1 million in liquidity and having a $800 million market cap in Uniswap right now. It would be the talk of the entire fucking space. But at the same time, you know what I mean? $1 million.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, $1 million in liquidity. I can see a $20 million market cap, maybe.
Dude, all I want to tell you, all I want to tell everyone is that the last project that Logan Paul shilled, Logan Paul's last rug had a better liquidity to market cap ratio.
Yeah. So the liquidity is messed up right now. If people wanted to get out, they can't get out, to be honest with you. Like, everybody cannot get out right now because there's not enough liquidity there. It would, everybody's going to have to, it's just going to be, it's just going to revert. There's, but
we also have to wait on, to see what the fuck they're going to do with these wallets and an explanation of why these wallets were created and why these tokens were moved there rather than sending them to the community wallet at one time. Because, I mean, there is no excuse. I mean, the Dev wallet obviously is whitelisted and can move the entire supply to one wallet if they want to. Why isn't there a multi-sig, things like that? You know what I mean? So
all I gotta say right now is that there's a good chance that Sub-Zero Labs ends up buying up Yuga Labs in the future. So look into Wolfgame because that shit's legit.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on all of that. I've heard that and everything like that. But it's just
is that because Beanie said so?
It's because Beanie said so, right? Yeah. Yep. You got to go.
That's an easy out, but it's not that simple.
Yeah, you got to listen to Beanie and Will Shark Pro and all these guys, because they've been in the game so long and we know nothing. But anyways, so I'm not going to sit up here. I'm going to drop myself because I don't want to engage my farm. I don't need any more followers. But to the king of clickbait, thank you.
Everybody follow Nico and post. Go use an ASCII, an ASCII converter. Turn your dick pics into ASCII and then tweet them at him, dude.
There you go. So to the king of clickbait, thank you, Omakase, for hosting this space.
Everybody
to the king of clickbait,
Nico.
And to the rest of you engagement farmers, I will talk to you later. All right.
Bro, I sense a lot of reverse psychology.
It's got nothing to do with you, Hustler.
Can someone explain to me
you're my guy, Hustler. It's got nothing to do with you, bro. All right.
No.
We're in space.
I sense a lot of reverse psychology.
Yeah, a lot of reverse psychology.
No.
Dude. You guys. To be quite genuine,
I am not gonna sit up here and talk about Softy's NFT. Okay, so please, I will not talk about that anymore.
Dude. Yeah, bro.
I don't want anybody to follow my projects. I don't want anybody to follow me. Please, guys.
Yeah,
okay?
Nobody follow Nico.
Don't. I have too many followers already. I get too many DMs. Okay.
Nico is definitely not agreeing to give me a Softies NFT to run a giveaway with. That will get given away to Tara. Okay, or some other cute girl who I want to catch.
I want a giveaway from him, and never got paid.
From who? Don't even put that out there. I was gonna say.
I'm kidding.
You know what? Yeah. All right, bro.
Bro, I want to give away from you and never got paid, dude. Where's my 100 ETH, bro?
Softy, what did you win? The 150 ETH? Was that?
Yeah, dude.
Damn.
Yes.
Is that when I sold my Bored Ape Yacht Club for like 300 ETH, and then I posted, and then everybody started, and then I started sending links to everybody, and then they started clicking on the links, and their wallets started getting drained because a lot of people believe that these giveaways are fucking true.
Bro, listen, sign up for the giveaway, all you need to do is put in your seed phrase.
You mean you didn't get the email from Trust Wallet telling you to verify your Trust Wallet email so I can send you the
giveaway? Honestly, if I got an email, it doesn't matter because I never check it because my CTO told me that SMTP is completely borked and that I shouldn't be using email for anything. So yeah,
I just had 247 people follow me, guys. Please, why?
Guys, thank you so much. But there's like almost 2,000 people in the room, so can we like 5x that really quick and like get another 250 people to follow Nico at least. So
but anyways, guys, I do have to go.
Hey, Nico.
Oh, by the way,
okay, bye.
It is so fucking hard.
Dude,
yeah,
he's gotta go.
That was the longest.
I didn't want him to miss his appointment, guys. Dude, I didn't want him to miss his appointment. He was going to see the proctologist.
He didn't want any more followers either, so you really just helped him out.
He told me he had there's this girl dancing on a table at a party and the rubber broke and he had to go visit the doc, dude. He said there was a burning thing going on.
Hey, one giveaway I know
there's so many people
giving away a rare Rolls Royce extended wheelbase to the Safe Planet Earth holders on March 23rd.
So I'm winning the Rolls Royce, right? Because if I win the Rolls Royce, I will give it away again to another Save Planet Earth holder. So then we get a double giveaway, dude. It's a giveaway Ponzi, dude.
Well, it's gonna be in a random the wallets are gonna be random generators and filmed live, so I wouldn't be able to rig that.
But I would. Dead. By the way, who just came over here? Alex, how's it going, Alex? I let you up because I love your all things autism. Because, like, yes, I am actually autistic too. Oh, cool. And I also get really, really frustrated that people who are neurotypical are now claiming autism like it's a superpower. And I'm like, you cannot, like, stop culturally appropriating my autism, bro.
Yeah, it's become fashionable lately. I mean,
yeah, dude. What the fuck is up with that, dude? Like,
I guess it's like, it's the cult. It's sort of is a thing where it's become more kind of how NFTs sort of are right now. Some people like love to hate them, but at some point everyone will be talking about their NFTs. It's sort of a cyclical thing, I think.
Well, it's going to be really when no one talks about it. That's when we really made it. Is when it's just like it's as normal as sliced bread. That's when we really made it. It's like when people completely stop talking about Bitcoin and they're like, Bitcoin is the future of money. It's like, when Bitcoin is really going to be worth something is when it's worth $0, dude. Again, when Bitcoin goes back to zero, that's when we'll know we made it. And a lot of you may not understand that, because you keep buying Bitcoin because you're hoping to get more dollars, but other people buy Bitcoin because we're hoping to like literally drain the entire economy of the world into a decentralized ecosystem.
Dude, I figured you hung out in the Bitcoin maxi autism spaces. Is that not the case?
Well, honestly, a lot of the Bitcoin maxis really don't like me because I used to be on Clubhouse, and like I got into I said some things about Bitcoin. And there were a bunch of maxis who got here like earlier this year and they disagreed with me. And then I was like, I kept getting censored from Bitcoin maxi rooms. So I basically told them, like, if you block me from a Bitcoin maxi room, I'm going to sell 1,000 BTC for every maxi room that you block me from. And they were like, oh, blah, 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 whatever. And then I got banned from 3 rooms. And then the whale tracker showed like 3,000 BTC moving to Huobi. And then after that, they wouldn't ban me from rooms anymore, but they still didn't like me. So it's one of those situations, dude. The maxis don't like me.
Yo, Amakasi, maybe reset the room. There's probably a lot of new people in here who haven't heard.
Yeah, that's actually a great idea. So thank you for the suggestion. So let's reset the room. Guys, I'm Omakasi. We run a project that does a custom generative art utility, NFT Creator Studio. We're running this room because earlier our dev, ET, and I were looking at the Block Explorer. We pulled up APE token because we were about to do some funky MEV shit that's devy and get some extra money for ourselves. And then when we looked at the Block Explorer, we noticed that the token distribution of the pre-launch tokens on APE token did not match what was being posited on their website and the breakdown that they had described. Because of that, we also investigated a little further. While we were digging into it during that time, tokens were actually dropped to or made available for claim to Bored Apes holders. One of the Bored Apes holders claimed their tokens and front ran Ape Token or Yuga Labs or whoever was supposed to be adding liquidity. They added liquidity. They were able to extract roughly $1.119 million from 50% of their Ape Token airdrop by adding extremely thin liquidity early on and then selling into the oncoming volume. We also noticed that extremely small quantities of the token were actually sent to the exchanges where trading was supposed to occur. So like only 110,000 tokens. And so I like to do just like fundamental analysis and abstract things. So when I looked at just the blockchain and removed the fact that this was like affiliated with a big, massive blue chip project, the on-chain analytics basically showed me that things just didn't really match up to the narrative that was being discussed. And so I made this room, APE token, is it a rug? Just to ask the questions and see if we could get, some people who could answer the question as to why the roughly 47% of the supply of the token that's delegated for the community wallet isn't in a multi-signature wallet, and was in fact actually split between 160 different single key wallets, and like why that was done, if there was a reason for it, what the purpose of that was, and what the idea or thinking from the devs of the project was behind taking that action, considering that, as a number of devs in here have stated, it has far more risk vector, and like there's a much larger threat model for doing something like that. It takes a lot more time, attention, energy, and gas costs than just simply setting up a Gnosis multisig to secure the treasury fund. So we've just been asking questions, then getting the thoughts of people, hearing from Bored Apes holders, hearing from the infamous Ryder Rips about some of the theories, some of the iceberg theory around, some of the symbolism inherent in the Bored Apes project, talking to devs, investors, getting people's sentiment. We're trying to work through the people who are here who are looking to speak. I'm going to get another co-host up here right now, and if you guys could just start to filter through and get more people up here who might want to ask questions. Rio, I noticed you've been up here for a minute, and you have your hand up now. I normally don't use the raised hands, you guys, and just say people should interject and jump in anytime they see a gap in the conversation. But if I haven't drawn attention to you, haven't gotten your word in, please do raise your hand so we know you want to talk. Rio, go shoot, bro.
Hey, see you later, Marcus. Thank you for having me, man. I gotta go.
See you, Hustler. Thank you so much for coming, bro. It's always a joy talking to you, and I loved all of your questions and hearing you and Ryder talk. I've honestly been looking forward to hearing a sensible ape holder and Ryder talk since all the drama hit. And the reality is beyond all the tribes and small communities, most of us are all here for common reasons and with a common goal, and I think for the betterment of humanity. And if we can find our what we have in common is always going to be greater than our differences at the end of the day as human beings.
Yeah, absolutely.
I appreciate you.
I've learned to, accept opinions that are opposite of mine and respect them. I think a lot of people have some growing up to do that because a lot of people don't. But it's a sense of maturity, and even though I don't agree with the sentiments, I respect your opinion, and good luck out there, man.
Cheers. And by the way, everyone check out Hustler's project, Save Planet Earth Token. He's a really good guy. He's running it all himself.
Yeah, let's clarify that though, because Save Planet Earth is not a crypto token because they stole our name last year, and that's not us. Save Planet Earth NFT project, even though obviously NFT is token, but just wanted to clarify that.
Sir, please use our ERC 721 DAO standard so that you have governance in your contracts. Okay, cool. See you soon.
Appreciate it, brother.
Everyone check out the project. Peace. Okay, so let's go. Rio, please go, sir.
Oh, for sure. I didn't want to interject at any point just because I've been enjoying listening to the space so much. I'm one of the people. I jumped in when there was 25 people in here this morning when I woke up, and I literally have had this space going in my head since then. Went to fucking physical therapy with it going, went and did grocery shopping with it fucking going. This has been fucking amazing. No, this has been fucking amazing. I'm an LA native as well. A lot of friends that do blockchain stuff in Bali as well. So you're somebody just sound like somebody that I wanted to connect with, which is one of the reasons I've just enjoyed listening to this space for so long. But you've been laying out some incredible information as well. And I don't personally own, any part of the Bored Ape ecosystem, just like everybody else. I've wanted to and been building the bag to get it and yada, yada, yada. But from everything that you've said, I don't see how every Bored Ape holder isn't pissed the fuck off right now and isn't raising their own red flags and alarms and trying to go to the devs themselves or banding together as a community. You've had people up here, Bored Ape holders up here. That one guy that came up that sounded
terrified, that was asking you, oh, don't you feel bad about the people whose bags you might be hurting right now or whatnot. Sounded like he was talking about himself when he said people had sunk the last of their money into the Bored Ape system. And it just sounded like people are more terrified that, you know, this whole thing is going to cause their ape bag to plummet, rather than wanting, you know, what is the biggest, you know, without any other word for it, company in this space right now, and really the front runner of this space, the people that get all the media attention, the people that the project that gets all the celebrity attention, and the project that basically every normie is going to base our space off of and their opinion off of. Like, and what they've done with this and the way that they, like you've described in very good detail, how they've botched this, you know, to somebody who doesn't understand like the basics or even the intricacies of crypto. You've done an amazing job today, like explaining in very good detail how and why and what happened and where this has gone. And the fact that there's Bored Ape holders that have come up defending the, you know, the 160 shadow wallet, yada, yada, that it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, you'd think that the entire community, regardless, it shouldn't be an us versus them, like the NFT space versus Bored Apes at this point.
There's a difference between a community and a cult, bro. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, dude. Like, if you're part of a community, you don't drink the Kool-Aid. If you're part of a cult, you drink the Kool-Aid, bro. By the way, we have Unicrypt up here, and I think it's actually the Unicrypt official account, and I would love to hear what you guys have to say about all this, considering you spent your time building infrastructure to make DeFi more sustainable, more secure for users, to create a decentralized utility that people who launch tokens can use to provide vesting cliffs and on-chain accountability. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, guys, and I'm stoked to see you here.
Hello. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Nice. Thanks for having me. So yeah, no, that's actually that wasn't planned for us to attend this session. But what happened is, I think you guys mentioned Unicrypt liquidity lock or something a bit earlier in the space, and so it has come to my attention. So this is Shaf here. So I'm one of the two co-founders of Unicrypt Network. And so obviously when I heard that our name was mentioned, I figured it was a nice call to join this room. So yeah, man, that's actually, first of all, I'd like to thank you for using Unicrypt bloggers as a point of reference when it comes to doing your own research.
Dude, you guys are the gold standard, bro. Like, it's one of the first things that I'm looking for is one of your guys' contracts. If there's a vesting cliff or a large block of tokens that are supposed to be locked, I'm like, well, are they in Unicrypt? Like, do they lock it up?
Yeah, that's actually also why we've paid attention to the chain explorers, because so today we're talking about Ethereum, an Ethereum launch that is ApeCoin, but we're also putting all efforts to ensure that our locking contracts, vesting contracts are all publicly labeled on any explorer where the services are deployed, so that people can just check and ensure that publicly there's liquidity locked or there's vested tokens. So that's actually nice that guys like NFT communities. When I say guys like you, I refer to NFT communities because we're more DeFi people rather than NFT communities, at least so far. But so yeah, this is what I wanted to mention here, because I think you guys mentioned token functions and token like different features that were not handled at the smart contract level for ApeCoin. And this is really like something that ticked me as well, because we're also believers that the simpler the best to start with. So it's better not to have any kind of additional function at the token contract level. So for me, a token should be, a token should be just transferred and traded, and the utility should not come from the token contract itself. And the reason why we believe that is that, and I will use an example to illustrate that point, because I think you mentioned that it was meant, for example, to include or to exclude some DAO features and whatnot. But I disagree with that statement. And the reason why, if you implement something at the token contract level, you cannot, unless you perform a token swap, which is, let's be honest, a pain in the ass. I will elaborate a bit on that one after this point. And the reason why is that if you handle things at the token contract level, then what if you want to make the function evolve? Like say you have a DAO function, and I don't know, by 6 months later, you want to make it more useful or with more feature, or you want to integrate a new function. If you do that at the token contract level, then you cannot make it change, because by definition...
Ideally, you'd want to use like a library or something like that, right? Or a delegate call, so that you can always upgrade that delegate call or upgrade the libraries that you're calling into for that functionality. Is that what you're saying?
But yes and no, because then again, if you use some form of upgradable contracts, then you remove some part of the decentralized narrative, because you have a point of control over the token contract yourself. So the way we see that, at ours at least, is that everything that is outside of simple trading that can be done on a centralized exchange or decentralized exchange. Of course, we're decentralized exchanges advocate at ours, but the point is it's best to leave it at the protocol level where whenever it's it can be like a DAO, or it can be even like I'm referring to tokens with some form of taxes. All these functions should be, in our opinion, handled at the protocol level, because that's just the room for migration later on, or the room for V1, V2, and additional features along the way. But if you have everything at the token contract level, that is a one-shot contract, not behind the proxies or upgradable functions. Upgradable functions, you can do some stuff like upgrade a pool or upgrade something, but you cannot upgrade the feature as it is, right?
But and with that standpoint, would you also agree that like if you're going to deploy a DAO, even if you're going to leave the DAO functionality on the protocol layer and on the protocol level and outside of the actual token contract itself, wouldn't you agree that you would want to actually deploy that protocol? You'd want to actually deploy the complete protocol and not just the token contract, while promising that you would provide that type of functionality later, right?
Yeah, that can also, So for example, this is something that we do for some of our services contracts, is a room for migration clip, for example. So say you have liquidity on Uniswap V2, later on you want to migrate on Uniswap V3. In our case, for example, this is something we anticipated. So that at the protocol level, so in the Uniswap V2 liquidity lockers contracts, we left the opportunity for V3 migration contracts. So
so to actually migrate while still keeping liquidity locked.
Yeah, absolutely. That's entirely the point. And we had this situation in the past for PancakeSwap V1 to PancakeSwap V2, and indeed, that was the first concrete use case of this migration clip that we added to the contracts. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, I was like the 40th holder of Cake. And I basically swung the entire governance vote that kept Cake emissions infinite. And I know the Cake devs, and I'm just, like I said, right now I was fully expecting, when I looked at the Block Explorer, to see that they had liquidity locked in Unicrypt, and also the vested tokens locked in the Unicrypt locker, in a vesting locker as well. And neither of those things happened. I would love to hear your opinion on why would a developer move treasury tokens, right? Community treasury tokens, instead of keeping them in a single multi-sig or in a locker. Why would they want to distribute them to 160 different wallets?
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting topic, because at ours, of course, we believe in. I don't want to say we don't believe in humans, right? Because that's not entirely true. But we do believe in trustless tech, right? So that's why every kind of launches, whether it's a very well-known team or very formerly known team, or stuff like this, or a brand new team, in my opinion, security is always king. There is no room for zero mistake kind of thing whenever it's handled manually by people. So whether it's a multi-sig or whether it's a single sig wallets to hold tokens or to hold liquidity provider tokens, it doesn't really matter, because in our opinion, it should be done on chain because we can afford doing it, right? Because we have the trustless tools to do it. So, but at the same time, I also maybe understand these guys. When I say these guys, but
Can I ask you a question? How much does it cost to use Unicrypt to lock your liquidity?
So we have we used to have two models to handle fees whenever you wanted to lock liquidity. So the first one was a flat fee, which is currently 0.18 Ethereum. And then there was a person charged on the LP lock, so on the LP that you're actually locking. So we had like a double fee system where you have a flat fee. It's just for the sake of preventing people spamming the contracts, right, and locking worthless pairs, so that it doesn't load our API too much. To be quite fair.
Yeah.
And then the percentage charged in LP was like a small portion of the tokens that you're locking. We take it as a fee. And we remain, in most of the cases, liquidity providers for these pairs. Yeah. And then for the vesting contracts, we have no flat fee because we want to encourage people to lock, whether it's very small liquidity kind of token or like a big boys token, if I may say. We just charge a small fee in tokens as well. Yeah. There is no flat fee for the vesting.
Right. Yeah. Right. And also all of your contracts are verified on Etherscan. So if someone didn't even want to pay you, they could technically even just use your audited and verified contracts and deploy them themselves.
Yeah, well, I don't really recommend to do that because it's always better to interact with
to be third party, to have someone who's a third party who's trusted in the ecosystem that can verify that your tokens have been locked. Like, absolutely. I'm just saying that, like, you guys, all of your contracts are verified, right? Like, they're all open source, they're verified, they're out there, people can read them and read through the contract and see transparently that the operations and functions of the contract do exactly what they say they do.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're audited by someone that is actually in this room or was in this room. So this is Chain Salting, and we've been working with Chain Salting since our inception. So I'm talking about our anonymous inception, which was in June 2020, and every single contract that has been pulled by Unicrypt has always been audited by Chain Salting folks. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, awesome. I'm really glad to have you and hear your input. And yeah, I just think that it's like, these tools exist, right? Like, it's not something that when you're building a protocol, there are a lot of different utilities and tools that developers have seen niches in the ecosystem that need to be filled and have taken the time to build out the tooling and have the tools audited, have the smart contracts audited, provide these resources and tools so that, developers and people who launch projects can basically operate on-chain, on Ethereum virtual machines in a trustless manner. And I think that's, like you said, it's not about not trusting people. It's about the fact that we don't need to.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And also, you know what? I think it's also something that isn't used by the most hyped or the most important launches in terms of market capitalization. And we don't have such customers in these, blue chips kind of area. And the reason why is because first, we don't do any kind of marketing. So it's like a follow the devs approach. So that I'm pretty sure all these big launches are not even aware of the fact that we exist. It's more something that is related to very small, at least so far, right? But it's more related to low cap. Because low caps, you're going to most likely do more research, ask yourself additional questions because, I don't know, either if it's less trust or maybe a lack of security because it hasn't been audited necessarily by big companies that do audits and so on. But so that's why I feel like maybe these projects don't even know about the tech capabilities.
Bro, let me tell you something. Any dev worth two fucking shits, any Solidity dev worth two shits knows Unicrypt, bro. Like, end of story. Like, if a dev doesn't know Unicrypt, like, they shouldn't be working on anything, dude. Like, if you don't know that Unicrypt exists, like, you got no business launching a token. IMO. Now, whether or not you use it, that's a different story. But if you don't know it exists, like, shut the fuck up, delete your MetaMask, send everything back to the bank, go home. Like, that's my personal opinion.
Sorry. I don't know, man, because the fact is, if it were true, this would be reflected on our market cap, and it's not the case. And I'm not even shilling our token whatsoever, because that's not the point here. The point is, with with all these fees that I mentioned, the fees that we have, like services fees, we share it with the community, right? And as far as I can tell, we just have our, loyal community that is staying around and sharing these fees. I mean, we share our fees with them at a rate of $200K paid in USDC. Like we don't even reward the token. We reward stable coins to our stakers because we're a profitable company and therefore we share it. And considering also the APR that we have on our staking contracts, I can tell you that not everyone knows about Unicrypt.
What is your APR right now?
So first, we don't really do calculations. What we do is, so we have three tiers of people staking UNCX, and we reward them on a monthly basis with at least the minimum rate is $150K in USDC.
Per month.
Sorry?
Per month to all stakers.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And then we add on top of that some of our other utility token that is called UNCL. And the reason why we reward stakers with UNCL is because in many of our, token utilities, as a user, you're required to burn UNCL to access some features. So for example, if you want to participate in, a fundraise like that we have on the platform and you want to secure a slot, you're going to be needed to burn UNCL. So in other words, UNCX stakers get rewarded in UNCL and they're the ones responsible for the new UNCL entering the market. So they can sell it. Yeah. So you have like a double reward.
Wow. It sounds like you guys are like actually decentralized.
Yeah, well, we intend to be. But
yeah.
The interesting thing, because I always hear, gas fed and so on the Ethereum chain. Not that I'm a maxi, because I believe the future is also multi-chain, because each chain can separate from another depending on the utilities. Does it need to be fully decentralized? Does it need to be somewhat half centralized because of, protocol upgradabilities and so on? Maybe. That's not the argument there. The argument there is that we can also afford cross-chain farming, right? So, for example, in our case, people are required to stake UNCX on Ethereum chain, but we can, depending on, the month and the chain congestions level, we can reward them with either USDC on Ethereum chain or BNB chain or AVAX, or, we just have an oracle that we built in-house to ensure that people can just stake at one place and gather funds.
And claim their reward. That's novel infrastructure, bro. I love it. That's nice.
But then again, so I can tell you that people do know about that. They don't know about it.
Bro, I'm going to pump your bags, dude.
No, that's not what I'm looking for.
I know, but sometimes you can't avoid it once you talk to me, dude. You're getting your bags pumped, dude. Watch this. So, hey, I think I want to, by the way, 113KW, we haven't heard from you, but you've been up here for a while. Is there anything that you would like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, so hello for letting me speak. I'm talking from Eastern Europe, and I'm really enjoying the space because I'm in a crypto since 2009, but I didn't understand. Yeah, guys, I'm someone who is observing everything for a long time and making a lot of mistakes, basically. Yeah. And I'm glad that you helped me not do another mistake today, which would be from my not so big bags investing something too quickly into this feeling like, oh my God, I need APE token or what. I just would say everything you were talking, or how to say, first, when somebody who has APE is coming here and saying, like, what are you doing with this space here? They should be saying this to their devs of this token, because the truth is, if this wouldn't be attached to Bored Apes metaverse, let's say, and everything in the project, it would be total rack now, but it's still around $7, $7 to $8 the whole day, basically, as we're talking. And we will see where it will go, but basically thank you for the space. And I'm someone who I was paying with Bitcoin for coffees, and sandwiches and tickets for workshops where I apparently didn't learn enough. And now I see these cafes in my wallet are for $15,000. Yeah. So, but I was feeling cool, and I have Instagram photo from it, so it's cool. But yeah, so basically, I'm just observing. Also, thank you, Ryder, for what he's doing. I think it's great. Basically, also coming from Eastern Europe, that there is possible to discuss and possible to basically point out things that are sketchy, or how to say. Interesting conversation with Dev ET also. Thank you very much. So yeah, is it a rock or not? And does it even matter? Because it can moon anyway, you know. Look how Shiba, you know, it was also meaningful, not meaningful. Useless, let's say, token, and where did it go? So it's or Dodge. It's a lot of things here, and I don't have answers, but I'm just very much enjoying from Eastern Europe, basically. And a question, maybe if there is some APE holder, please come up and say anything. Basically, what's on your mind, or maybe you're learning also about your things. And yeah, one thing, I was seeing Bitcoin, Ethereum, apes, minting. I didn't get enough to be in, let's say, not need to work, yeah, because I wasn't focused on this in my life. I was more focused, more like artistic, let's say. And I want to say I'm not tearing my hairs from my head, and I'm not going to therapy because I never was investing too much. I still have my apartment, I have car, and I always had, and it's basically also advice for maybe some people listening here, like be safe, and then you can just observe like me, if you're not lucky to make really big bags. And here you can learn a lot in this room today. So yeah, thank you for it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I mean, I hope everything is going well for you, but it sounds like, you know, you've been just stacking your bags slowly over time, and that's the way to go. I mean, it's all good. What's up coin model Dylan? What's going on, Chia Maxi? How are you feeling?
Yo, what's up, dude? Dude, I'm very happy to see this space having gotten so much traction, because I'm always seeing you hosting spaces. Some of them are like small, and this one just blew up. So
it's the clickbait, dude. You know, like if I talk about like if I just have like a really like dev'd out room with like a generic title, then like if we get a small conversation, we get like deep into the weeds on super techie stuff. But I mean, I had to, bro. I was like, we were sitting there looking, I was just like, this was the question that was in my mind. So I posted it, and like we had 20 people, and then it just kind of like, I mean, it just kind of blew up and got a little bit large and crazy. And like, it's been going for a while now. I've been having a good time most of the evening, and I do want to just get some more people through, but I just thought, like, you know, I love my Chia Maxis. You know how in love I am with Chia, and like, just when the world figures it out, it's going to be a good day for the whole ecosystem. So I'm
excited. I mean, there's a lot of talk right now about, you know, auditing contracts and whether you put things at protocol level or contract level. And I think just it's in my name, but like the coin model, which is the UTXO model, and adding programmability to that model is far better than the account model, which is for years and years and years just pretty much been patch over patch over patch. And not to, I mean, the work that has been done is incredible.
Import safe math, sir. Import safe math. A lot of people don't understand this, but until like the latest EIP, this was like one of the biggest jokes that we used to have is like we would roll around and I'd be like, yeah, Solidity is broken. And people would be like, what do you mean? I'd be like, well, like, are you aware that like the actual fundamental math of Solidity is broken, and every single smart contract that you deploy, you have to literally import safe math from the Open Zeppelin libraries so that like the math works in such.
Well, dude, I mean, so I think someone was saying like oh, like cryptography is like so you can hide messages. And I understand that, but I actually think cryptography plays a much bigger role in that. Like the whole point of crypto, at least in my mind, is like another layer of abstraction. So in computing, right, we've just been going down Moore's law. Computers keep getting more powerful, but like that hasn't given more people power over the last 10 years. Like people don't have more power in their hands. That's where cryptography comes in. Cryptography takes all these ones and zeros and represents them as transactions between people. So now you can have all the power in just a string. And that's what Bitcoin did. It's like, oh, here's this string. And even if you give that string to other people, as long as you have this other string and when you mash them together, it equals 0, that's yours. And no one can ever take that away. But then you move to the account model and it's no longer, hey, let's compare these strings. It's more like, hey, everything's public, but you still require someone else to come in and say, oh yeah, that's yours. And so that is why I do like the coin model, because it takes the cryptography and actually makes it packageable and puts it in people's hands as a token that they can hold, not necessarily a pointer to a public state that everyone can look at and agree upon, which is still powerful, but it's not as powerful as actually leveraging cryptography just outside of like looking at something, right?
Yep, I agree, bro. Let's see, I want to get Dope up here because I love this guy.
Thanks for bringing me up, by the way.
I think also, I think that the point about cryptography being to hide messages isn't that it's explicitly for that. It's just that it has a history. That's what it was developed to do. I mean, it's literally, you could go to their Wikipedia or whatever and learn about cryptography, and that's what it was initially developed to do. It has a lot of amazing uses. I mean, when you type in your password to Facebook or when you go to your big login, that's using cryptography as well. So, I mean, everything basically is held together through.
Dude, I've got a friend. He's literally the person who broke SSH, and like, I don't know if people understand the implications of SSH being broken, but like, all your base are belong to us. Thank you very much.
Exactly.
Gaurav Rai, is that how I say it? Gaurav? How do I say your name, bro? I don't want to mispronounce it. Gaurav? You're not here? You're getting removed. Hasta la pasta, sir. Okay, so we've got Dope in the house. What's going on, Dope? What's good, bud?
Stringing a bud.
Bro, my favorite Doodle Maxi, dude. Do Doodles flip apes this year or what?
Dude, South by Southwest, the Doodles were on fuego. Everybody was checking in, blown away by how everybody did the experience, and actually brought, for what it's worth, really opened up the eyes of people who had no idea what an NFT is, and opened up the gateway to experiences. People like Blau popped into a room last night and were like, just stopped in and said, yo, that shit was straight fire. I'm going to buy a Doodle just because of that. He's in the market for a double one.
Yo, let's go, bro. I love it.
Oh,
dude, you remember when we were talking? I was like, Doodles were at like 3 ETH, and we were both like, they're going to 9 ETH this week. And then I was like, bro, I almost aped like $250,000 at Doodles. I was just gonna like go, and I just did not have the conviction, and I literally wake up every day and beat myself up about it, dude. I was like, I like wake up and I'm like, I should have fucking bought all those Doodles. And you were like, dude, it's a good play. I mean, the numbers are a good play. You're like, I was just like, ah. By the way, guys, this dude Dope has the fucking alpha. This dude is on his NFT analytics. Like, bro, oh, so good.
Yeah,
Dope got the alpha.
my buddies and I don't know if you guys are into curling, but we were like one of the sweepers for the Doodles back in the day. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. But yo, so how you been? Everything good?
Dude, I'm doing good, bro. We just got all the back end finished. I was actually meaning to call you. I have a gift for you too, by the way, bro. And I was literally just like, like we just finished all the fucking back end for gift support. gasless whitelists, which for the DAO functionality is super awesome to be able to like create DAOs and be able to whitelist people without spending any gas to whitelist addresses. We've got multiple classes embedded, support for one-of-ones, like a freemium model so people can access a bunch of like the base features to the tool without buying a license, like a whole bunch of stuff. And we've got it all finished, and we're just like doing QC on the front end right now. And I think probably by Monday, it's all going to be ready for production and get merged to master. So super excited about all that. It's been like a nice grind, and like we're just really happy about how everything is coming out, bro. So just been in the lab, you know, just like busy smashing our faces into the screen and getting things done, like getting all the features that everyone who's had a license, like we're pretty much got all the features that they requested finished now. So we're stoked, bro, and just like feeling good. And then also we're doing basically geofenced whitelists too, and we're going to drop this little aliens project with geofenced whitelists, which is going to be epic.
Geofenced whitelisting? Wow.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's going to be so sick, dude. And it's going to be a totally free mint with geofenced whitelists, dude. And it's going to be like I think you know, like the B2B and like how that can integrate with different events and things like that. So I'm going to be talking to my boy. Some of my friends are like, I finally got in touch with them. They're like working kind of high up at Live Nation. So there's going to be some cool stuff going down, dude. It's going to be some fun, like real, like alternate reality gameplay going on. That's going to be really, really exciting, bro. And just like, let's have a call soon. We'll get into all the details and shit. But
so
what's
I
up,
actually
go ahead,
just real quick. So just gonna say, just sending you a high five. I'm down in Miami, so sending everybody good vibes, good energy, and today's a beautiful day to have a beautiful day. Later, guys.
Awesome, brother. I'll see you soon. Thanks for coming up. So we got Angry Gorilla. What's going on, Angry Gorilla? Are you here to show your project, or do you have a question?
Nah, man, I'm just in here taking up knowledge. I appreciate you guys for holding the space. Eric, what's up? You got a lot up in this room that's amazing, man. I just want to say thank you.
Awesome, bro. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to move you down, just get some more people up here. I'm trying to move through some of these speakers. We got Davin up here. What's going on, Davin? How you doing, sir? Dabbling.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? Hey, Ape owner, claimed my Ape this morning, saw your space. I'm like, I got to jump in and see what's going on. It's been unbelievable. I've been in this space since 5:30 this morning, listening, just waiting for one Ape owner to come in and put you in your place, and no one's doing it. And there's a reason for it. And I'm glad that I found this space and listening to what you guys are saying. And I'm excited to see an Ape actually come up here and provide facts that would counter anything you're saying. And no one's doing it. And so, look, for me, I just want to see an Ape come up here and say, this is exactly why everyone should be buying Ape. And no one's doing it. And so, look, I took my 64 ETH and cashed it out. So appreciate what you're doing in this space.
Hey, good for you, bro. Secure the bag, baby. Let's go. Secure the bag life, dude. Let's go, brother. Congratulations on the airdrop. Congratulations on getting paid, bro. You deserve it for holding, for investing. Good for you, brother. That's like GG, bro. Secure the motherfucking bag, dude. Let's go. I'm all about that secure the bag life.
Now I need new projects to invest in.
Let's go. Okay, so let's see. We're going to see who else we can get up here. We've got Galavis.eth. Hello, Frederico Galavis. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good, man. Great space. I've been here for a couple hours, man. I think this truth is much needed, and it's not enough. It's not enough said. I think bringing some light into all this shadiness that's been going on. I think if you look at the start of all the kind of insider trading that was going on with the MeBits that all these UTA agents got caught out with, I mean, that's already, a big red flag with this whole transaction that's been going on, from the beginning and before launching, the APE coin. Yeah, it seems like they rushed it. The announcements were done like super quick, and your discoveries are amazing. And I wonder where are all the founders that were tweeting yesterday, creating all this fuzz, and they're all silent now on Twitter. No one is saying anything, So that's also a bad indicator of what's going on.
Well, bro, they don't have exit liquidity for their tokens yet, so So I want to say what's up to Chris at OSnap. He's one of our license holders, actually. And Chris, we got the gift support done for you, bro. So by Monday, it'll be good for all your motion, all your gift support. It's done, sir.
Dude, that's amazing. I've been in the room for a while, man. Like, as someone who, I'm running a project, but I don't know a lot about the intricacies of crypto. And, I would have never caught the stuff that they were doing with the APE token in the back end. So, we really need people like you in the space to bring to light a lot of this stuff, man.
I mean, dude, I gotta be honest. I'm super disappointed about it, honestly, because, like I said, I was ready to flip a fucking bag, dude. I saw the announcement go out last night. I was like, oh, fuck, I'm gonna make a bunch of money tomorrow. Hell yeah, dude. And then I was just like, no, I'm not gonna make a bunch of money tomorrow. Okay. Not gonna make a bunch of money.
I was sitting there with the same thing. I was waiting to make some swaps, and then I'm like, hold on. What's going on with this token?
Bro, I mean, 45%, 47% of the supply that's supposed to be locked for the community not being locked and being sent out to 160 different wallets is that's not a good look, dude. IMO. Not a great look, dude. Let's see.
To be 100% honest, we wanted to do asset-backed tokens and stuff with our coin, as you know, but I would have never thought to do my token like that. I don't know a lot, but I would never have done that.
It's just weird because it's some shit that a dev who's used to launching botted shit coins, like a botnetted shitcoin rug. That's what you do. You deploy a bunch of tokens, then you send them out to a bunch of wallets, then you send them out to even more wallets, then you run a bash script, and you market make your token, and when people buy, you sell, and you just take all the incoming liquidity, and it just fundamentally the market cap to liquidity ratio, the distribution of tokens, it just screams fucking turd, dude. And it's not what I was expecting at all from big airdrop, totally fucked up token distribution, totally fucked up liquidity to market cap ratio, unlocked liquidity, literally any of the, there are these websites like PooCoin and different things, and they guaranteed PooCoin has an alert right now. If you go and look at APE token, it says, warning, 100% of APE token liquidity is unlocked. Trade at your own risk. How do you miss that one? How do you miss that one? How do you miss locking liquidity, dude? Bro, and the fact is no one's reputation should let them get away with not operating in a clean and trustless manner on chain. Your reputation doesn't change it, bro. I don't give a shit who you are, dude. I don't care, dude. Just play by the same rules that every small dev shop needs to play by. You're not exempt. It just, to me, it's that whole thing. It's just that attitude of oh, wealthy people are exempt from the rules. It's fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. That's what we're trying to get away from with Web3. That's the point of the transparency. That's the point of trustless smart contracts and systems like this, is that we don't have to trust centralized institutions to have our best interest at heart and believe that just because they have a bunch of money, they're going to watch our backs, dude. They got that money by not watching our backs. FYI. I don't know if anyone realizes that, but your bank got rich by fucking you. Your bank got rich by fucking people. Like, that's how they got the money, by fucking people, dude. Like, and I think this is like a great point to elucidate. I don't know who's heard of Buckminster Fuller, but Buckminster Fuller, he's a great thinker, probably one of the greatest minds of the last century, and he wrote a book that was based on a speech that he gave called Spaceship Earth. And in this book, he postulated that we essentially have had like these two phases of social development on planet Earth. And the first phase of social development was one in which, effectively these pirate barons took control of the planet, and all of the engineers and architects and innovators and inventors were employed and funded by these pirate barons in order to basically secure the trade lines, right? To build machines of war, to secure the trade lines, and to secure these effective pirate barons who were basically just traveling around a lawless world, just looting anywhere they could, and then, bringing the spoils of their looting to areas where those goods had a greater value. And this second phase that we're going into, the issue is that now we're in a phase where we have a more civilized society. We no longer need this sort of pirate baron architecture, but the social operating systems we run on are still, vestiges of the operating systems that were built by these pirate barons. And so the people who operate them continue to run the systems in the same manner that these pirate barons ran them. And what we're witnessing is the age in which the innovators and engineers and inventors will be able to claim agency and start to build a world that's effectively free from piracy, right? And blockchain and Web3 is going to be a big tool to that effect. It's one of the key inventions and technological modalities that will allow us to escape this sort of vestiges of this architecture that still remains from a time when basically we just have lawless theft. I live in Indonesia, and people think of Indonesia as this country that's like relatively poor, right? Like the average salary here, I think, is like $100 a month, and there are like 16 million people living below the poverty line. It's the fourth most populous country on the planet, but their annual tax revenue is less than $100 billion a year. And that's not because Indonesia isn't a wealthy country. It's because for 400, 500 years, the Dutch enslaved the Indonesians and exported 100% of their wealth to the Netherlands. Right? And so, these are the things that we have to pay attention to. And, I just look at sort of, the memetics. I was a big fan of Metal Gear Solid, and, the creator of Metal Gear Solid said that MGS stood for memes, genes, and scenes. And he believed that that's what the entire world is comprised of, is memes, genes, and scenes, right? And that, these are the memes and scenes, the memetics that need to be shifted. And when I see people building things and operating, in these old adversarial models and trying to follow these sort of archaic and outdated architectures for how they build, it's like a lot of people are like, oh, Bored Apes acquired Larva Labs and Weebits, and it's like, for me, that was super fucking bearish, dude. To see basically the Pepsi and Coke of the NFT space merge with each other, I was just like, how is that bullish for decentralization? How is that bullish for decentralization? How is no one looking at this and being like, wait, what the fuck, dude? I don't want to see shit getting syndicated. I want to see
basically Hollywood grabbed the two biggest communities of the NFTs and from a decentralized manner and pulled them back into centralization.
Yeah.
And basically we build code, algorithms, and math to enforce ethics back into humanity, not to bring them back into the centralized world. It's a retrograde.
Dude, I'm bearish on most companies that are decentralized raising centralized finance, unless it's in an effort to prevent needing to liquidate assets on their holders or community, you know? And it's like, but I want to hear, Atomic, I saw you raise your hand when I said something just a little while ago. I saw it pop up, so why don't you go ahead, bro?
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Sweet, dude. Well, first of all, I want to commend you on hosting this space. I think it's been 8 hours? And you've been going strong.
Something like that, dude.
That is awesome, dude. I love it. And I actually kind of wanted to bring it back
bro.
because I got in pretty early and been in and out all day. But I was hoping you could actually go back to what your research was when you were looking into the APE token. Because I think for myself, and I'm sure a lot of people in this space, they'd love to learn more so that they themselves can do the research in the future for...
Okay, so here's how the process started. I was following their tweets. They tweeted, "Don't get scammed. Here's our official contract address." I immediately grabbed the contract address and pasted it into Etherscan. The first thing that I did is I went to take a look at the contract, see if they did anything interesting. Frankly, I was like, I'm a dirtbag, so I was like, I wonder if I can exploit this. Like, if I exploit something, I'll usually give the money back, unless the people are just total pieces of shit, in which case I'll send it to the burn address. But, so I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, it looks clean, like there's not going to be any exploits or anything, so that's cool. And then I flipped back over and I saw that it had 221 holders already and no liquidity but now. I was like, that's kind of a lot. I was like, there are only 6 parties, 6 different accounts that really should have been created based on the token distribution that they describe on their website. I'm like, why are there 221 holders? I was like, what's going on here? Are claims open already? And I looked at the claim wallet. No one had been able to claim yet. So I flipped over to holders and I looked and I was like, okay, so here's the claiming contract that's got a certain amount of the supply. And then I noticed a multi-sig wallet from a large, well-known market maker. And I was like, okay, that's cool. They got a market maker. That's good. They've got a partner who's going to market make the token. Then I noticed that, and Rahila, you were up here a second. We'll make sure to get you up on stage in just a minute so you can talk. Then I noticed there were 220 holders. So I was like, all right, let me see what's going on here. So I just flipped over to holders and I noticed oh man, there are a lot of wallets here with 5 million tokens, 4 to 5 million tokens in them. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, why did they split up 45% of the supply into so then I started counting. I was like, okay, there's 160 wallets with more than 4 million tokens right now. I was like, that's kind of weird. Like, why did they? And then I was like, okay, well, they sent tokens to the exchange. Let's see how many tokens they sent to exchanges. And I was like, damn. Value by creating valuable finished product. And then by creating that valuable finished product, I generate a profit, and then I take part of that profit and contribute it to places that I think it belongs. And I really something about using social or ecological benefit to market a product really makes me super upset. And especially when I see people creating projects and products and they have a minority of the revenue that they're generating going to the causes that they're using to basically be part of their marketing. I mean, this may trigger people, but I call it the white savior industrial complex. I use Tom's shoes as a great example of it. which is like there's all these kids all over the world, and like they need shoes so that they can attend school and get a Western education. And like, you know, first of all, we get into like all the evidence for health and like all the different details about that and stuff. But the point is that the company has achieved a multi-billion-dollar valuation. Tom is a fucking billionaire now. Okay, because he sells you a fucking $2 pair of slippers for $92 fucking dollars, and then he gives another $2 pair of slippers to a kid somewhere, and so he generates fucking, you know, $88 in fucking profit, and has turned himself into a billionaire by marketing his cheap ass shitty fucking shoes as if he's the fucking savior of the world for giving little kids fucking shoes so that they can go and get a colonized ass education. So like, this is the type of shit that I see, and I see projects where people are like, oh, we're doing this and we're gonna give 20% of the revenue from the project to this cause. And I'm just like, can you please leave? Like, can you just leave, dude? I do think there is a huge opportunity when it comes to NFTs and for benefit projects, being that like these contracts that we've created with delegate calls and dynamic function calls means that like you could crowdfund an amount of liquidity which a group of people had governance over, and those people could make a governance decision to like swap that ETH for stable coins and deposit those stable coins into something like CurveDAO and then delegate a beneficiary of the reward token so that, you know, someone could, you know, a social cause or something like that, instead of getting like a lump sum of liquidity, could get an annuity. Nonprofits are not allowed to invest the liquidity that they raise, which I think is in general a really big problem, because they end up as these sort of flow through entities where it's like money comes in and money goes out, but they're not able to actually like, you know, put this liquidity into trusts or structures that can generate annuities that would mean they no longer, after a certain number of years or a certain amount of capital was raised, that they would no longer ever need to raise capital again, and that the annuity that they generated would then forever, you know, provide liquidity and value to whatever the problem that was looking to be solved was. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of NGOs masquerading as NFT projects, or NFT projects functioning kind of in a similar way to classical NGOs, whereby, you know, a huge amount of the funds raised go to administrative and marketing and production, and very little liquidity or resource will actually ever, you know, impact the end user, or the end beneficiary. And I think it's bullshit, dude. To be pretty frank, I would rather see people put all that work into generating money and just call it what it is. You're making profit, and if you want to go do something good for the world with the profit you generated, go and do it. So,
man, listen, I don't want to cut you off, bro, but you clearly understand the process. And talking about trustees, trusters, beneficiary, benefactors, listen, it's a game of people who understand the game and don't understand it. And if you don't know the etymology of the English language, you're not going to survive in this game. And I love what you're talking, bro, because that's kind of my language too. I had to learn the English language and the base root of every word of it. So if you understand the language and you know about NGOs, you know about the trustee, the truster, the beneficiary, the benefactors, you're going to free yourself. Know thyself, though. And I appreciate you, brother, for preaching the truth. Keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Thanks for being here, bro. Iggy, what's going on, Iggy?
What's up, brother? Hey, man, I think I've listened to you talk for like 7 hours today.
No way, dude. Thanks.
I'm like, I think I've been one of the original, like, 20. I think I've just...
Dude, you were in here when we were tiny, huh, bro? The room was so small, dude. It was so funny, dude. Like, everyone was like, oh, shit, he went there.
Like,
everyone was like, oh,
like,
shit, he went there.
I've listened to you go through all stages, man. I listened to you, like, pitch your concept, like, your idea and why, like, your question, ultimately. Then I heard you get, like, railed on by people that were attacking you. Then I heard you like defend yourself, like, hey, look, I'm asking a question and I can't get an answer. Like, I've heard you all day long. And I think my thing is, bro, like,
still no one has answered the question, bro. After over 12 hours, I'm like, still no one has answered the question, bro.
I'm like, man, can my guy just get like someone from the apes up here that will give him like an answer to the question, so he can be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they stopped coming in. They stopped coming in because it was real fun.
Dude,
because they were coming in to
what was
listen
the
to what was
question?
happening, and they were attracting their communities, and so they all jumped out.
Oh man,
So you won't see them even floating around here anymore. It's crazy.
Bro, the question was, if 47% of the supply of APE token is delegated for the community and the community treasury, then why is it split into 160 different wallets instead of in a multi-signature wallet? And why was the token dropped into supply and zero liquidity was added for the token? And why were only 100,000 tokens sent to each of the major exchanges that were supposed to, be offering this token for trading? Like, what is the reasoning for those things? And the responses varied from like, I still believe this is going to make us a lot of money, to like, why are you flooding? To like
I don't
personal
think it's
attacks on
necessarily
me.
something that is going to make people rich right away. I think it might have some longevity. It might go on for a while. I don't think it's going to go back up to $30 here in the next
Connect! What's up? My name is Carlos Matos. I'm coming to you live from the Bronx, New York. They said this is a scam. No. I mean, guys.
That was perfect. That was verbatim.
I will
practice that in
I will
American
say, that's funny, man. Hey, brother, I will say, like, so my whole reason for even being, I guess, in this room and in NFTs is because I'm a mobile game developer, and I spent 5 years of my life building a mobile game. And you mentioned Candy Crush, and I kind of had to like jump in because the games that are blockchain games right now, you're 1,000%. They are not games. The games that are gonna wax this industry, and literally, I know exactly what I'm talking about in this field, are the games that incorporate NFTs into their product, and that's when you're gonna absolutely slay it. And to me, that's exactly what I'm doing. I got in the NFT business to find out how I can tie it in with my mobile 1v1 game, and how that can go next level. And so to me, man, like, you're 100% right. These guys with buzzwords that say like, I've got a game, I've got a token, I've got this, I've got that. I'm not like spreading FUD or anything, but truthfully, man, like, those projects are like super short-sighted into actually the utility that you're giving. And it's like, dude, if you had any of these games that are worth a shit, like Fortnite or Call of Duty or Candy Crush or the game that we're doing, whatever, you get them to figure out how to like tie in NFTs to their world, and they're going to absolutely slay it. And so, man, I couldn't agree more with your take.
Can I make a comment on that? Because what you're saying hit it right on the point, dude. I was brought in and eventually made CTO of what was called the Metaverse game. And eventually I left, right? And I left because of two reasons. Number one, they were using me to show. And number two, I was deep diving into the back. They were using Web 2 infrastructures and Web 2 pools. They weren't doing the hard decentralized work. They weren't fully making real NFTs that would basically be a decentralized ecosystem where supply and demand determine the price of those NFTs. They weren't doing any of that. And that's probably 99% of the blockchain gaming space. So, I agree with everything you guys are saying, but at the same time, there's going to be 1%, there's going to be somebody that figures it out because economically it works. But the ability for it to scale given current blockchain tech is limited. And a lot of the devs that are capable of doing it are either really expensive or are focused on other things.
Yep, you nailed it.
A lot of this stuff, though, is genuinely just buzzword. Like, you're talking, how many things do you know that are labeled as a DAO? And it's nothing more than democracy and voting in the Discord. It's all bullshit.
I mean,
yeah, but you still have Byzantine generals in that DAO. Like, how is that a decentralized automated?
So my question I came up to point out, and like, this is the one thing, like, I love, don't get me wrong, I'm passionate about the crypto space, but like, my one question always to everybody, because everybody goes on these, like, everybody gets on their soapbox and they talk about how it's empowering, and it is. I work in the industry now. It's changed my life. But there are people who will never fucking care about ever learning or understanding money. What's going to be the catalyst for those people to get into crypto? Like, that's my question for everybody here. Because I think it's going to be video games, just not these shitty fucking 90s flash animation games.
Bro, like Fortnite literally just needs to make their skins NFTs, and it becomes mainstream.
Oh, if Call of Duty or Fortnite did it, I mean, their market cap,
100%.
I think it would destroy
I'm still holding my Star
it would
Apple.
destroy everything.
I have hope for blockchain games, but we'll see.
But like as Zomakasi was saying, like, hey, bro, you've rattled off so much knowledge today about, like, when you say do your own research, I think you should just, like, to me, that means you open up a space and I'll ask you a million questions because, dude, you're super knowledgeable. But I would say most people that I've found out,
according to my haters, like, all they can do is call me names and promote my Twitter.
Yeah.
So.
But here's the thing, man. I think you not only like talk about the questions, but you also educate. And to me, here's what I've understood in the little time I've spent in the NFT space. No one gives a shit because they just want to buy a JPEG. They want the floor to go up 10x, and they want to flip it and be like, man, this is the easiest job in the world. That's all they care about. They don't care about anything else. They don't care about longevity.
But
they don't care about a project. They don't. They don't care about shit. So researching is like, that's like a 4-letter word. They're like, why the hell would I do that? I'm just going to buy this JPEG. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to make tons of money. Like, I don't need to, what do I need to research shit for? You know what I mean? Like, that's what this, so far, to date, that's what this industry is all about, which is comical to me because it's so, like, it's so easy to manipulate.
Hey, you guys ever play musical chairs when you were a kid?
Yes.
Hey, what happens when the music slows down? like, bruh, FYI, guys, I've been through multiple 80% plus drawdowns on my entire portfolio in crypto, bro. After Mt. Gox, dude, not only did I lose all the coin that was on Mt. Gox, but the coin that I had in my non-custodial wallets went from being worth $1,400 to $65 overnight. I'm still here, still breathing, still love the space, and the reality is that people just like people come with all this vitriol and toxicity and bullshit, and like, hey, it's not my fault I read a motherfucking book. Like, shit, dude, you can read too. Like, what the hell, bro? Like, that's what it comes down to is like, oh, you don't want to learn anything. You don't want to actually educate yourself. You just want to be like literally another sheep-brained fucking herd follower. And like, guess what? All the people who talk shit about me, guess who they are? They're the people who, when the music slows down, they ain't got no chair. When the tide goes out, bro, they're the ones who are swimming fucking naked, dude. And I'm gonna fucking be laughing just like I was laughing in fucking 2014, just like I was laughing in fucking 2018, just like I'm gonna be laughing if it happens again. I don't really think it will. I don't think we're going to experience a bear market like we did before because, A, we didn't have DeFi. You couldn't generate yield off of your tokens by lending them. And furthermore, now all these large institutions are way, way overexposed. They become the bag holders of their own dumpage if they decide to unload, right? So if they decide to completely unload their bags, they force themselves to be bag holders. Like, is AZ16 going to sell a bunch of AVAX if they sell $16 million of AVAX and the other $1 billion worth of AVAX they have as AUM loses, $90 million in value? Like, the answer is no, they're not going to. So they have to keep the Ponzi alive. They got to go out there and continue to raise centralized capital based on their previous earnings and increase in their AUM. They got to keep pumping the entire ecosystem. They have to keep conducting arbitrage. and they trap themselves at the end of the day. And it's, like, I'm just, this is the first time I haven't been reading through my comments or anything, but I'm literally reading through my comments, dude. And like, people are like, literally, like, they don't even get that, like, I'm an expert at fucking psyops, dude. Like, people are so dumb. If you don't like me and you don't want me to fucking succeed and you don't like what I'm doing, then ignore me. But if you had me
earlier in Central Intelligence, man. You and your family in Central Intelligence. You had me right there, bro.
Bro, I literally just read a comment and someone was literally like, this guy's saying, yeah, he knows the dude who hired Snowden. Yeah, I do. You want his fucking name, dude? I'll give you his fucking Instagram, too, bro. Fucking sat with him and fucking motherfucking Lev Parnas. You can go Google Lev Parnas right now. Sat down after after being at the fucking Seminole headquarters at Hard Rock in Florida. Then we went to the fucking 1111 fucking strip club in Miami together, and then we went and ate dinner at some bougie-ass Italian restaurant, bro. They're the homies. And that's the thing. Is like, people are like, oh my God, it sounds crazy. Like, yeah, guess what? It's real. Deal with it. Tough life. Yep. You know what I'm doing right now? The sun's coming up. I'm standing here. I'm looking at the fucking Indian Ocean, fucking on the cliff front in Bali, fucking watching the waves roll in my 12,000 square foot motherfucking house. My fucking chef is going to show up in a few minutes. He's going to make me some fucking eggs Benedict. I got a fridge full of motherfucking black caviar. He's going to throw some caviar on top of my eggs Benedict. And I'm going to be fucking laughing just like I was yesterday and the day before that, dude. And this is the whole point. Is people are like, oh, it's like, yo, you better adopt this get rich or die trying attitude, dude, and realize this shit is PvP. And like, I'm already like, you hate me, guess what? If you're in here still listening to me, you hate me, guess what? I'm gonna live rent free in your motherfucking brain for the rest of your life. Thank you very much.
Omaka, I will vouch because I have come across in various Telegram conversations deep in the DeFi rabbit hole with that voice that I love so much many, many times. And I've watched you PvP everyone to the ground.
Thanks, bro. I don't even know who this is. But you've been around for a minute then, huh, bro?
Troll, okay?
Bro, you already know, dude. I'm deep on the interwebs, dude. Like, I'm deep on the interwebs, bro. Like, I'm
deep in the DeFi rabbit hole, like where nobody.
I've been dropping alpha since day one, dude. Like, by the way, dude, like, I got most of my family members are like multi-millionaires because they bought ETH at like $26, dude. Filled a couple $100,000 worth of ETH at like 26 bucks, dude. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is easy, guys. Like, you just have to pay attention. And what, the whole apes community, the NFT community is mad at me because all the thing everyone was saying was going to be the greatest shit since sliced bread. Turns out the devs fucking straight fucking honeypotted your shit, dude. Like, oh my God. Like, I'm not the dev, dude. I didn't fucking do that shit. All I did was go to Etherscan and fucking type the contract address in and be like, and then, like, ask people some questions, like, and still no one has been able to answer it. Like, I see a lot of personal commentary. I see a lot of name calls.
Let's see what Elon has to say. He's aboard it.
What up, Elon?
What up? First of all, just gotta say, thank you for sharing your stage. It's been,
of course, bro,
a very informative at times, entertaining at times, frustrating at times space. But what a day.
Let's go, dude. Yeah, at the end of the day, we all have more in common than we have different, dude. There's more that connects us than that separates us, dude. For real.
I agree with you on that. For sure.
Ape, Doodle, rugged ass larva lads, dude.
No doubt. So to answer the main point of this space, right? The 160 wallets. I don't have the answer. I don't work for this team, right? I don't think anyone in the community has that answer. I think it's a lot of conjecture that we've all been spewing and running through our hamster wheels all day. There is a space in 2 hours by the team. I'm hoping maybe they provide clarity on some of these topics. beyond that, if we wanted to conjecture, maybe flexibility, ease of moving funds, things like that, who knows? I'm not too concerned leaning on the reputation of the past 8-9 months, which I know we discussed earlier about trustlessness and not needing to trust human beings when it could all be done on a development contract level. I can't really answer those questions. As far as the liquidity, my best take on that, they're trying to create a community DAO, right? You yourself mentioned being upset that you couldn't flip a bag, right? Get it real early and make a buck ton of money, right? To me, that attitude seems antithetical to building a community-based token and DAO structure where you're letting outsiders in to speculate and flip and make a big bag. So I think when you look at it from that point of view, not like a traditional token launch, they really want the holders of these assets that they've created to have the governing power in the beginning, right? Obviously, the vesting token structure over time allows the market to grow and more to hit the open market. And obviously, ape holders that don't care about the community or governance power or whatever need to get liquidity, need to take profit, whatever the case may be. They can provide liquidity, sell it, whatever. But I don't think they created it with the intention for that. They kind of gave the community a blank slate, right? Isn't that the point of a community-run DAO, is that the community gets to choose what happens? So if some community members decided to take advantage of no liquidity and make a lot real quick in the first 10 minutes, whatever the case was, that's going to happen. That's welcome to the world of Web3, right?
Hey, bro, listen,
Yeah,
bro,
but
I completely agree. But if we look at crypto Twitter, or rather, instead of and if we look at crypto Twitter, right, and the narrative that was being sold about Ape Token over the last few weeks, and especially in the last 24 hours, I mean, dude, there are people. I mean, it was just a full blown hype fest, dude, and it was just telling everyone why they should buy these bags, dude, and people were hyped about it, dude. I mean, the comments were as far as, could Ape Token reignite the bull run? I mean, I'll tell you what, dude, could Ape Token reignite the bull run? I'll tell you what, I could reignite the bull run right now. I just published a buy signal on BTC on 20 of my different accounts and personalities that I exist on. Hey, Satoshi, were you there on May 10th of last year when I told everyone to stable up on May 10th? And then 24 hours later, what did I say? I said, the bull run will recommence in the middle of July.
I'm gonna say this, okay? I jumped into the spaces today, not realizing who was in the spaces. I saw the headline, and I was like, all right, that looks interesting. And I hear that voice. I'm like,
very interesting.
Fucking hollow. Okay, this guy, okay, since I've met him in Telegram a couple years ago, right, has made every single fucking call in crypto that has done anything worth anything. The only other power I would say that has that ability is fucking Richard Hart's ETH wallets. Other than that, I don't really know of anybody else who says it and it actually happens, because this guy is the fucking Rain Man of crypto. End of story. And as you know, it's a love-hate relationship, right? Because you are a shark, you are a whale, and you don't play no games, but it makes everybody stronger in that. And that's the thing that people don't see at the end game. You got to be stronger. You got to do your own research. You got to know the math, and you can't just buy a JPEG hoping for a 10x. It's not going to happen. And to really respond to you, Elon Musk, if they wanted a decentralized DAO of sorts, why didn't they put the liquidity and everything into a multi-sig and give all the token holders access to submit proposals?
I don't think we can put this all on Elon, though. Elon, I would love
Yeah,
if you reached out to some other Bored Ape members. Like, I personally have.
I know. I'm not putting it all on Elon. I'm just trying to get him to think and do a little bit devil's advocate on his own community, because, the Ivory Tower that has.
But dude, hold on. Let me pause that.
Bro,
It's
my
not the
average
Bored Apes.
cost
It's
on
not the
Chainlink
Bored.
was like
Hold on, let's let
25
Elon
cents.
speak. Hold on.
I can think plenty. Like, I think a lot. Trust me, I'm in this space for a reason. I know how to think. It's not about thinking. It's about waiting for information. Sometimes you don't need to know everything. Sometimes you can just go with the flow, and you waste less energy than holding on to the branch of the river all day long fighting the currents. And again, they have spaces in 2 hours. Like, that's 12 hours from the launch. Like, all right, 12 hours. We're running around like chickens with our heads cut off. Maybe these questions get answered in 2 hours. I'm not like that concerned about it. Like, if we've been in this space as long as some of us claim to have been, what's a 20 to 30% fluctuation over the course of fucking 12 hours? It's nothing.
No, I'm not gonna lie. The spread looks decent. The spread looks decent. But what happened in the beginning, what Hollow said about the moves, the liquidity moves, the contract moves, that was nefarious. It was nefarious activity. As a shitcoin trader who has been looking at contracts, as long as I've been looking at contracts, that shit was shady. The first 150 wallets, immediately red flag. But because of the hype, I bought it when it crashed, because I knew it was going to crash. I bought it to stop it. Because at worst case, they have to pump my bags by doing all these fucking moves. You know what I'm saying? At worst case, the fucking the dev runs. But it's a worldwide fucking platform with massive, massive, massive attention. The likelihood of it rugging is very, very unlikely, in my opinion.
Yeah, dude, and that's why the name, like, dude, I fully acknowledge, like, dude, the title is 100% clickbait, dude. Like it doesn't say it's a rug. It says, is it a rug, dude? Like, oh my god, I made a clickbait title and the room got filled up. Like,
No, it got real.
like this is social media, guys. Like, is everyone mad at me? Like, people literally make posts saying, like, I'm giving away this NFT.
The New York Post has been doing shit like this.
Out of here, bro.
If we really want the answer to this question, what I think needs to happen is we need to, come together, make a section of 5 to 10 questions that we really want answered, get one of these Bored Apes during this space that's coming up to come up and ask these questions, and I'm sure we will all walk away with really solid answers. And that's actually what I would
there are a lot of smart apes, dude, and they care about their community and their project. They're gonna ask the question, dude. There are apes who want to know why the fuck they moved that shit into fucking 150 wallets too. You think Elon himself doesn't want to know, dude? Of course he does. He's like, what are you guys doing, dude? Like,
yeah, I was brainstorming ideas earlier, and I couldn't come up with anything that made logical sense. But
yeah,
again,
thank
I'm
you,
not
bro.
the
That's the
creator.
only reason I started this room, dude. I'm like, bro, what are you guys doing, dude? Like, you have the number one blue chip project in the NFT space. You're launching you're doing one of the most anticipated token launches of the quarter, right? Like, right at the end of Q1. Right at the end of Q1. Like, bro, like, why? Like, Gnosis, multi-sig, 470 million tokens. Yep. Here is the community wallet at this address. Here is the founder's wallet at this address.
That's it. It's that simple to be decentralized. Like, so I'm a part of a team, Meme NFT, we're a marketplace on BSC, right? They have a Gnosis safe multi-sig, and that's the reason why I joined. The sole reason. And numbers gone up since. So I'm happy, right? But the thing is that you don't see these kind of things on projects. As a person who's been trading in this space for a long fucking time, I don't want to touch it. I don't care if it goes 100x. The reason why I touched APE is because for me, it's like taking a step in against the ivory tower and stopping the flow. So at worst case, you have no choice but to pump my bags. If I keep buying the floor, if I keep going down real fucking low, if it keeps dipping, I'm gonna buy it, because guess what? When I hit that fucking floor, you gotta pump my bags. And guess what? Ivory Tower, I'm coming for you. Because guess what? That's what decentralization is all about, in my opinion.
And it's a good investing strategy, too.
And it's good investing.
Well, Bitcoin hit 500. I ate my whole fucking life in. Bitcoin, I've got Bitcoin since 4 digits. I've been here for a fucking while. Not as long as Hollow, but I've been here for fucking years, bro. Years. Things about crypto, you just find the dip.
Look, hey, dude, and Satoshi, what when BTC in May, when BTC was bottoming out, and like I'd already called the absolute
You
bottom
called
in
it
July.
Bitcoin at the top of 64. That might actually happen. It's really, really highly likely we might touch that, even for a hot second. We might touch it. Long term, we still, it's anybody's game at this point.
Bro, the funniest thing though is that I literally dude, I'll be all over Clubhouse fudding just to watch BTC maxis rage out, dude. To me, it's just bro, I thought the whole thing about the whole theme of Bored Apes Yacht Club is people who made so much money in crypto that they were apes and they were literally just bored because they had nothing to do. And then I'm just doing the most bored ape behavior ever, which is fudding my own bags all the time. And people are so triggered, bro. I'm just
Bro, Chap, Snarls, Fear Not, Notorious. I see you guys down there. Raise your hand. I want to hear some Bored Ape talks.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, man.
Yo, dude, the girls will bring anyone up who raises their hand, especially, and apes get preference, bro. I bring apes up on the stage right away, dude, so.
Well, Mokassi is being the Joker right now. It's nobody wants to love the Joker, but the reality is he's raising important questions, right? And I want to go into this Bored Ape room, the real Bored Ape room when it starts, and I want to have a good grasp on both sides of the argument. Thank you, Dabbing. Thank you for coming up, bro.
Dude, that's also the whole news, and I think a lot of people.
It's almost.
Oh, what up, Dabbing?
It's almost 12 hours I've been on this space with you, man. This is insane.
Let's go.
Still haven't got one person, ape anyone to justify what's going on. And I'm going to stay on this space until you either close it down or in 2 hours when hopefully someone calls out the devs on what's going on. I hope you're on that call in 2 hours. I'd love to get your take, and I'd love to have them call you up. All right, I'm out. Thanks, guys.
Bro, I mean, literally, that's the whole thing is, the whole time I've just been asking questions, dude.
You know what's going to happen? The same shit that happened when Bitcoin hit 64K. You had the maxis in a room, censoring the whole fucking room, and it was just speakers that they knew coming up saying, happy all-time high day. And I'm sitting here are you fucking kidding me? This is where you short, you fucking piece of shit. And they're just happy all-time high day. Happy all-time high day. And that's exactly what's happening.
And the craziest thing is when people get mad when I'm yeah, you don't have to sell your Bitcoin. You can just hedge your bags by opening an equivalent size short. And that way when the price goes down, you have more liquidity to buy more Bitcoin. And dude, I don't know if anyone understands crypto culture, but fudding the bottom has always been a meme, dude. Fudding the bottom has literally always been a meme, dude. If you have big bags, you've always fudded the bottom literally to shake people out and buy the dip, dude. You're literally you literally tell people if you want Bitcoin to pump, you want as many people to go short and get wrecked as possible. It's literally one of the funniest things ever that people don't even understand that. And they're oh, I've been in crypto for years. I'm like, yeah, but you do know that all the whales fud the bottom, right? I mean, I just trade Paulo Arduino tweets, dude. He tweets green, I go long. He tweets red, I go short, dude. I use the tether fudder strategy of trading at this point, dude. Dude, the tether fudders are I'm still convinced at this point that Bitfinex and Mt. Gox by USDT and all these dudes I'm 100% convinced that all these dudes are OG darknet whales, dude. OG whales, bro.
I can't wait to hear what he says and the pomp.
All 10,000 to 20,000 plus coin holders, and they literally just love to come and be it's all a scam, it's all a Ponzi, it's going to zero, and they literally just think this shit is fucking hilarious because what does that do, dude? It rinses out all the people who are just here to get more fiat, dude. Makes them all sell at a loss. Well, the people who are here because they understand the actual genuine value proposition of decentralized peer-to-peer monetary systems with no middlemen. They understand the value proposition. They're yeah, I'm selling never.
Yeah, but is that most of crypto right now? Because proof of stake is fucking trash. You were talking about MEVs before, and I was like, please let me on. I want to speak because it just shows the delegated proof of stake. The Byzantine fault tolerance mechanism is created by Tendermint and has been forked 5 million times into all these fucking networks. Does not solve the Byzantine generals problem the way Bitcoin does. Bitcoin, when the invaders come into your city, they have no choice but to pump your bags. Delegated proof of stake, they can collude with bots and do MEV bullshit. So, like, I want to have that talk more, because that's important. That's the most important thing for me in the last couple of months. Oh, you hear me ranting. I'm like one of those guys on a soapbox, like, this is all fucking wrong. It's fucking crazy. And nobody wants to hear me, bro. It's fucking crazy.
All right, sure, I'm a bounce, but I'm sure I'll see a lot of you guys in the Bored Ape room later. Omakasi, thank you for asking the questions that nobody really wants to ask. I appreciate that.
I wish people wouldn't call me names because I ask questions, but I have feelings too. But it's just social media, so I don't take it too seriously.
Marcusy, do you have like another Twitter? There's no way this is your main one. This is like a project you're running.
Bro, I mean, dude, what if I'm like 6 or 8? What if I'm like 6 or 8 big ass Twitters that you already know about and follow? And
he's a deep following. He's not even real, bro. He's a complete robot.
Dude, total cyborg, bro.
Alright, I'll see you guys later. Peace.
I am not a human being.
Dude, you pop up everywhere. You are like a weed, bro. I don't see you for a while. All of a sudden, it's like, where the fuck did this come from? It's been in my yard the whole time.
Bro, you're cracking up, right? You're like, who's this dude dropping out? You like listen to the voice a little bit more. You're like,
yeah. As soon as you said, bro, I'm like,
bro.
Is that you, fucker? Like, what are you doing?
Fuck that,
impressive, bro. You managed to fucking fund a whole project, have 1,300 people in the room in 2 fucking seconds. It's great.
Bro, like, people, dude, it's just clickbait, dude. Like, people, like, honestly, like, the thing is most people love to be haters more than they love to support shit. So it's like, it's just basic psychology, right? Is like, and they don't even understand, like, no publicity is bad publicity. Like, do you think what I'm doing right now is bad for Ape Token? I've been promoting fucking Ape Token all goddamn night, dude.
Yeah, like, and you're getting a commission for doing it. 1,300 people are listening to you and following the shit out of you. That's how this shit works.
Dude, like, get out of here. No publicity is bad publicity, dude. Like, do you think I'm mad at any of the people who, like, tagged me or added me or called me names, dude? Like, no. Like, thanks for the attention, plebes. Like, get out of here, bro. Like, this is the thing, is that people just don't get it. I love my haters, bro. I love my haters so much.
Real quick? There's the guy, Daniel Moncada. He's actually the Breaking Bad like assassin. He's my like personal fucking friend. I want him up here because I want him to say hi.
Where is he, dude?
Big in crypto.
He's got to raise his hand, dude.
Raise your hand, bro. Let's hear you, bro. I fucking love you, man. And I just saw your name, and we gotta let you shout it out real quick.
And then do we have room on the stage right now for more people, dude?
You can drop me off. Dab, you can drop me off.
Hey,
Okay, Davin. What's up?
Re-add Tiara as a co-host, and then we can add more. She back. But also check your DMs.
Oh, boy.
Please.
Hey, I can jump off too, man. I've enjoyed listening to you all day, brother. Thanks for everything, man. It's awesome.
Thank you for being here, dude. I really appreciate it. And like, honestly, I have to say that like most of the adult apes that have been in here have been like extremely courteous, like super kind, really respectful, and also extremely knowledgeable in general, dude. And if they weren't knowledgeable, then they just ask good questions. I think the Bored Apes community is excellent. I think there are a lot of incredible people there, and I just think there's a line between the Bored Apes community and Yuga Labs, and I think it's something that's going to get sorted and decided and smoothed out. And like, I'm sure there are going to be answers as to why they split up all the tokens. They're going to have some response, and I just like to understand, because it's just weird to see such a blue chip project with such a strange sort of launch. It was weird to me. So.
Well, I will say, Omaka, your name today, that all of the stuff that like you're doing, and you're getting your commission for putting on a project using the bad publicity thing, right? But your spirit of decentralization and how you lay it out for everybody, there are probably PFP holders in this room that don't understand and have a new understanding of blockchain. That's why I love you, bro. Because everywhere you go, you spill it how it's supposed to be, and you give people the education that they need to get in front of this curve. Because this shit is no joke. You have government agencies adding Bitcoin to the balance sheet because they have no choice but to participate in the network in order to control. Yep. So you have to understand this game on a macroeconomical level, and the only way you're going to do it is listening to shit like what you said all fucking day. And that's why I fucking love you, bro.
Dude, thank you so much, man. And, you know, I really just, dude, I just love the space, honestly. Like, there are more good eggs in this space than there are bad eggs by far, is what I've learned. Is like a lot more good eggs. And, like, I don't know if they're still in the room, but, like, there's someone, I've received fucking thousands of super, super amazing friendly messages. I don't know if he's still in here, but there's a dude in the room earlier, and he's been hanging out with me online for a while. And like, I told him like last year sometime, I was like, yo, if you hang around me and like you have less than 6 figures by the end of the year, like literally DM me. And I got a message from him a couple months ago. He said he started with 500 Canadian dollars, and he messaged me when he crossed 6 figures, you know? And like, he was just like, bro, you told me I was going to do it, and I literally didn't believe you because I had $500. And he's like, now I have fucking 6 figures. And it wasn't by like making degen gambling plays or like aping for the highest risk stuff, hoping for a massive return. It was literally by just following like solid fundamental strategies and like him continuing to educate himself and doing his own research, like not blindly following anyone. And like, dude, for me, that's the shit that's inspiring, dude, is like just when people learn and can like go off on their own. And then especially like when I see that other people that I've come in contact with and stuff. And like, my favorite is when I like pop into a room on an alt and I hear someone else who like I've spent time with and taught a bunch of shit. And then I hear them like rattling shit off to people and teaching people shit. Like, that's what makes me fucking stoked, bro, is because I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. You know, it's the network effect, right? Like you arm people with information and then they can go and share it with other people. And the bottlenecks in the ecosystem have always been education related, right? It's like you can't play in an ecosystem that you don't understand. And the more that we share knowledge and the more that we have like apply critical thinking and really like question everything, the healthier the ecosystem is overall. And like, you know, I started this room. I never anticipated that it would get this big, or like go this long. And, you know, I've had some people who are like extremely positive, and I've had some people who I felt like they were disrespectful to me. So I yeeted them, you know, cause like, honestly, like I'm too old for that bullshit, you know, like I'm not going to have some middle school drama in a fucking internet chat room, dude. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can go, you know, like no one's forced to listen to me. I'm not like holding anyone at the point of gun being like, you have to stay in my room and fucking listen to what I'm saying because it's all right. And like, I had Unicrypt up here. They disagree with our standpoint on smart contract deployment. And like, he doesn't think that there should be any governance implemented within the tokens contract. And honestly, I can appreciate where he's coming from. I can see his point of view and believe that it's valid. And like, I'm totally comfortable with people disagreeing with me, but I think that we watch how rapidly on social media, like everyone's a tough guy behind the mic, behind the keyboard. You know what I mean? Like they're quick to call names and like fire shit off and talk shit about people and things like that. But like, honestly, is that like the person that you want to be? And people are like, oh, I've been rude to people or anything like this. But like, I honestly haven't been rude to anyone who wasn't rude with me first, right? So I think I've treated everyone as much as I could with like the basic dignity and kindness that all human beings deserve until they cross that line. And like, believe me, you cross that line, if you want to get into, you know, a pissing contest, like, bro, I got a big dick and I can fucking piss a long ass stream, and I'll fucking cuff and throw blows right in the parking lot, dude. You know, when I was young, I had Anheuser-Busch offer me $10 million for 51% of a company that I'd created. And it was worth significantly more than that. And I straight up in the room, in the office that I was in, the representative from Anheuser-Busch, I straight up got up, pushed the table out, looked at the dude when he offered me that shit, and I said, fuck it, I'll see you in the parking lot then, motherfucker. You know? And, like, that's my attitude with life. Is like, bro, like, and I advise everyone the same thing. Like, dude, you don't need to take shit from anyone. You know? Like, you really don't need to take shit from anybody. And don't go fucking throwing stones in a glass house. You know? And that's really what it is. And, like, dude, I've made mistakes. I've made bad plays. I've fucked shit up before. Like, a lot of mistakes, dude. And the reality is that, like, I just came to ask the question. Like, I look at the blockchain analytics. If this weren't RUG token, if this weren't APE token, right? And I were comparing this to any other token that I were looking at, like just being agnostic of the project and the founders and who was involved in it and all that stuff. And I look at the project and say, okay, what story does the blockchain tell me? What story does the liquidity to market cap ratio tell me? What is going on here? I don't get a signal. What I have is noise. And I want to attempt to get through that noise and derive a signal by asking questions to elicit more information. And when I gain enough information and I can discern signal from noise, then I can make an adequate decision as to whether or not I can provide capital or liquidity for a project. And people can misconstrue that, and we get into like these identity politics and like tribalism and sort of cult psychology of us and them, where it's like, oh, well, you don't support what I support, so I have to not like you. Or you don't support what I support, so I'm going to call you a name, or I'm going to say you're crazy, or you're stupid, or like, you know, levy some ad hominem attack or something like that. The reality is no one should need to tolerate that. Like, if we want to have better opportunities, then we have to be better people at the end of the day. So, ENEFT Kyle.
NFT, what's up there?
I just realized that. I'm just like, it's 7:22 in the morning for me, guys, and I've been up all night because honestly, I'm having a good time with this space. But what's up, bro? Tell me what's going on.
Well, man, first of all, shout out to you for this space, man. I've been in here just listening, man. You've dropped some serious knowledge, especially on the MevBot shit, man. I appreciate all the alpha and knowledge you've been dropping. Love the title. Love how you know how to draw a crowd and market yourself. One thing I wanted to put you up on when you were talking about the blockchain game, I agree. Most of them are fucking trash. However, there's one that I've been watching. Meta Ops. It's on the Solana blockchain, but it's basically Call of Duty. And somehow they're incorporating NFTs and play to earn and stuff. But dude, like, they built the whole game before they even released their project. The game's playable already. They just launched their stuff. But it's on computer, but it looks super dope if you're a Call of Duty fan. Like,
can you directly interact with your web wallet to exchange NFTs for in-game assets? Because that's big. That's huge. And nobody's done it yet.
I can't answer that, but I know they can.
Yeah, if you can't do that, then it's not a real blockchain. And that's the thing that
I don't have the answer to that. I think they do, but I don't know 100%. But I know, like, they're always hosting, and they're open to, like, talking. They're hosting spaces and always answer questions. But it just looks really fucking interesting, and it looks different from all the other blockchain games I've been seeing going around.
That's the first show I've heard in like an hour, bro. You really dropped some alpha, Amaka. You just like had the room, bro.
Dude, chills, bro. I honestly was for the first time, I kind of zoned out because I'm like literally looking. I literally just looked at my messages for the first time, and I have like 400 fucking DMs, dude. Like, I don't even know. Like, Hera, can you?
I definitely sent you like 6. I was like, bro,
I got you.
Can you like start respond? I do want to respond to
Yeah.
everyone, but like, I'm like, fuck, dude.
If you're listening, we'll get back to you within
we'll
the
100%
next day.
everyone at some point, like, and then Vard also messaged me. Can you just make sure you get a wallet address from Vard for me? It should be in the messages I responded to, and get an addy from him for me. And then that's basically like. Dude, I'm really grateful that everyone came in to talk, and just like, it's nice to meet everyone and just hear everyone's different viewpoint. Honestly, one of the high points of the night for me was literally hearing Hustler and Ryder Rips go at it with each other. Like, I literally brought Ryder on stage just because I was like, oh, dude, I can get Hustler and Ryder Rips on the stage at the same time. I was like, this is gonna be good fucking content, dude. Like, this is gonna be fucking awesome.
This was fucking genius, dude. Like, I saw people, like, so there are other communities, like, that are merging with, like, they're like promoting with the apes and stuff. There's like an ape in every fucking sector now. It's like an ape everywhere, right? I saw a couple of those leaders, because I've been in a couple of those rooms. And I saw a couple of those leaders coming in and out of here, and then realizing, like, oh, everybody's following me in here and flooding the fucking Master Mother project. Let me get the fuck out. It's fucking nuts, dude. You did some shit. This is disruption, bro. I love it.
Yo, what is this V1 apes? Somebody explain this to me.
Oh no, is it like the V1 punks? Don't even do it.
No, the V1.
So what I've surmised, which I've mostly been in this spaces, but I looked briefly. Someone who may have been working with the team and they're still anonymous. Very early on, this was like a test run of Generation that never made it out. They all have purple backgrounds. And someone got access to those files and created this collection of those test generative files that were created in March of 2021. And they all have purple backgrounds.
Gotcha. Because I'm looking it up right now. They're minting right now.
Dude, V1 punks, when they came out with their stuff, because apparently, like, they didn't wrap the contract, and V2 was just basically a copy pasta. Like, those things, the floor fucking moved like 10x in a fucking week. That was fucking nuts.
Dude, like, what?
Yo, hold up. Appreciate you for the day, bro. Appreciate you for the day, bro. Thanks for the alpha today. You had me in the hospital all day, bro. Appreciate it. Bro, you think your DMs is fucking lighting up, guys, getting messages as well, bro?
No way.
It's crazy. I don't know why, bro. Must be because we're connected. This is crazy, bro.
Bro, it's because they can tell you know me, dude. So they're like, oh, this guy actually knows him. It's like, I mean,
who is this guy?
Yeah, you know the alpha. Everybody's like, oh, this guy gotta get close. I gotta get close.
Dude, stop, bro. It's so funny, dude. Like, I mean, bro, I just like to read a lot and like learn things and like learn from other people and stuff. Like, I really wish I've always tried to get Mothership to come on more and talk. That dude is super knowledgeable.
Bro, way Mothership. I haven't heard from that dude in like months, bro.
Bro, he had girl problems and like got massively liquidated on some fucked up trades, and just like he got massively liquidated, and now he's doing like, he's been working on like, we've got like a hardware security company and stuff like that, and he just like, dude, I just always want him to just come and talk to people because he's legit one of the most knowledgeable people. But like, you know how paranoid the dude is, bro. Like, he's so like, dude, so when I first started coming on voice chats and stuff, my boy literally got super furious with me. He's like, you're leaking your biometrics all over the internet. He's like, do you know what I can do with 18 minutes of audio? I can deep fake you. He's like, what happens? And so it's like, I had to like put all these protocols in place. Like, if someone called my family, like my mom literally asks me all these questions when I first call her to confirm it's me. And like, he's just like, the dude's super paranoid, but he's probably like one of the most knowledgeable people in terms of blockchain that I've ever met in my entire life. And like, I hope I can get him to start showing up and like doing some spaces. And he also like, he got super bummed out, Klaus, because there's like a big project that's like, it's a big ZK Snark Slayer project. And he actually founded it, bro. He provided the initial seed capital for the project. And then like the dudes raised a bunch more capital and tried to like basically just pulled like the most fugazi shit with him and tried to like basically like convert his seed investment into like a post money SAFT and then like give him like a massive discount. And he's just been going through shit, dude. And like, I knew he would, cause he's like, it's just like, you know, there's like certain times, certain ages in your life where you just like, shit just happens and you just go through shit. And like, dude, I warned him. It was like, he fucking killed it, bro. I gave him like 5 racks, and the dude literally in like 5 months flipped that shit to over 600 grand. And then I told him like, yo, bro, just like, I just want you to take care of your mental health and stop trading. Like, market conditions are fucked up. Like, you shouldn't be trading. Like, stop trying to trade chop. And he just like kept revenge trading and taking losses, bro. And literally got 100% liquidated, dude. Liquidated fucking everything, bro. And I offered to pay off his mom's house for him in addition to him keeping, like, you know, the majority of the profit that he generated with my liquidity. And like, I offered to pay off his mom's house, but my condition was that he had to stop trading. And like, he literally couldn't stop trading. And like, we had a little bit of an argument because I like got mad at him and told him he needed to go to Gambling Addicts Anonymous and shit like that, dude. Like, it was like just funny. Bro, you know I'm a dick sometimes, bro. So I was literally
I know.
It's like, you're a fucking gambling addict. Like, and it wasn't even about the money. I like felt bad for him, dude, because it's like, just like going through that type of loss, like that fucking hurts your confidence and your ego and shit like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's hard to build back from that. So he's just going through his process of like rebuilding his confidence and like getting shit together. But like, I had to be like the good older brother and not like just, you know, couldn't deal with him with too soft of a hand. You know what I mean? So
I think, man, he's going to be back. Revenge trading is not like gambling. Sometimes you're just right and you're just mad that you're getting short squeezed or fucking.
Bro, this dude got licked. Actually, he was up over 6. He was at 6 when he stabled up in May. But he got licked right before we all stabled up back in May. He got licked for like $250,000 on an ETH short. And he was like 100% right, dude. And like he gave me a cash call. He's like, I need cover. And I was like, bro, you're balls deep in this shit already. What do you mean you need cover? I was like, what? Like, he's like, I need cover. And I was like, bro, like, I was like, dude, I don't know, bro. Like, this is crazy. So he was on he had $250,000 on a 20x ETH short at literally with a dollar cost average of fucking $3,900, bro. And literally, dude, it pumped exactly to his liquidation price, liquidated him, and then ETH to fucking free fall, dude, all the way to $1,700, bro.
I'm pretty sure I broke Bybit, and they fucking must have upgraded the bot on it or something, because I was kicking ass, and then all of a sudden...
Oh, bro, they literally...
And whale hunting, bro.
Bro, whale hunting, dude. Like, and he literally, so like, just imagine, so 20x on 250K, that's what, a $5 million position, right? And a $5 million position, he was short like 1,250 ETH. And ETH went from $4,000 all the way down to like $1,700 fucking dollars, bro, which is where he had his fucking take profit set at like $1,800, bro. And he literally like Dude, it was literally like a play that would have netted like 2+ million in fucking profit, 2-3 million in fucking profit.
Yeah, so what you're saying is Vitalik got a phone call and he burned a shitload of heat.
Dude, listen, first of all, this dude is so fucking based, bro. This dude has video of him in 2015 telling people what Ethereum is at Art Basel. Like, literally him and Beeple standing there, and he's describing to people what Ethereum is. 2015. Okay? This dude has video of him teaching fucking Vitalik how to ride a fucking bird scooter, bro. Like, the kid is based as fuck, dude. Knows everybody, is the fucking man, dude. But, like, god damn if he has some fucking baggage around money, bro. Like, fuck, dude. You gotta adjust your fucking attitude. Hey, Jarrell, you've had your hand up so long. You can jump in anytime you want, bro. Feel free, dude.
Yes, sir. Yo. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Hey, so I didn't even realize I got pulled up, man. I've been in this space since there was probably like 40 people, so it's been a while.
No.
Yes, sir.
Diamond hands, bro. We got diamond hands in the house, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, there was a point I had to lay down, so I didn't realize I got pulled up. But yeah, I appreciate you specifically, and Ray too, because she's kind of the reason why I got in here. But just this is so appreciated for somebody like me, a young black person in this NFT space. There's not the most ways for people to get educated on this type of stuff without people like you out here just really being out here in these spaces and educating people. The only one question that I would have for you is there some other ways that somebody like myself could get more educated?
Boot camp.
Yeah.
NFTs are similar to real estate, so I would look at some real estate market shit too. Because
the thing that I was really serious about is get a really good brush up on your math, dude. Like, make sure your understanding of fundamental algebra and mathematics is super, super solid, and then start with the fundamentals. Like, read the fucking Ethereum white paper, then learn to live on the fucking block explorer, dude, and start to have fun just like digging into projects and looking at how transactions happen, at what those first transactions on a project look like, look at big wallets and the moves and strategies that big wallets are making. Like, bro, like, you guys have no idea, dude. Fucking 0xB1 was in the room listening for like hours, dude. I'm literally sitting here like a fucking fanboy, dude. Like, that dude, I learned so much literally just looking at that dude's wallets and checking the strats that he was running. And like, it totally changed my whole perspective on DeFi and like how I approach trading and providing liquidity and entering collateralized debt positions. I learned so much shit literally just from the Block Explorer, dude. And to understand the Block Explorer, you have to understand how the Ethereum virtual machine functions. And like, those are the two things. Like, bro, I found PancakeSwap. You think I found PancakeSwap at 40 holders in a Telegram group? You think I found it from a Twitter post, dude? You think I found it from a Twitter post, bro? You think I got that shit at 20 fucking cents, bro. 20 fucking cents, dude. All right? It was printing fucking it was printing 40,000% fucking APR when I first hopped in it, dude. I fucking flipped fucking 15 grand to 95 grand in less than fucking 14 hours, dude. Took my profit, waited for that shit to dump, then fucking refilled on that shit and farmed it for fucking months, bro. You think I found that on a Telegram group, dude? You think I found that shit on fucking a Twitter post? Fuck no, dude. I found that shit on the Block Explorer.
I found it on Telegram because Hollow came into Telegram, was like, oh, cake is a couple bucks. Get it now while it's hot.
Bro, And you remember what people said about me when I was calling cake fucking in the fucking sub?
That was one of the few times FOMO actually fucking won, and I love it.
Dude, they said it's a scam. You're a scammer. You don't know what you're talking about. Turns out that shit when you did 1,000 fucking X, bro. Turn out that shit when printed you 1,000 fucking X if you held it, dude. And that's the whole point.
That trap.
Oh, you said that trap, your boy.
What's going on, bro?
This is the whole
fucking...
shit.
I know who you are, too. What's up, boy?
I know you, too, bro.
This guy, yo, everybody. So I bet you I know everybody in here. Oh, my God.
Let's bring some people up. Jarrell, I'm going to remove you from the stage, dude. I hope your question was answered. Let's get Austin up here, because he's got the chia fucking beans, get the chia seeds, get the fucking insta fucking stage, dude. Because listen, if someone is bullish on chia, I'm going to tell you right now, if someone's bullish on chia, not only do they have OP Bitcoin bags, but they're literally fucking big brain times 1,000. Why? Because they don't invest in projects that have hype. They don't invest in projects that have hype. They don't give a fuck about price action. They're all about the fucking tech, dude. They're all in it for the fucking tech. What up, Austin? What's going on, brother?
How's it going, guys? So I'm really curious to know, you were talking about some of your wins, right? But I think where we learn the most is from our big L's.
Losses?
Yeah. So
You want to know so much?
I kind of do.
A lot of my big L's have been due to exploits that I didn't catch beforehand. So like just getting completely obliterated. Got beat up bad as fuck on Bunny. I got beat up super bad on Beatball.
Don't forget Parrot.
Parrot, dude. God, why'd you even have to mention fucking Parrot, dude? That one's just dude. Tons of shit coins. A lot of what I consider my worst trades are not places that I took losses, because a lot of times, like, I'll just take a loss as a stop loss and move on, and that's just part of the game. But it's places where I was in something that had tremendous upside or value. Like, for example, like, I think that it's the bags you fumble that teach you the most. Like, the losses you can learn from. And a lot of my biggest losses have been investing in, like, businesses or people and stuff like that. But it's the bags that I've fumbled. Like, dude, all right. I fumbled, like, $7,000 worth of Luna at 20 cents. Ooh. Ouch. And I still fund Luna to this day, even though it's probably going to keep going up. Like, I still can't. At no point have I been able to buy back in. I've lost money, like a lot of money, gambling on shit coins. Like just like gambling on a lot of stupid fucking shit coins.
Hold on, bring up Merman. He's here, bro. Merman's here. Merman, bro.
Who? Mom
audience. Merman. Yeah, bro.
Where is he, dude? He's got to raise his hand, bro. Of course I'll
see. He's raised his hand.
Oh, 0x Dawn. Wait, that's... Dude.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, my God, bro. Get your butt up here, bro. Mom man got dev sauce. Mom man had dev sauce. Hello, Mom man.
Well.
Welcome back.
Well.
What up, buddy? Bro, you remember when I was trying to get you to work on this shit?
Yeah, dude, I see you went through.
I
see you went through with it, man.
We fucking
hear it from you guys for a little bit, so I wasn't sure what was happening.
Well, bro, you also had all the family stuff that went on, so I just wanted to make sure you had space and time. But if you want to relocate and fucking come out here, like, we're fucking hiring right now, dude. So if you wanted to get out of the fucking States, fucking come live island life, you would be fucking a front runner, dude. 100%, dude.
Yeah, dude. I've been working kind of nonstop in the Solana space recently.
But
shit, are you the Rust boss now?
Yeah, dude. I've been deploying so much shit.
No, dude.
That's base, bro.
Oh, dude, Rust boss, dude. Look at this. Dude, honestly, I tried to find you. I should have popped into the developer DAO fucking Discord, dude. And then just rolled in there. I would have found you.
It's almost impossible to find like legit Rust devs. So it'd be really hard. I mean, I had to teach myself like everything. But
bro, there are no Rust devs. When Solana blew up, dude, all of a sudden every Rust dev in the world was gone, bro. And honestly, dude, like if you do Rust, dude, one of the big things that you could look at Chia, dude, because you can fucking write Chia smart contracts in Rust, dude.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Luna right now too.
For sure, bro. That's definitely a fertile ecosystem, dude. Do Kwon, don't give a fuck, dude.
Yeah, there's a hacker house happening here in Chicago, so I was gonna check it out and see what they're working on. But and then obviously Polkadots and Substrate, which is Rust based. So now that I kind of have that base from like been working in Anchor for the past like 3-4 months or 5 months.
Yeah, are you there?
Yo, can you hear me?
I can.
I rugged for a second.
Yeah,
sorry to go plug my phone in.
Yeah, you're a little robot-y right now.
Dude, it's good to talk to you, bro. I love you, man. You know your shit, dude.
Yeah, it's been months. I mean, I kind of rugged the chat a little bit, but I've just been in so many different...
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
I can hear everybody.
What the fuck?
But,
Twitter's been out recently.
Yeah, dude, it's good to be back. I saw
can
this.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
No way, dude. Is anyone talking? Can I just not hear anyone? Somebody say something.
Right here.
No, you guys, the room might be over, dude. I changed my Wi-Fi. Oh my god, dude. Alright, let's try that. Tara, say something to me.
Hi.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Hit the volume.
Okay, let's try that.
Twitter space.
Tara, say something.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
And that's how it goes, guys. That's just how it goes, dude.
Hit the volume. No.
Oh my god.
So funny. You can hear him.
Rip.
It's what happens when you're in the islands.
Yeah, it is, actually. I don't know. I guess it wouldn't make a difference if I can. Yeah, I sent him a message, yeah. I sent him a message. Oh.
This space has been going on for fucking hours.
I don't even know what to say. I can't hear anyone now.
Bro, when I got up this morning, the shit was going on. Like over
check your DMs. God.
That really just happened. Sorry. Oh, wait, hold on.
I can go...
Try now.
Hello?
Oh my god. I guess it's over, guys. That's all she wrote.
Hello?
I can't hear anyone.
Restart it.
Unless we want to
Can anybody hear me?
responses, you guys I can leave the room if you guys are free to continue the conversation.
Bro, I think you gotta come back in, bro.
I feel there's a bunch of people here who still wanted to talk. Let me see if I can fix this really quick.
Yo, it's Dorsey, bro. He's probably got an ape somewhere in a wallet. He's like, I'm mad you fighting. Oh, Cos, you heard me? What's up, bro? What up, Scroll? Oh, are we getting the soapbox right now? Is that what's happening? The universe has let us speak?
That's
That's it, everyone. It's a fucking conspiracy.
I guess so,
Twitter
bro.
is in league with ApeCoin, and they fucking censored me. It's all censorship.
The universe is aligning things again. It's going to come full circle.
Well, you know, it's actually not. It's not as tinfoil hat as people fucking.
Yeah, well,
think,
I
bro.
can't hear anyone anymore, so I guess that's I don't even really know. Unfortunately, Twitter doesn't. Oh wait, hey Tara, are you logged on to this account? Can you log on to this account from your phone, and then that way I can sign off and rejoin.
Robot.
Watch. I'm gonna save it, guys.
Fucking Klaus. I was staring at your name.
We're hacking Twitter Spaces right now.
Klaus!
Yeah, bro, it's been a minute. Glad to hear from you again.
Yeah, dude, I kind of missed the old days. I really do. It was fucking fun, man.
Bro, we're back, bro. BSC 2.0. Can't wait.
No, we're not doing this again.
Hello.
Let's go.
That was really rough. Past.
Oh man, I'm scared to disclose this information to you, but BSC 2.0 with leverage, bro.
Oh my.
What the hell? What the hell? Oh, what is it? All right, spill the beans.
It's gonna be fun, bro. Leverage.
Oh my god. The space gets crazier every day, bro. I don't even know what to do.
Watch how many plebs going to get liquidated.
Liquidations are the rule of the day. Why do you think the Bitcoin spot market exists? Just to liquidate fucking leverage traders.
What happened? Did they just disappear?
I think he's talking
I'm
about
back. I'm back. I
The
can hear.
universe is moving.
Yes, let's fucking.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit here and point at the ivory tower and say, you know what,
Dude.
guys? Ivory tower, decentralization. All right, crumble the tower. Let's fucking do it, guys.
I'm back.
I
I'm
think
back.
they keep trying to take over the same account.
No, she's switching back to her account now, dude. She's got it. She rescued the space, dude. We saved it. Let's bring some more people up on stage. The streamathon continues. Let's get. Oh, what fractality? What? Let's bring more people up on stage. Hello, my speakers. Hello, everybody. I nearly got rugged, but maybe it's a sign.
Hey, can you believe it's been a year?
Stop Trap reunion.
Yeah. Stop Trap. It's been a year.
Bro, this is so OP. Where's Tara, dude? Tara's got to come back.
It's a Dap Trap reunion, but where are my Dap Trappers? That's it.
Oh God, dude! Fucking.
I don't know, bro.
You mean username and 10 bots, dude?
Oh my god!
India police.
Oh
no! Why'd you do that?
And why'd you do that, dude?
I mean, the fact that it's happening right now just means like market's going. It just feels like bull market vibes, dude.
Dude,
I mean, it really
fractal. It's a fucking bull market when I say it's a bull market. It's a full. Dude, you guys got to know that this is how crypto actually works, right? There are a bunch of exchange owners, and then there are a bunch of people who have dirt on a bunch of exchange owners, and then there are a few people who have dirt on the people who have dirt on the exchange owners, and then there's like a few people who have dirt on the people who have dirt on the people who have dirt on the exchange owners. And then like one of those people texts everyone, like the fucking Bogdanovs, and they're like, bump it. And then the market goes, and then it's like, dude, my boy literally has like collected nasty texts that like dude, the dude from Celsius was on fucking Tinder and met up with one of my homegirls, bro, and like sent her a bunch of dick pics and nasty fucking text messages, and she literally sends my homie a text message like, hey, this guy says he's big in crypto. Do you know who he is? And she sends us the picture, and she's like, yeah, he texted me some nasty stuff. And I was like, screenshot the fucking text messages and send them to us right now.
You sick puppy.
Oh my god! Like hearing you, it's nostalgic, and like being in the space and deep in the black hole, the DeFi rabbit hole, Telegram, and all the things related to it. I've realized how fucking big you are in this fucking space. It's kind of scary, bro. It scares me. Scares the shit out of me, dude.
Bro.
Like, okay, you have the tower. You're a Byzantine general. What are you doing for decentralization, bro? I want to hear. What's your plan, bro?
Dude, this is what we built. We built Omocracy, bro. It's a tool that allows anyone to create and deploy their own non-fungible token smart contracts. We modified the ERC 721A contract to include on-chain dynamic function calls, which means every contract is a native on-chain DAO. And what that means specifically is that every single NFT token holder can propose a transaction from the contract. It allows asset-backed NFTs, and it also allows people as a community to manage the community fund directly in the smart contract. So, for example, you could deploy an NFT mint, right? And you could say, like, look, we want 0.5 for this NFT mint. But here's the deal is as the developers, we're actually just, instead of taking any of the money that comes in, we're going to keep a percentage of the tokens for ourselves. And 100% of the liquidity is going to stay in the smart contract. And that liquidity will be managed by the community. So we're currently designing and building the DAO dashboard for it. Although anyone with enough knowledge of React and blockchain, like you can interact with the functional DAO as it is right now. But the idea behind it and why we think NFTs are an improvement on fungible tokens for governance calls is that they actually create a sort of form of pseudo digital identity, right? So you can tell ownership. Yeah, you can tell exactly how each NFT holder, and then also the tokens don't exist in a liquidity pool on an AMM, so people can't just buy up ownership of the governance.
Yeah, they can't take a fraction of the token. It's just a movement.
They can't take the fraction of the token, bro. So then we also implemented gasless whitelisting, which allows people to do whitelisted contracts without having to spend any gas. And then it has all of the features to be able to upload all of your metadata.
On ETH? You managed to do that on ETH?
Yeah, bro. We support multiple classes. Go ahead, Don.
I can do this all on Solana right now, right? But there's
I love my Solana shit too.
I mean, dude,
the thing is that
honestly,
the competition is pretty deep right now. But yeah, I built a DAO voting governance chain for Monkey DAO.
Oh, yeah. Dude, if you want to figure out a way to integrate Solana deployment into our tool, dude, and then it has all the things we're down to do like an API call or like whatever is necessary. Just like we wanted the tools, bro, I saw so many creators and stuff like that, and they just have to either work with developers, and then dude, the number of times that I've heard about devs just running off with people's money and not building them anything, bro.
Or building something with a huge back door.
Or building a back door, dude. All that stuff. And so we just wanted a tool where people both one-of-one artists and people wanted to create generative collections. And I really I believe in the idea of asset backing NFTs, right? Where it's you can create a guaranteed floor price for the NFTs using our tool. So people mint for 0.2, right? But the contract has 0.2 of ETH stored inside of it for every single NFT, which means that
by backing itself.
Yeah, it's backing itself, bro.
That would be hugely beneficial for private real estate trusts, to be honest.
Dude, there are a whole bunch of B2B applications for the tool. There are a whole bunch of ways that can be used. It's built. It has dynamic function calls and delegate calls. So it's just the number of things that you can do with the tool. It's we tried to build something that was basically only limited by people's imagination, right? And if you want to use it to deploy your contracts for NFTs for a game, we had a game dev in here who was saying, he's a mobile game developer. It has all the tooling required, and you literally don't need to know how to write a single fucking line of code to use it. And
you said it was
the way to giving you a mint page, bro.
With the 1155, because the item layers for gaming is like,
dude, we will start to support 1155, and like really, like, dude, we did like a small beta test, and then got like a bunch of license holders in to start using the tool, and then we basically just told the license holders, hey, what features do you guys want to see? And they gave us a long list of features, and it's taken us about 3.5, 4 weeks, and now all of the features are unit tested and like fully debugged, and like the front end is getting finished up. We're probably gonna be finished with the front end for all the new features by Monday, and that's basically like.
How do I get license, bro? I'll find your handle somewhere in the Telegram.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you can find me, bro, or you can DM me right here, dude. And like, you can go to the website democracy.com, dude, and like we're in the Discord. And like, dude, we've just been like full nose to the grindstone in the lab all day. And like, we did implement, like, we were able to like cut some fat from our team. We had some like, like ET had a business partner when we started working together, and they since ended that business partnership, and that like has just made things a lot smoother, because the guy was not really like a crypto native himself. And just took like he just had a more extractive than generative approach, and it caused a lot of shit that we had to deal with, and like just things that we had to clean up with. It was honestly, and like not the most pleasurable experience. Like, dude, now that bottleneck has been removed, like we got more shit done in the last 10 days than we had in the previous fucking 4 weeks, and like. We're just having a good time and building these tools, and then we also have geofence mints being enabled. So this little alien that I'm rocking, we're going to drop it as a free mint just to help promote the project, but it's going to be a geo mint. So the way that it'll work is that you'll only be able to mint the aliens from specific crash sites. So there'll be crash sites all over the world, and you'll basically have to go with your MetaMask mobile or your Trust wallet and be on location, and then if you're on location, you'll be able to mint the NFTs, and that's going to be the way that we distribute them.
You're building the gateway layer. You don't see it, but you're building the gateway. I mean, because I was like, how do we solve proof of stake, right? Proof of stake is trash because bots and validators collude to fuck traders, right? It's not an open, fair space. How do we solve that problem? And I was like, all right, gateway layer. We put a big gate around it, and you have to take a Turing test to get an account. But then I was like, all right, well, that's highly permissioned. But how do we make it permissionless? Well, you're kind of doing it by merging it with a kind of like a geolocation kind of thing. That's fucking interesting.
Yeah, dude. ET called it proof of presence, and like the idea is just to, like. We also like the idea because it becomes a cool social event, right? You can only mint in these certain spaces during windows of time.
Like Pokemon Go.
That means that people will be able to connect with other people in their local areas who are interested in NFTs. Like, all of this is really great. We have all these digital connections, but like we don't have as many local connections, right? And it's about like just building that sort of like mycelial network of relationships and interconnectedness, and like
social nodes.
Yeah, and it's also fucking fun, dude. Like, how many of us spend so much time on our computers chasing mints? Like, this gets people out into the real world, experiencing the real world, and then like there'll be a number of additional successive mints. The mint is actually super large because we're not focused on creating volume for the product. It's not like we don't care about making any money on the NFTs. It's literally just to show off what our technology can do, right? So it's like we're going to make the mint actually fairly large, like 30 to 50,000 tokens, because we also believe that the size of these communities is too small to foster adoption, right? When you have these
it also promotes centralization because you can even isolate attributes. I've had people like marketing companies that specifically target a specific attribute, develop the community around it, and bring the floor price up of the whole series and specifically that attribute. And it's basically a ladder attack. And it's not good for anybody who's onboarding because they're never going to get that liquidity back if they ever go to sell that fucking PFP. It's fucking ridiculous.
Right. Exactly, dude. And it's really just about like to create something that's more than just like my idea was how do you create something that money can't buy? Because all of the most valuable things in the world are things that money can't buy. I mean, if you're having a time where like you're in life,
bro, like, you're going toe to toe with the Byzantine generals problem, bro. You're gonna that's fucking nuts.
If you have a time in your life where like you're struggling with money, right, or you don't have enough liquidity, money starts to seem like the most important thing. But once you solve for liquidity, all of a sudden you realize that the most important things in life are all things that money can't get you. The most important things, the most valuable things are all things that money can't buy. And so we wanted to create a collection that's priceless, that you can't buy with money, right? It's not something that, you know, having enough ETH or getting whitelisted or having enough followers or grinding the Discord. It's just like you had to be at the right place at the right time. And to me, that's kind of like the message, is like being at the right place at the right time is really what it adds up to. And like that's true for so many things in life, is just showing up at the right place at the right time is how you get something that's priceless. And that's like what the idea behind the alien overlords is, you know? And it's just like they're these cute little aliens. They have a bunch of like different, like, bro, there are ones that have like, one of them is holding like a Dragon Ball in his hand, and like some of them have like Dragon Balls in the disco lights, and like some of them have like Gundam heads. It's all got like classic anime inspiration and all of the art. And just like, it's just like showing things that we love. Like we love conspiracy theories and like classic anime and alternate reality games and shit like that. And so like that's really like what the project is about. And it's free, dude. And like we're gonna set the royalties on it at like 1% or less, you know, so that like if people want to trade it, they're not like paying us a bunch of money to trade it, but that it provides like enough liquidity that we can go and do like add more cool things to the ecosystem for people who are participating. And because like, I mean, dude, all the different things that the DAO functionality enables, it's just like, it's a lot of fun, dude. And like, I'm really actually excited. We're also making the platform available so that people don't have to purchase a license to use it. And it'll just charge a small percentage of the mint for people to access the tool. Which honestly, yeah, because like we believe in the freemium model. And that was like one of the things that like one of the partners on the team, like he didn't want us to do that. And we were like, honestly, user experience is everything, right? And
yeah, no, the percentage of the mint is a better idea.
Yeah, I mean it's both, right? It's the ability to access both, and like that we do create some premium tooling, and like if you get a lifetime license and you plan on launching multiple contracts, like there is benefit there and added value, and like we really just want to build things that are unique and novel and create experiences that are unique and novel. Like everything is about user experience at the end of the day, right? And like I heard someone, I guess it's like, you know, like user experience, people who do UX are people who create experiences that make life awesome, like that make life better. And like that's kind of like what we're going for with the product. And like we want to see more creatives create more collections, more projects. I think that what's diluted is people doing the same shit over and over again. But I think the space still has massive room for adoption and growth. You know, like I don't think we've even like brushed on what NFTs can really offer and do in terms of creating communities. And like I don't think the communities need to be so small.
Time, bro. It's like you did in real life to your whiskey barrel, but can we do it to the supply chain? Can we do it to like the real shit that matters? So I can just show up to my port with $30 in gas, a truck, and an NFT, and get my shit without paying $12,000 in kickbacks to the fucking government. That's a personal problem. Sorry,
dude. Right? And it's just like I'm gonna bring some people up here. Let's see, NFT. You've been waiting for a long time. So I'm going to add you as a speaker.
I'm actually gonna step down, man. I've been out here for a while.
Okay, Sat, dude. Thank you, bro. It's really good to see you, dude. Like, yeah, let's talk soon, bro.
Yeah, I'll jump into this perfect.
And then I'll bring Whoa.
Well, goddamn. What's up, baby?
What's going on, bud?
Same shit, different toilet paper, my G. I've been with you since like 7:30 or 7:45 in the morning. Let's fucking go.
Bro, let's go, dude. Come on, dude. Bro, we team no sleep, dude. All these people claiming to be D-gens, and then I hear them in spaces like, I gotta go to sleep. I'm like, well,
my
you
brother
apparently
tells me
have
the same
never
thing,
watched.
bro. My brother tells me the same
You
shit.
apparently have never watched your high APY farm that was probably going to rug all through the night to fucking stack your fucking shit coins, dude. Bro, like you apparently never pulled those fucking 20-hour days trading margin while farming yield, dude.
Bro,
Like,
my brother
apparently.
I tell my brother there's like a project coming out, and I was like, yo, the floor's looking volatile. I think we're gonna have to stay up tonight.
Dude, listen. The quality of crypto price action and market action all relates to how much whales have slept. Like, once the whales get their sleep in and like have gotten good night's sleep for a few months, then they're like, yeah, I'm ready to pull fucking all nighters again. Then that shit start to pump because people start trading leverage 24 hours a day again, and they're like, yeah, let's fucking go, buddy. Let's go. Let's get these fucking games, dude.
Let's go. Yeah,
bro. I don't know if anyone noticed, but PancakeSwap now supports decentralized perps with up to 150x leverage, dude. And like, and honestly, like, I just can't wait to fucking 150x leverage short shit coins on PancakeSwap,
That's the stuff that suicides are made of. No.
Dude, like, I just want to. Dude, come on, bro. You throw one bean at a time at that shit, dude. 150x short on like God, Doge fart, Inu, come Elon, dude. Like, fucking, yeah, bro. Fucking take that straight to the bank, bro.
I wanted to talk to you about your platform, bro. I've been listening to it about it all day. I mean, obviously, we all know APE is a shit show. We've heard it multiple times today. But like your platform, I feel like is a solution for multiple things that we've talked about today, including like the music industry. I just feel like people that are a lot smarter than me can find a way to use your platform to like possibly like solve the things that that people were talking about today, especially like the music, because they can use that contract and make it in a way to where everybody, I'm sure there's a way, like I said, people like you that are smarter than me can make it so they can basically share the money throughout that contract. If there's ways that you can upgrade it and put it like, different.
Dude, that's the idea, bro.
But I feel like it solves so many different things. It's fucking dope. I joined the Discord. I'm grinding in Mutant Sheba right now, so can't really.
Dude, that's the idea, bro. Is just to create. So look, most people are tool users, right? A very small percentage of the population are actually tool builders. And building tools is a lot more difficult than using tools, right? Because you have to, be proficient at using tools to build them, but then you also have to, like, understand how your tool could be utilized and the implications of its use and everything like that. And, like, I'm super excited for, like, as our community grows and as more creatives and creators and teams come on board to just, like, see all the fucking amazing decentralized shit that people build using these resources, right? Like, it's one of the most, to me, it's one of the greatest things to provide people with the ability to build their dreams, right? Like, I can't tell you how many ideas I've had for projects, but the development process is so opaque and so drawn out. And that's like where the idea for this came is I was like, fuck, dude, I want to be able to just have an idea and fucking spend like a week workshopping that shit and then be able to click some fucking buttons and boom, it's real. You know? And like, that's what.
This is the way. This is the way.
Dude, this is the way.
And I feel like this is the way. I feel like this is just going to open up the door to like so many other things that in like, I don't have the foresight to see right now, but I could just feel it, like you just feel that energy coming from that type of tool. I know, like I keep saying it, not to bring myself down, but I know that all you guys are like super technical. I see more like I'm like a people person. I do sales, I do marketing. So like I know people and I know how they react and I know like the psychology behind what people do and stuff. So like I see that and I see that it's just like an awesome resource for creators and developers to be able to build on that. And people that are not so savvy like myself, it gives them a shot as well. So you're bringing in a whole nother audience, and that's how we build and expand. You know,
dude, that's how we increase adoption. Like there are so many different niches, bro, and it doesn't need to be limited to the same shit rehashed over and over again. Like we don't need to preach to the choir, but in order to do that, it can't be this situation where like everything is bottlenecked by the amount of capacity that like these 18 to 20,000 Web3 developers on the planet have. Like we need to have tools that allow people who don't understand how to go and write and deploy and edit code to be like, oh wait, you mean I can use a graphic user interface to modify the code base and like I can fill some forms out and like upload some information and then click some buttons and then it gives me finished product. Like
I feel like this is like what like Wix is to like building a site.
Bro, that was kind of our idea. Is like we wanted to be able to create something that like gave the functionality and usability of something like Wix, where people could create and deploy a collection. And like right now, it goes all the way to the mint page, bro. Like,
I feel like people don't see like people like are coming in and they, you know, I know APE is the main topic, but I feel like it's big, man. It's like a really big idea. It's like huge. It's like Facebook big. You know,
we took zero venture capital. We funded the entire thing ourselves. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears, dude. Like, just it's been a journey, dude. Like we're doing it. I really appreciate you pointing it out. And like, if anyone in here like needs a room reset, if anyone wants to raise their hand, I'm gonna cycle a couple more people up here right now. Big Raph, what's going on? Batshit Ape. Oh, dude, Batshit Ape, dude, what a good ENS, dude. That gets a follow all day, bro. Batshit Ape ENS, dude. Hell yeah, bro. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. Batshit Ape, tell me the story, dude. I haven't heard from you yet, but you've been up here for a minute. And then let's go to igly.eth. I think it's igly. And then we can go to, I'll add Crypto Ninja as a speaker. And then we go to Klaus. I sent you a co-host invite so you could help to bring people up here and clean up the. Yep.
I think I had to come back in and come back out. I'm rugging. I'll just come out and come back in.
Okay, cool, bro. So yeah, and then we'll go to Gladiator and Big Raph. So you want to take it away, Batshit Ape?
Hey, how's it going? I don't really have any kind of questions. I've just been kind of in and out listening to all the different stuff going on in the space. I don't own a Bored Ape. That's not a Bored Ape. That picture is not a Bored Ape. I'm just kind of gathering information, listening on the sideline, trying to get more educated about the blockchain. And just, I'm not necessarily forming opinions like right off the bat. I'm kind of trying to be patient and then gather information and try to make the best judgments and calls based on, different viewpoints. And I don't think that all the right calls or the right viewpoints are just going to come from one person or one space. So I'm just definitely just trying to hear out, kind of what everyone's saying on this.
Rational action requires evidence. Full stop. Rational action requires evidence. Full stop. If you want to take irrational action, that's fine. But we all know what happens when the market gets irrational. It is not healthy growth. In fact, the last time the market was irrational, SHIB was pumping, ASS token was pumping, fucking, SHIB, ASS, fucking, cummies, like
everything that was Doge or Dog or Elon or Dogelon Mars.
Yeah, bro. And what did the market do when all that shit started pumping?
Eventually it'll sort itself out.
Dude, you know what Bitcoin maxis do? Like OG Bitcoiners do when they see all that trash pumping? They're like, Fuck all this noise. I'm going on vacation, dude. Fuck all this noise. I'm going on vacation. Close 20% of my fucking longs. Fucking let's see if any of these people are still here in fucking 3 months. Oh shit, someone's still here. God damn, dude. Did they buy any Bitcoin yet? Nah, they still haven't bought any Bitcoin. Alright, start to pump Bitcoin and see if they sell that fucking turd fart Elon and fucking buy some fucking sats on top of my bag. Pump my bag, bitches! Like, come on, bro. Okay, so yeah, I think that's accurate. So Iggly.e. Tell me what's going on. Tell me your story. Fart. Bro, you know what a turd fart is, right?
Yes, dude.
A risky business, dude.
Is that like the in-between, like a shart? Like when you don't know, like when it's
dude, no. A shart is when just a little bit comes out. A turd fart is when you full on eject a nice little pellet, like pew.
Whoa!
Wow!
You got some healthy turds if they're ejecting like that, my brother.
Hey, bro, I'm not speaking from personal experience, dude. Come on, bro.
Turdfart.eth, is that available?
Dude, turdfart.eth. I don't know, dude, but I'm a dirtbag, and I have some really dirtbag ENS names, dude. But I bet turdfart.eth is available, bro. Like, let's be honest.
I mean, orangejulius.eth.
Oh, dude, honestly, I would fucking kill an Orange Julius right now, bro. Orange Julius, like, that's some nostalgia, bro. You, like, a little bit of orange juice, some egg white, some vanilla extract, fucking hitting in the blender with some ice. Yum, 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 yum. So good, dude.
That sounds really good right now.
Dude, an Orange Julius is fucking bomb, dude. It's
I got the munchies.
Egg white, vanilla, ice, and orange juice. And that shit is so good. It sounds so nasty, but it's actually so fucking good, dude.
You put it in a blender?
Yeah, you put ice, a raw egg white, vanilla extract, and orange juice in a blender, and you blend that shit up, dude. And that's an Orange Julius.
This is the real alpha, I gotta say.
Bro, and like, dude, not bad for the gains either. You know what I mean? Like, a little raw egg white, you just get it in, dude. By the way, guys, Ray is in the house. Say what's up, Ray. Did you sleep? No. Team no sleep. Let's fucking go, dude.
And like 30-40 minutes, and I'm sitting there the whole time. I'm like, ooh. Get to destination.
You guys are so nice. Like, you stayed up all night and I was awake during the day, and you actually did this while I was awake. It's so nice. It's so sweet of you.
Dude, honestly, like, I love these long rooms. They're so much fun, dude. Like as long as I don't bring up Winnie the Pooh and, like, COVID, Finance Smart Chain, COVID super stimulus, then, like, if I don't talk about that too much, the room won't rug, dude. The Twitter gods will protect me, dude. Yeah, honestly, could you ask the chef to make me, I'll just take some, I think I'm out of semolina, so I'll just take eggs Benedict on waffles. Yeah, eggs Benedict on waffles, yeah. Thank you so much.
Based.
Yeah, orange juice, please. And maybe an Earl Grey tea. I could do a little caffeine right now. Guys, listen. Eggs Benedict on waffles, calamansi orange juice, Earl Grey tea. I feel like I'm fucking winning right now. I'm gonna be, dude, as soon as I get some caffeine in me, I'm gonna go like, dude, I don't even drink caffeine normally. I'm gonna be like, let's fucking go, dude. I'm gonna open up the fucking trading desk, start fucking trading fucking margin on shit coins, dude. Like, by the way, what's the price of APE token right now?
Bro, it ran up, bro. Over $9 now. $9.50,
yeah, but no,
$9.10.
Hold on, sorry. Let me ask a new question. What's the total locked liquidity on Uniswap? That's still zero, right? Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I feel
bro,
so
hold on.
bad.
I mentioned BSC 2.0, bro. leverage.
Bro, I'm telling you, decentralized leverage on PancakeSwap is bullish. I don't care what anyone says. Like, being able to dude, if you think NFTs are degenerate, just, like, wait till you trade, like, a low liquidity fucking shit coin on PancakeSwap on 100x leverage, dude. It's gonna be like, bro, shit's gonna be
Bro, I just mentioned that to
ridiculous,
my man. My man is like, not again. We're not doing this again.
Not again. Not again, dude.
Bro, when is that drop? Is it out already?
Some PTSD shit.
Huh?
I think so.
Yeah, it's out.
It's out?
You can trade.
Yeah, it was like 2 days
out.
ago.
No,
2 days
seriously?
ago, dude. Yeah. 150, dude. You can trade 150x leverage on Bitcoin on PancakeSwap, dude. Perps, 150x.
I'm
perps.
aping in the next hour, bro. I'm gonna drop a bag in the next hour.
So degenerate, bro. Dude, they'll probably have some scummy shit where they, like, give you cake rewards even if you get liquidated and shit, too, just to keep people gambling, dude. Like, it's gonna be like, bro, like, I remember when I first found PancakeSwap, it was literally just, like, a one-page website with no AMM, connect your wallet, and all you could do was provide cake BNB liquidity, dude, and it was the scammiest looking shit that I've ever fucking seen. And the only thing that actually made me bullish on it is that Mothership sent that shit around to a bunch of people, and literally one of the Ethereum co-founders saw that shit, and he's like, I'm so fucking bullish on this project, dude. And I was like, what, dude? What are you talking about, bro? It's a scam. He's like, no, read the white paper. I'm fucking bullish, dude. I was like, okay. Like, here I was just thinking it was a fucking rug, dude.
And then everyone aped into that shit last year, bro.
Bro, so good. All right, let's get RDC Art up here. RDC Art, how's it going, sir? Grateful that you're in the room listening. Hello, everyone who's continuing to be in the room. Just shout out to some of the people I've seen in the audience for a long time. We've got Watcher Guru, who's been here fucking all damn day. What's up, bro? We got Snap NFT. We got Space Kitty, Meow. We've got Yasad, Colleen, Soli. Dude, Soli, you've been here for a hot minute, dude. Ready Rips, Jonathan. Dude, some of you guys have been in here for a minute. I know we've got full-blown degens in here because nobody has anything else they need to do.
Legit, I was number 23 in this space this morning. You've actually pushed me to the floor and pushed me back down for some reason. Like, it pushes me up and then disconnects me. This is like the third time. I even shouted out on Twitter. I was like, fuck, I got on the floor. And then I was like, fuck, I got ran back down. What the fuck is going on?
Nah, dude, you're up, dude. Give me your commentary, dude. Tell me what you thought about it.
I actually recognized a few of you guys' voices from fucking the PancakeSwap shit, like, forever ago. Like, if I wasn't in crypto then, I was, like, looking at investment shit, and I just started looking. I started looking into NFTs because I made a presentation to ConocoPhillips at the global level. I was like, I think maybe you guys should fuck with these.
Oh shit, bro! Fucking you big dogging in here, bro. Like,
well,
okay.
Like my buddy was the head SME, the head subject matter expert engineer for the global group, and I got him moved out of Alaska by saving his ass on something they spent $7 million on and fucked up, and they just lost a bunch of money on it, right? And literally charged him 30 racks to go fix it, right? And so,
dude,
yeah, it was crazy. I never met a single motherfucker at that whole project for Conoco. I just flew up. It's like the safest place in the world, North Slope of Alaska offshore. I just rolled up there, fixed it, and then I was like, didn't even eat a sandwich with anybody. I was just like, like basically prostitution, get in, get off, get out. You know what I mean? And
boom, boom, bap, bap, baileo, bro, as we say in Thailand, dude. Boom, boom, bap, bap, baileo. Let's go.
It was crazy, too, because I met, like, the number 2 guy up there after the job. He was like, he said, are you going to take your choice? His name was Marty. He's from India. I was like, no, none of that shit is mine. This is all yours. I'm just going to leave it leaned up against this well house. And you know, let that go with God. Like, it's whatever between you guys. I don't know what to do with that shit. That's not mine. I don't own that. And just, you know what I mean? Like, kind of dip. But it gave me a chance to pitch to him. And I pitched things like multi-layer NFTs, right? So let's say you're an admin level 1, right? And then somebody wants to hire you. Instead of looking at your resume, I set up a whole structure. Like, I had to learn how you developers look at things. I can't just explain it. I have to create, like, a Miro mind map or a lucid chart. You know, I mean,
Wait, so bro, you're talking about like DID for business structures, yeah?
Yeah, 2 years ago I did it. I wrote a white paper on it. I've written so many. I had to learn what the fuck a white paper was and then how to write it, because when I would tell people stuff, they're like, because I have devs on the team now, and they're just people I knew from the, you know, military level. They were Air Force intelligence, and then they worked for Saudi Aramco, oil and gas companies. And one of them is exactly like E.T., bro. And I mean, dead ass like him.
Bro, Aramco, honestly, dude, like, one of my boys, his family has been doing the logistics for Aramco for fucking 3 generations, dude.
Such good people. Like, I never hated it.
Bro, really good people, dude. Really high integrity people, bro. Long-standing relationships, just like... Bro, just quality individuals.
I will say this, they kind of pranked me a little bit. I lived in a 15 by 15, what amounts to a Connex box. I probably worked in over 20 countries, right? So when you say people think Americans are stupid, 100% agree on that, right? People will talk mad shit about you too when they think that you don't speak the language, and I kind of have I have a white trash accent, so I mean, you already know.
Oh, bro, they for sure think you're ignorant as fuck, dude. 100%. They got no idea. They don't even see you coming. Dude, bro, you know what, dude? Hey, I learned that, like, those dudes with the thick Virginia accents, bro, hey. Yeah. Those are company men, boy. Yeah. Don't fuck around. Don't fuck around. Just because they got that thick Virginia accent, don't mean they won't fucking... push your ass around on a chess game or on a fucking command line, dude. Get out of here.
It's funny that you say that too, because they would just, like, Schlumberger would send me places, because it would only take me about 2 months to learn the language, because that's what I was going to do in the military, right? I mean, I could have started taking foreign languages in kindergarten, because they had a special school for it back when we cared about education in America. This was a long time ago.
Are you from VA, dude?
No, I'm not. I'm born in California, actually. On a pig and tractor fixing farm, of all places.
Shit, buddy.
Yeah, so graduated high school in Oklahoma and then went to West Point for a bit, and then figured out that you could make 5 times as much in oil and gas at a minimum.
Sector. Yeah.
Well, it's like they don't give you a gun, but they pay you 5 times as much. And so, you know, I mean, I have one of the CPS beacon and a bulletproof vest, because they're like, you know, people kidnap people here, and like, are you okay with that? What's it pay? Because, I mean, I'll show you with no nose gloves as long as the check's on time. You can't miss me. You know what I mean?
Of course, dude. Of course, bro.
It's just, I don't know, it's just kind of funny. Like, I've thoroughly enjoyed your space, but man, I kind of wish I got on when E.T. was up here, because I really want to connect him with my buddy, because my buddy...
Oh, bro, I'll introduce you sometime. No worries, dude.
I want him to meet, because I drug his ass into this space, and... he's like, well, you know, I was doing this thing with Twitter the other day. I think I'm going to apply for some kind of educational level thing, because it lets you look at data and only farm a certain amount of data. He does shit like E.T. does. He'll start talking to you about some shit, and you're like, nope. You know what you're talking about right now? Nope. Because he knows a lot about AI, machine learning, and security, right? And that's kind of his...
bro, I've got someone else that I've got a friend, he built the entire spec for a company called Machine Halo, dude. And they did I don't know if you've heard of Machine Halo, but they do all the facial recognition tracking for DHS on the U.S. border, bro. And, like, bro, he built the entire spec for the neural net that runs all of the machine learning, that does all the facial rec, dude, on, like, a distributed camera system, bro. He's fucking smart as a motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, I just want to kind of throw some appreciation and tell you that, like, a lot of the shit you say, and you know what I mean? It's like I understand a lot of it, even though not directly in the space. And I've run into the same issues as you with, like, ideation. Trying to get whoever was on talking about music earlier didn't catch his name because I've literally been here since I was I saw your space and I was like, oh, I fuck with this. I didn't even know, then I recognized the voices and I was like, oh shit, people talk before. This is gonna be a great fucking day. You're like fucking sore.
Dude, that's what happened to me this morning when I turned. Yeah. I was like, holy shit, I know who that guy is.
You're like this motherfucker. You're like, are we doing the fucking? Are we doing the 3-week long voice chat again, dude?
Yeah.
Some of these people in here don't even understand. They're like 12 hours you've been going, dude. Some of these dudes on the stage have literally been in voice chats with me that lasted for multiple weeks, where we are all full on building shit and fucking wrecking shit, fucking buying shit, flipping shit, all day long, every day. And I'm like, dude, I'm like taking 30-minute naps with someone else holding the room down, and then like waking up and being like, what's the price of this? And everyone's like, it didn't rug yet. And I'm like, oh fuck yeah.
Dude, remember like when I passed out like for straight up like 6 hours and I just woke up again and you guys were all still chatting.
Dude, the funniest thing is everyone who thinks that this room is going to end at some point and doesn't understand that everyone here will tap out before I do. Guaranteed, bro.
Just keep your phone on the charger, bro. You guys used to run.
Yo, you remember Logan Paul's token?
Oh my god, dude. Dude.
Remember we did to that?
Oh, bro, dude. Honestly, that shit. Dude, honestly, I talked to the fucking zoo dev the other day, dude, and he was like, I was in a fucking call with him and a girl who has like fucking proprietary tech around IP licensing via NFTs and like transferring licensing revenue and shared licensing revenue and all this shit. And he like, bro, he totally just tried to like mansplain to her and is just like, you don't understand. He's like, it's crypto. He's like, he just like explains the most scummy scheme. He's like, I have so much outreach. He's like, I can get anything pumped to the moon. He's like, you just launch a token and then announce the project. He's like, and you build the shit afterwards. And I was just sitting there and I'm just like, oh my god, bro, like you don't even know who you're fucking talking to right now. Like this girl has like literally fucking super amazing patented technology that she funded herself, like a full comprehensive team. And you're here like just mansplaining to her like in the most toxic manner possible. And like the last project that you did was like developing like a blatant fucking NFT rug for Logan fucking Paul, bro. Like I'm like I was just like, dude, like I just can't right now. Like I just can't even like, dude, fucking Crypto Zoo, dude. Like honestly, Logan Paul rugged me hard as fuck on a couple tokens that I bought just because like, Logan Paul has hype. I'll buy this token. And then like predictably they rugged. And then finally like there was a project and like I got a little bit of info that Logan Paul might be involved, but before he announced it, dude. And literally like I filled bags on that motherfucker. And dude, I swear to God, it did not matter how much this token dumped. These fucking fans of his would keep buying it no matter what. Like dude, bro, they would just keep buying and buying. And
bro, but we held the floor, bro. We got in early. We had the floor, remember?
And we had the entire price. Bro, we had the entire price floor. But like, no matter what happened, dude, like literally people would keep buying this token no matter what. And it quite blatantly had no fucking future, dude. There was a bot that had gotten in and sniped their LP, dude. And the bot literally had like 40% of the token supply and was quite literally just dumping on every incoming sale. And they literally could not sell the tokens fast enough for the incoming fucking liquidity. And this shit, dude, this shit hit $1 billion market cap. And what did it have at $1 billion market cap, dude? Like fucking 500 grand of liquidity. And like, bro, there are people going like, it's going to the moon. It's going to be the greatest thing since fucking Wonder Bread. You don't even know Logan Paul's our savior. And I'm literally just like sitting there like, the last 5 projects that he was involved with all fucking rug.
There's literally fucking 500 grand of liquidity against a fucking $1 billion market cap. Like, there's no fucking way, dude. There's no fucking way. But what I will say is that Logan Paul's rug had a better liquidity to market cap ratio than Ape Token.
I agree.
No cap, dude. No cap, bro.
Bro, I remember like I'm talking my bag and everybody just literally dumped the fucking zoo bags.
I just warned everyone. I was like, "Yeah, guys. So, FYI, I'm gonna be selling right now." So,
dude, Brett.
Hey,
You said that, bro? I sold everything, bro.
Do I not always give people a chance to front run me on my sales too, dude? Like, how?
Yeah.
Dude, do I not? Dude, I always not only give people a chance to fill before me, but also give people a chance to front run me on my sales, and that's how confident I am in the calls that I make, dude. I don't need other people to pump my bags. I will literally buy after people and sell after them and still exit in profit fucking happily, dude. And I've done it fucking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking times, dude. And still people go, "Oh, yeah, you fucking pumping dummy." I'm like, no, I just made a good call, and I like literally gave everyone time to front run me, both on the buy.
Man, something you might think is funny. My buddy that is the Intel guy, when I sent him that contract, I was like, "Oh man, I think we're looking at this." And he looked at it for like 5 seconds, and he was like, "Well, send me their real contract address." When I sent him the APE token, I was like, "No, that's the APE address for it." He's like, "This is just a regular, like this isn't even. This is like just you took a coin thing and just put." As
he said, I could teach a 6-year-old how to deploy this in 15
they have
minutes.
They have it templated out for you. You just go to remix.org and you can just deploy an ERC20 like already fixed for you.
Dude,
that was the best part about, like, he just laughed at me like I was dumb. He was like, "Where's the token at, though?" I thought this was, because you know how when somebody posts, you're like, I thought this was it. I like, let me check myself. I'm like, no, this is definitely it. He's like, I mean, this isn't like an actual token. Man, fuck you. I mean, it's whatever, like.
Hey, by the way, Igly, I never really heard from you what you want to add. What is this? Gladio Raul, you're welcome to jump into the conversation at any time if you want to. But if you guys are up here and you don't jump into the conversation, I'm just going to slide you down off the stage so I can bring people who haven't had a chance to speak up. And, like, a bunch of the people who are up here on the chat, like, they're just people who, like, they know they can just jump in anytime. You guys, you don't have to raise your hand or wait. Like, I just want you to add to the conversation. But if you're not talking, I'm going to move people on the stage who are going to speak up and pop their voice up. Hey, Elon, you still there? Big Boss 8?
Yeah, my bad. I'm still here. I'm about to rotate some liquidity.
Okay. By the way, dude, what did you do in the cannabis industry, bro? Were you a cultivator?
Yeah, well, I was a founder of a CBD hemp company in 2016, and we established the hemp and like really lobbied a lot for the medical marijuana.
Word, bro. I
have
the global license on simulated moving bed chromatography, bro, and like we were the company that had to sue Folium, like fucking when they were, basically violating the license that we offered them to do all their extraction. So like I'm familiar with the industry and shit like that, dude. Like, but I pretty much exited and retired. That's like the sole asset that I have right now, which is just intellectual property for SMB. But I'm like familiar with like all sorts of like falling film chromatography, molecular distillation, all that stuff. Like I've run the whole entire process, like the whole process laboratory myself, bro. And I also developed like a whole bunch of proprietary irrigation systems. So, like I had a giant industrial irrigation company in California for a number of years, and like developed like a bunch of computer software for drip fertigation that would basically like monitor like individual parts per million for hydroponic fertigation and shit like that, dude. And like, yeah, so I'm super familiar with the industry, bro. I was like, I was deep in that for a minute because I just like to find things that look like they're gonna blow up early and like that are like on the fringe, and people are like, oh no, this is never gonna be anything. I can't do that. And I'm like, no, I think
That's my entire life at this point. I mean, I was fixing iPhones before there was even like iPhone things to fix, and I was jailbreaking and flipping them. I was fucking flipping penny stocks while I was still in college before we got into that shit and like set up all this hemp industry in Florida. And that whole time I was in crypto the whole time, staying up till fucking 4 a.m, doing research, investing everything I made from cannabis into crypto.
Fuck yeah, dude. GG, bro. That's what we call. This is what we call parlay, my friend. Parlay.
It's been a fun decade, despite the recent few years.
Bro.
Hell yeah. I'm out in Colorado. I worked in the cannabis industry for quite a few years as well.
Oh, really, dude? Are you a cultivator or like you work at a dispensary or something?
Man, I've done it all. I've bud tended. I've worked in the grow. I've helped maintain the trim crew. I've done edibles, all sorts of stuff, even photography.
Oh, trip, bro. Super cool. That's awesome, dude. Like, yeah, I quit smoking weed like a while ago, but like I used to be just like the most giga, like so baked all the time, bro. Like everyone knew me as like the guy who like literally had a joint hanging out of his mouth everywhere I went. And like people used to think I was nuts because I was like Snoop Dogg with my shit, dude. I'd smoke anywhere, bro. People would be like, "You can't smoke here." I'd be like, "Who the fuck are you?" I was like, "You the fucking police or something, bro?" Like, looking. They'd be like, "Well, what if the police come?" I'd be like, "Fuck, shit, dude. I don't know. Fucking, maybe they want to smoke too. Like, shit, bro. Like, it's a fucking big deal. Why are you stressing, man?"
Hell yeah. Yeah, I see fucking cops smoke too. Fuck that.
No fucks given, dude. Like people live in fear too much of their lives, and I'd just be like, people would just be like, bro. So many times I'd just be like sitting there, like rolling a joint on the street, and people would be like, "There are cops there. Like, you gotta fucking be careful." I'd be like, "What?" I'd be like, "What?" I was like, "They don't give a fuck." I'm like, "Bro, these motherfuckers like beating their wives and fucking murdering people out here. You think you fuck about some fucking weed, dude? Like, fuck out of here, bro." Fucking really fuck with people would be like, hey, Mr. Officer. They'd be like, "Yeah." I'd be like, "Cool if I smoke a joint?" People would literally be like, "You're fucking nuts. What are you doing?" Like, the cop would be like, "I don't give a fuck."
I never asked them. I would just walk past them, and everyone would like look around, like, "Oh, who's smoking?" But cops never gave a shit. They're looking for violence and like fucked up shit. I don't know. Maybe that's
bro. Listen, dude. Cops are just
depends where you
to get
are.
some of that uniform boom, dude. They're just looking for girls who like men in uniforms, dude. Let's be real. Come on. Hey, any girls here like guys in uniforms? You like a man in uniform? Huh? Is that a trick question?
It's Tara.
Oh my god. Alright, let's see. So you're gonna rotate. Yeah, Alan, you mind if I move you off the stage? You just get a couple people more up here. I know there are a lot of people who have been waiting to talk, so.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Have a good one, brother. It's nice to meet you, man. It was good talking, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, Gladio, Rao, you have anything to say, bro? You wanna add anything to the combo? And Elevate, I know you got here, so feel free to jump in anytime. Gladio, you wanna add something to the conversation? Otherwise, you got 5, 4, 3, 2, yeek ski. All right, let's get someone else up here. Tarek, if you can get someone else up on the stage, that would be awesome.
You know the craziest thing about the weed industry in Colorado is like they pushed the oil and gas out, and there was a bunch of people I knew that owned a bunch of shops that were trying to sell out. And my buddy's like, "I don't know why they're selling out. Where do you think the next set of taxes are going to come from? When you push oil and gas out, where do you think tax money is going to come from? Don't be silly. Money. You guys are about to pay out the ass, and they're doing this. They're smart moneying the fuck up out of there. That's what they're doing."
That's right. Follow the money trail,
bro. Dude, honestly, just like seriously, dude, just like. Oh, fuck. All you gotta do is short ETH every time OpenSea moves ETH to Coinbase, and you can make money all day, every day. Or really just once a month, but it pretty much works flawlessly. Once a month, every month. Definitely can make enough money to live on by just shorting ETH every time OpenSea moves ETH to Coinbase. What's up, Elevate? What's going on, brother? How you doing? I hope you've been enjoying the room. Feel free to just tell us your thoughts about this room. Any questions, comments, concerns? If you want to call me a name or talk shit, you can do so. I may remove you from the stage, but other than that, feel free to lay it down. Oh, did he bounce? He's up. No, he's here. What? How did he get moved down, dude? What are you guys doing up there with this moderation, huh?
Wait, what are you talking about?
No, he probably just got moved. Elevate.
Oh my god.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Cool. Perfect.
GG.
What's up? Now, this has been really, really cool space. I mean, you guys have so much knowledge, and I'm just trying to soak it up. Honestly, some questions I have are more general, just about, like, what assets during a time like this, what do you put your money in? It's like, kind of feels like your money is just dripping out with inflation and everything. What assets are you guys like for I guess more for this like somewhat safe stuff? I don't know. Just curious about.
I mean, bro, my portfolio right now in terms of crypto is almost all BTC, ETH, and Chia. And like I like play like lightly in NFTs, but like I'm almost 100% in BTC, ETH, and Chia right now. Like I think there is potentially a bull case for Luna right now. But I'm just generally like, I'm pretty like, I really think that right now, like all, especially like up until May, like I think all asset classes are like fairly risky. Like we have to